podium fight as well. He said just maybe braked a bit too hard when he hit the bump and crashed, but yeah, he took the positives. Teammate Casey Gorman was right there with him as well. It was a good Sunday for the Liquid Money Dynavolt Intact GP team until he crashed on the Gorman side of the box. It continues to be a very, very good Sunday, but you're right, I think we'll be wanting to end his rookie season on a high. Picked up that podium, of course, over in Indonesia, but hasn't had a top 10 since then. Of course, crashed last time out in Portimao after a really solid weekend. So, I think first and foremost for Pini, he'll be wanting to, of course, finish the race, but be in that podium fight again. And you know, if you've got a sniff of that top three, we know that he's going to go for it.
Down in towards turn 2, Carpe's moved up into P2. We have a rookie 1-2 at the moment. We won't be using that term for very long, I don't feel. And I've got to say, we've kind of forgotten the rookies a long time ago. They've come straight out fighting, haven't they? Carpe, Piles. Carpe, well, going to have his hands full next year with Brian Uriarte coming over and he's stealing a little bit of the limelight away. And here he is, number 51, just wandering down pit lane now. And at the moment, Uriarte down in 18th place, but it's not too much to worry about. Welcome back as well, of course, to Jacob Wilson, back with us this weekend. He's down there in 22nd place at the moment. After his right wrist, right hand injury, so Jacob Wilson looking to try and get back and finish this season on a high. It has been a very injury-hit season, not the way that Wilson wanted it to go, and unfortunately the Australian finds himself out of a ride at the end of this year as well, so the future uncertain for the number 12 too.
Yeah, good to see the Aussie back on board his Red Bull KTM Tech 3 machine for the final round of the season. We know obviously he finally spoke to us in the box in Malaysia, didn't he, a day after he missed that injury, and you could tell how disappointed he was to, you know, nearly finished the season with an injury, of course, when his future is very uncertain as well. Wrong timing, really, especially with both injuries that Wilson had had this year. Obviously, a huge one before the season, he'd gone over with a training crash in a wreck. He played him ever since, which was very nice to sort of hear from Wilson so candid about his injury. We learned a lot of things. Yeah, glad that he can get back on his bike and try and have a good weekend. I don't think expectations are too high. The surgery went well, of course, and the surgery said at the start of the week that, yeah, all good for me to go to Valencia, have the medical test on Thursday, of course, passed it yesterday. So I think just get through Friday and see how Wilson's feeling, and then we'll ask the questions on if he can score points in top 10s or maybe challenge for top 6s and more. But yeah, good to see Wilson back after pretty small crash, as you said, but sometimes those are the sorts of crashes that can just catch you out in terms of injuries, and unfortunately in Malaysia it did for Ralston.
I've got to say, very impressed of late with Scott Ogden. 3 points run right in 3 with 14 in Australia, but it's the 2 back-to-back top 10s that I quite like to wax lyrical about. 7 minutes of back end to 14 and 7 at the moment in this session. We know he starts Fridays really strong, but Scott really coming on well at the end of the season. Might be a little bit too late, but he's back with that team next year, and really Scott is looking to try and finish this season with a flurry. It's already been his best season. I think it's fair to say we did expect a little bit more, but just as he moves up into the top 5 in FP1 with just over 10 minutes or so remaining, it'll be good to see Scott end the season with the kind of form and pace we know he's capable of, and then try and pick it up straight out of the plane for a run next year.
Yeah, exactly. Good confidence boosters the last 2 races inside the top 10, back-to-back top 10s for the first time this season. I agree. I think Scott and the team were expecting a little bit more. I don't think we were hoping or expecting to say back-to-back top 10s for the first time this season towards the end of the year. But I think we said it over the Portimao as well. That Malaysia ride, when you see what his teammates have been through to go and produce what he gives, Ogden, the piercing eyes of the British rider through third corner to roll corner. Yeah, a good rise. Qualified on the Brunel, of course, in Portimao, just struggled in the race. He said it himself. To really push to make overtakes. But he was in that lead group throughout and did manage to get a top 10 and a decent result. And Ogden classic his second home race down here in the Valencia region. Many riders moved over for here to move to Spain. Great training conditions, of course, when you're riding in Junior GP as well. It's important to get around the parts of the world. So Austin is, obviously still going to be his home race, which is Grand Prix, but Valencia is his little second home race, so he'll be wanting to end the season on a high and go into massive year in 2026 Grand Prix. The second year on a KTM, second year with the same team, definitely got a race.
Well, having got a second home GP, was in Barcelona, we live up there, but our true home is the home of the motorsport, back in August next year. Oh, I can't wait to go home and sit in the sunshine for a week before and after as well. I say sunshine, that's very optimistic, even in August for the UK. But it was a little bit on the nippy side, wasn't it, this year when we went over in May. So, looking forward to the UK coming back in August. But Scott has been over here now for some time and considers this one of his home GPs. And right, so somewhere they're going to Kelso just coming down in towards turn 14. He's a tenth and a half up to 3 sectors. He's going to ask for the power now, running right out to the curb and blast into the line. Number 66, chasing that first big victory. We thought it was coming last time out when he qualified on pole position. In the end, he could only manage 7th place. Joel Kelso does dethrone Max Giles, and that's the first ride to do so in this session. And he's just had his time shit up, so he must have been seeing his elsewhere around lap. Kelso's got a bit of pace, but he always does on Fridays and Saturdays. It's Sundays where the conversion is starting to struggle, and probably annoying him as well. He jumps on pace very, very soon to get onto the MLab Honda. That MLab team, they've spoken quite candidly, they've got to make a step next year. They know that in the
great to speak to and really actually excited to have him around next year with Veda Pratama. That's for Japan and Indonesia and Honda Team Asia, of course, in general. It's a very exciting lineup. 2026. Just to cap off the Kelso chat, that front tyre just faded away in the latter half of the race. And once Kelso had lost the lead after that, stayed down at where he won the race, but it's been a very good season for Kelso, and he's on another very good.
Not paying the price now, though. 39 flat, that'll do. Just under half a second quicker than what Max Giles is now. So Joel Kelso has come out box firing here. Formation, flying and teamwork, good MLab working together. Good Can't be encouraged. Job Kelso removed there, but likewise, Elliot Shea stays there.
So this is the exact point I was going to make as well. A fantastic point made, because you can tell from O'Shea's recent results, he's finishing top 16 in the last four, scored points in 2 of the last 4, as well as O'Shea. And Morelli, of course, has been absolutely fantastic, let's be honest. He was in that lead group, the rookie, in Portimao for pretty much 3/4 of that Grand Prix. And Morelli just finished outside the top 10. Last time out, the Argentine will move into Aspar next year. Really exciting move for Morelli, but agreed. Emrab Racing have definitely made a step in the sort of second half of the season, which is great to see. We want to see all the teams as competitive as they can be, and Kelso will have been obviously keeping a close eye on the team and how they're operating in the last few races, and he'll definitely be excited by what's to come in 2026. A big move for Kelso, a bit of a risk, let's say, but when you've not got many options on the grid, then you know you've got to choose wisely or just pick one, basically. But I'm really intrigued to see how that one plays out. Honda have also made a decent step in the last few.
Two riders that are in the 38, so GP victory here in some of the most bizarre circumstances. Crashed on someone else's oil from the race lead, and then the race went back a lap. So yeah, Galvanza won it by not really winning in the end. Similar to his first Moto3 podium. So poor old David Almanza quite like the plaudits one day for something he does for the first time. Got across the line, Hayes Rios 13 now, and improving all the time. You can see the Junior GP crop just coming so good lately, aren't they? Carpe to the line. This is another belting lap at 38.3. Hang on a minute, hold the line. 38.3. It's very, very close under the best race lap from last time around, but we are still around 10th or so off the lap record from Darren Binder. But I tell you what, they're going well so far on Friday morning. It is a 5-year-old lap record, it's got to be said. But very, very impressive stuff from Carpe. Kelso, who's just less than a 10th off. And then, Guido Pini down at 10th off. That might watch your feet. Guido Pini. And somehow leaps into action, keeps it all rolling. And Guido Pini just steps back on it. Watch for the gravel marshals. You're not going to want some gravel rush back there. Pini, well, I tell you what, he dismounts quicker, he remounts quicker. Front end at turn 4, well. Yeah. Oh, it was bouncing all the way in as well.
It was just a little bit wide there as well. It was breaking into their turn 4. I mean, talk about turn 2 being a little bit of a hot spot. Turn 4 is absolutely one of the hot spots. First time on the right-hand side of the tyre course for a long time, since turn 12. And that will not be the last crash. Turn 4. He drove back up on his machine. He's had a decent session in P7, a nice little slow though. Alvaro Carpe would have seen a little bit of that, but Carpe, of course, hanging over the right-hand side of his machine. Yeah, Pina got back up straight away. And yeah, not the ideal end to the session, of course, for the Italian, but very easily good, of course. We've seen the time to tumble, obviously, riders towards the end of the session, getting quicker, getting more confident. Pina just overstepping the mark there on the box.
Yeah, I've got to say, time stumbling, and also riders. We've had Cormac Buchanan now, we've had Guido Pini. Pini, I tell you what, if that was an illustration of anything, it was just how tall he is. He is enormous. He's a proper lanky old number 94, I've got to say. We've spoken about this at some length, but you've got to say that next year in Leopard, it's probably going to be his last in Vero 3. He's like sitting on a ground with Guido Pini. Not going to have much more growing groove on a Moto2 bike. Coming to the line, balancing Peroni's in 4th place at the moment. This is going to improve his time, is it? It does, but it doesn't improve his place. He stays there in 4th, but it's still in 38. Adrian Fernandez is 5th, and his best time is also there in the 38s, 38.972. This should be a good enough lap for him. We've taken him through the 3rd sector. Luca Lunetta has just moved up into 10th place. He comes towards the checkered flag on the opening session in Moto3 in terms of the entirety of the Motul Valencian GP weekend. Fernandez all the way on the left-hand side of the tyre, trailblazing into turn 14, running out to the curb, and then it is just pull the pin to the line, and let's see where Fernandez is going to go here. He's already fifth, he's already in the 38, he goes third, and improves his time to a 38.669, so good stuff all the way until the end. Right down Fernandez, Tito's is taking the flag as well, so Alvaro Carpe looks like he may well just done enough with that 38.357, faster than the 2023 race lap, best race lap record. Carpe coming out firing on all four cylinders on Friday morning.
Yeah, certainly is good to see from the rookie, who is level on points now. Sorry, he's 2 points ahead of Joel Kelso in the chase to finish P4 overall. David Munoz is on 97, obviously not here. We wish another get well soon, of course. Not able to qualify for that top 2 battle, unfortunately, in the last few races. But yeah, an intriguing battle between Carpe and Kelso. 4, 5, overtake Munoz. So good weekend to start the weekend, sorry, I should say, for Carpe. And it's good to see Peroni back towards the front as well. It's been a quite few races for the number 73, hasn't it? But good that he's back in that top 5. A rider I do miss seeing at the front. He's not had a terrible time of things, let's say, but just faded slightly in the last few races. Obviously, perhaps last time out as well. So fingers crossed Peroni could be back in that podium fight this weekend.
Yeah, a little bit of inconsistency. Just one top 10 finish in the last 4 for Peroni. A couple of crashes never really got going in Australia at all, did he? So Valencia Peroni, we know what he's capable of, and probably been part of one of the best Moto3 races of the year back in Hungary. We will have an extended conversation about that in F2 coming up on Saturday morning. Of course, that session practically means nothing. We'll have practice coming up later with short time, top 14 that goes to Q2. Everyone else going via Q1, but Carpe leads. Kelso a solid job in second place herself, and we see on a Friday morning Kelso very, very strong. And then Fernandez, the top Honda in third.
Yeah, quite one then for Assato, a back-to-back podium finisher for the first time in his career, and we've got a nice little Honda battle between Fernandez and Assato, so you can take top Honda honours in 2025, so another little battle to keep our eyes on. Fernandez at the start of the weekend, here he is on the third one, has a slight upper hand, but as we know, Assato will go nicely into the weekend. Chat about Assato a little bit more this afternoon, hoping that last time out of down the RCS with a rider who's done a little bit of a slow guess over 10, you could say. Then he's 4.9 seconds off the Wilson crash, so maybe just teething issues on that KTM for the Malaysian rider. But plenty of names we're used to seeing at the front in FP1.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's any major outliers. Scott Ogden and Casey Gorman, 7th and 8th. Great job by the Brit, great job by the Irishman. Very solid stuff. Indeed, crashed down in 9th, right at the end to go P10. But that is all from Moto3. Let's have a look at the full result. Carpe has done it right there. 17 laps, he says faster by the 15th. And Alvaro Carpe is racing as close as he gets to home all year. Carpe on top, ahead of Kelso, and then it's Fernandez and Kigles Peroni there in fifth. Good job done by Riche Moody. He moves through into 13th place, just 1 spot behind. Downhill Figueras, and then Cruz back with a big weekend at the head of Hayes Rios. Elio Jones squeezing in the top 10, finishes 17th, and we go all the way down to Jacob Wilson, Cormac Buchanan after his big crash over at turn 6. And Denise wrapping up the order in 26th.
2025 season, the longest season in Grand Prix history. It does end with a World Championship still to be decided. It is the World Championship in this very Moto2 class. It is rather gloomy first thing this morning, as you can see by how bright the lights are on the big wheel, which is just over off the distance on the outside of the back straight down to turn 8. There is a little bit of a sign in the sky peeking through. We are expecting relatively overcast conditions through the day. Dry conditions predicted for the weekend. We might get some rain overnight, Saturday night into Sunday morning, but hopefully nothing that will impact on the racing action this weekend. As the fans here in Valencia have had to wait a couple of years to see the world's finest motorcycle racers on the world's fastest machines through their paces. And this 22nd round of 22 in 2025. The golden number is 24. That is the points margin between Diogo Moreira and Manu Gonzalez. We headed to Portimao last time out. With 5 riders still in mathematical contention for the crown. We are now down to 2. It will be either Diogo Moreira, the 21-year-old from Sao Paulo, Brazil, here he is, or it will be Manu Gonzalez, the 23-year-old Spaniard from Madrid, that will stand atop the podium as Moto2 world champion. That's the situation. Diogo Moreira, if he finishes the race inside the top 14, he is the champion. That is irrespective of what Manu Gonzalez does this weekend. Gonzalez really has to win this Grand Prix. He does, that's what Diogo Moreira needs to do. If Manu Gonzalez doesn't achieve that, then Moreira can be top 14. He can come in and park it. Perhaps 1 or 2 butterflies in the stomach of the Brazilian. Generally, a chip of calm whenever we see him off the bike. Drew Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you for the final Friday of the season in Moto2. And whilst it's perhaps not the close, intense winner-take-all shootout that we all, I guess, hoped for, as you look at the point situation now on your screens, this is a Moto2 season which has deserved a final round decider. That's what we've got.
Yeah, it absolutely is, Lewis. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone watching the world. And it is, as you said, fantastic to be back here in Valencia after the tragic events of last year. Fabulous to be back at this venue, which always carries the noise and carries the atmosphere. Sellout. To be here on Sunday. Competition at the University close to pack last race, and serving up on that penalty on Sunday.
Marcos Ramirez he took out on the Sunday afternoon down at turn 5. So the crazy boy, the naughty boy in the last 7 days, which we'll see him go through along that penalty loop for the circuit, which he went out of course the last time he raced here 2 years ago in Moto3.
On the winning note, well deserved. One rider that won't be going out on the championship winning note this year is Aaron Canet. His slim chances were extinguished in Portimao despite a really strong ride. Canet came through the 4th after a bit of a ropey start, but unfortunately it was too little too late. Just had nothing really for that front 3. It was in the closing laps where he eventually caught up with him. Manu Gonzalez, well, not a terrible ride, was it, Portimao, but really he did do something quite exceptional. Unfortunately, we didn't see that. As you mentioned at the top of the show, his championship hopes now really hang by a thread. 24 points in arrears from Manu Gas. You could say Lewis that fortune wasn't on his side in Portugal. Obviously caught a yellow flag at a really unfortunate moment at the end of qualifying, which in some ways limited him to 8th on the grid. But you see nothing in the race. You can tell he wasn't quite comfortable on the bike. He had that big moment coming out of turn 5 early on when he was on the back of the top 5 riders, lost touch with them, and the complexion of his race really changed, and no point really in the second half did you think that Manu was going to be able to catch the front 4 riders.
The question is, has Manu Gonzalez qualified on the front row? Will he be able to challenge Moreira anyway, given the pace that we saw in the race? 3 riders
riders dropped out of mathematical championship contention in Portimao. Here's one of them, Jake Dixon, who dropped out of the Grand Prix on the very last lap, which really has dealt a hammer blow to his hopes of finishing in the top 3 in the World Championship this season. So of course, score 9 or 10 points, something like that, at the end of the race, depending on how the final lap had played out, which would have put him right in that battle with Baltus. He is still mathematically in the hunt for third in the World Championship. By 17 points, Aaron Canet by 11. So we win this Grand Prix and hope for some serious phantom problems this weekend. Last time out.
Canet's fourth position by Belgium in second. But yeah, Dixon was comfortably the top. I think it was just quite philosophical afterwards. He wasn't even really that upset when he crashed out in the final lap because he felt that he'd been riding above and beyond in that race. He didn't look at the performance of the other Bosses crews to agree with him, really. So was one of those. Had a big moment in the first lap of the race. He ran off up at turn 10. And when he joined in 20th, he had a decent rhythm, but to challenge the top 6 or 7 riders. We saw Celestino Vietti up in front as well in the early laps, and he failed really badly toward the end, down to 13th position. And one or two comments that wasn't so really with the Paris Challenge 2026, and I think they're entirely justified. You just have to look at the performance in the last couple of races to really understand that they've been well short of fun in this final part of the year.
Crash. One Boss crew are in the top 10 in the end. That was 10th place for Van Cavara. It was a farewell to Moto2 this weekend for Alvaro Reyes. That's a confirmation on screen. Yes, you are. Taking a new path in his career. You can let you now that path is with the AS Racing Squad in the World Supersport Championship next season. He'll be on a Yamaha R9 for 2026. Teammates to another world champion of the Supersport 300, Albi Mahendra. For those of you who enjoy your Superbike and Supersport action, we'll still see plenty of Alvaro Reyes next season. This is his 98th and final Moto2 start and his 172nd and final Grand Prix appearance, certainly for now at this.
Side there on Daniel who continues deputised for the injured Joe Roberts. He had a left wrist fracture after a crash at Sepang, which is forcing him on the final 2 races of the season. Third time in the last 5 seasons that Joe hasn't been able to actually finish a season due to injury. Back in 21 he broke his collarbone, his ankle last year. As we mentioned, outside there of Celestino Vietti. Run continues. It looked like he was going to get back to an end in Portimao, but still chasing his first top 10 in his animals.
Scored just 8 points in the 5 Grand Prix since then. So yeah, the Celestino Vietti drop off in the last stage of the season pretty stark when we were talking about him potentially finishing up in the top 6 in the World Championship when he won Misano. He's currently 8th in the points. Essentially dropped as low as 10th this weekend. And Alvaro Reyes to score enough points to overhaul him. And here's Barry Baltus, who leads the chase for 3rd place in the World Championship and a place at the MotoGP Awards on Sunday night. Baltus currently 6 points ahead of his teammate Aaron Canet. As mentioned, 17 ahead of Jake Dixon, which means from Baltus' point of view, to finish 3rd in the World Championship, a top 2 finish on Sunday.
You would have to say it would be deserved as well. You mentioned this so often this year. A revelation, I think, of Moto2 in 2025. Super consistent. And that place in Portimao, this is the top 6 of the year. Why? 5 seasons. majority of that race. That was probably his most impressive run in his entire career. The final 4 races in 2023, which was just dominating. And yeah, get close to that final race. So it's not to think that maybe we can give actually a decent farewell and the fact that
Pole position, of course, that weekend as well did Aaron Canet. He is a Valencia boy. In this Moto2 class, Ollie Navarro is another. But the yellow flags come out, and that's the reason Ethan Guevara on his outlap has gone down, coming through turn 6, which has already caught out a rider or two in Moto3 earlier on today. Danish went down there right at the beginning of Moto3, FP1, and Ethan Guevara has done the very same.
just slides out from under the former Moto3 champ, and a little look at his aspirations as he runs toward his bike. I believe he had a great deal of damage there, but hardly the ideal start for Ethan's weekend here in Valencia. The flags are out in second 2 as the marshals clear damage from that little crash, but still Ethan should be good to go.
He was, as mentioned, as a result of Jake Dixon's crash, the top Boscoscuro finisher. Unfortunately, scored 3. A top 10 finish for Guevara from 18 from the grid, which represents a decent recovery given how poor his qualifying was. It's worth spelling out to you some of the changes that we have this weekend. Well, there's one key change, which we'll come to in a second. It's largely an unchanged rider lineup because the replacement riders we saw in Portimao are still here. We've already seen one of them, semis of the Joe Roberts. We also have Sergio Garcia once more in for the injured Darren Binder. Of course, will take his place full time for next season. Sadly, the injury that Dennis suffered in the summer was the last we saw of him competitively this season. Just on 17 and behind David Alonso here on screen of Danny Munoz. He is in for Huntington once again. Munoz moves across the Ital Trends team to replace potentially the outgoing world champion Diogo Moreira next season. And we do have one wild card this weekend. Red flag has just come out, by the way, in this session. As Daniel Huertas has now gone down. Other Ital Trends rider. And he's high-sided. He's got down there with, that looks like Sasaki, isn't it? For the RW team. So they come together. That's again in turn 6. So 3 riders down there in the shape of a couple of minutes. With riders increased inside the racetrack, the race direction is taking the sensible decision to call an early halt to FP1.
Yeah, Huertas was looking in great shape there at the side of the track. Let's hope that the rider is okay. Looks like another race going into the turn. And Sasaki, so good to see the race direction were on the ball. Certainly no point in risking the rider is lying at the side of the track just like that.
What's already gone down there minutes earlier.
Exactly. Right, that's getting stretched away by the trackside marshals. He's up on his feet at least. Right, that's looking a bit worse for wear there, unfortunately.
The Italian fans didn't want to go smooth, trouble-free, incident-free, stress-free weekend. We already had some concern in this free practice 1 session with Diogo Moreira's teammate, Adrian Huertas, already looking in a great deal of pain. As Manu Gonzalez is already having some pretty forthright discussions with his team on his return to the attack box. Just to reiterate, we were in the process of saying just before the red flag came out, we do have a wild card here this weekend. 22 Hector Garzo, former MotoGP World Champion, this weekend on an NTS. Just a crucial moment there to understand what Aaron Canet was saying there to officials down in pit lane. So clearly with the rather exasperated comment of Manu Gonzalez on his return, clearly one of the 2 riders have I think made something that needs some tension out there on circuit.
Yeah, Canet was looking pretty animated, as was Manu Gonzalez. We're not sure exactly why. Actually to do with the circuit, but also that is just speculation on our part. Is relatively okay, even though he's being stretched away there.
Certainly not shaking his head at Aaron Canet, shaking his head like what they could both rather unhappy with at the moment out there on the circuit. In terms of what in particular they're unhappy with, certainly didn't appear to us as if there was any delay in the red flag coming out. It was thrown out before we got any sight of any yellows or any sight of any sort of crash out there on circuit. So I guess they'll want to identify, given that we've seen 3 riders down at turn 6, but we don't know, we haven't seen the replays yet of the crash involving Sasaki and Huerta to know whether they had separate accidents or whether they have had a similar incident to Guevara and just crashed on their own. That's Loris Caparossi on the right, Tommy Alfonso to the left. We're taking a very close look at the racetrack to see if there is any obvious visible sign of what's caused the crashes down there.
Been trackside, said it was a little bit precarious for him. Anyone receiving these matches up there. Just a bit of minutes or something perhaps on the track which is causing moments for riders. Caparossi and Alfonso will be right on that when they're inspecting the track just now.
Going on down there at Atlantic involving Aaron Canet. So this could potentially be a delay for the series. They won't necessarily want to open the racetrack if there's no sort of way of knowing if they're inconclusive in terms of the cause for the crashes. So our primary concern at the moment is to wish all the very best to Adrian Huertas. He's back up on his feet as a result of that crash. Take a look at Ivan Montola, who's riders remaining in his class without a podium. Spoiled the season with Colin Avaya's podium finish last time out in Portimao. We are now up to 17 riders who finished on a podium this season. We'll try to identify where any additional podium finishes can come from. Perhaps Ivan Montola, given his relative experience around the podium finish last time I raced here in Moto2, could potentially be one of the contenders to achieve that. Track gets slippery then for Jake Dixon. Now maybe 3.5 minutes into this Moto2 FP1, no rider set a lap time at the start of the session before the Volta wins. It's now the Sandra Breton that's filling the airwaves here at the Ricardo Thomas Rally on some Triumph-powered Moto2 machines as Tommy Alfonso has a close inspection of the apex at turn 6.
Turn 6, judging by that mountain carrying the lead blow over there, was taking you to drive the track surface as well. There is exactly good to see him back in the Hydrophobia Racing GP box. Impression with his hand signals that the front just turned without any kind of warning. An expert in body language to understand what happened there, but a little bit shaken up after what happened at the start.
Provided generally gets hot under the collar, isn't he? But clearly, quite understandably, given what we've seen at least post-crash, very perturbed, irritated by what's happened.
Yeah, you were just saying that the listening there was our 17 different variety in Moto2. Hanging this drum for quite some time. Different winners, 17 different across the year. I mean, that is more than half the grid that have been been capable on their day of leading up the front, finishing on the podium. Well, of course, was one of those years as well. And leading off. And really, you can look at Pirelli here at Moto2. The car has been a real reason for that. It has been something of a leveler in some respects. Last year we had podium finishers, which I think is a record for the intermediate class in one season. One last year, but certainly
was 8 or 9. Was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's around that number as well. So, I think the risk is where it's at currently.
So close. We often see in qualifying sessions, we often see in practice sessions where less than that, you can sometimes split in the top 10 or even the top 14, which will of course be crucial this afternoon when we see riders through to qualifying 2. Just absolutely acing on a given weekend. You can turn yourself from looking a midfielder into genuine podium contender. You can't say that some of those podium finishes of the 2017 I can't say many at all. Those podiums were fluky podiums or fortunate podiums. They were genuinely earned through hard work and good performance over the weekend. Here's one of your record 10 winners, Celestino Vietti. Victory up on home soil at the San Marino Grand Prix. Certainly one of the poster boys now disappointing a boss score season in 2025. So much was expected of them. One of the largest championship rider last season. Yes, they have taken overall 4 Grand Prix victories this year, 3 for Jake Dixon plus Celestino Vietti's success in Misano. But it's kind of been a situation with Moto2 this season where they need conditions to be truly in their favour for them ultimately to take the fight to Calais.
Jake Dixon won 2 of them. Celestino Vietti had finished on the podium once and should have been really on the podium twice. After Texas, the World Championship. Some vague information that there is some water down at turn 6. You can see there that there is a little bit of clean-up operation in the process, overseen by Tommy Alfonso. It's been quite a disappointing year for the Boston School effort, and you just have to look at some of the names there within their ranks and how poorly they performed relative to the rest of the competition. The likes of Ethan Guevara is now in his 3rd season in Moto2. Tony Arbolino had a terrible season, fair to say, in his 5th year in this category. And riders like that are struggling so comprehensively in the Grand Prix. There is something up.
Now it's Connect. He's giving some information to some credit by the looks of that. Back of his head. So there is conversations. Steward nowadays, but of course, able to feed back information to race direction. Of course, we have Flores Caparossi and Tommy Alfonso at the scene. Informing them of what the process will be from now. Of course, they will feed back information from the corner at turn 6, as you can see the flow there referring to riding. Taking place. They're satisfied that the circuit is safe to continue on. Will they send riders back out once again? We saw Diogo Moreira on screen a moment ago inside the box. Didn't actually catch up with Diogo yesterday. Just really ask him how he's feeling about this World Championship decider that's ahead of him. He said he's relatively calm at this stage. He said that they're already in the early part of the Portuguese Grand Prix when he's up behind, or ahead of Colin Byler and then behind him. A little uncertain and unsure of himself given what was on the line in Portimao. It is isn't really thinking of this as a weekend of needing to finish in the top 14, because the very easiest way to finish in the top 14 is to finish first and win the Grand Prix. And I think that's one thing that really has to be admired about Diogo Moreira. The higher the pressure is, the better seemingly he has got pole positions now. 3 of the last 4 Grand Prix. A pole that didn't quite come from nowhere, but not far off in Portimao 6 days ago. Manny Gonzalez behind him. He was well aware that the guys behind him. He wasn't quite sure how far behind him in that Grand Prix. Would have been forgiven Diogo for just saying second place will be just fine. I'll stay behind Colin Bayer, who might want this victory a bit more than me in this Grand Prix. He hasn't won in Moto2 before. I'm fighting for a world championship. He was prepared to go for it. He was prepared to go for the big points, and it was rewarded with all 25 of the Moto2 race winner in Portimao. And when you can truly put Manny Gonzalez's dick down to pressure, I think there are more factors at play than that. There is no question that when the pressure's been on, Diogo Moreira has risen rather than shrunk.
It's a very fair comment, I would say, Lewis. So many moments through the weekend in Portugal when it wasn't looking brilliant for Moreira. And he didn't exactly box the field on Friday. He looked considerably well off it. And then lost a decent chunk of MP2, in fact all of it. It was wet and the track was dry, a lot of riders saw no sense in going on. Like that session on Saturday morning in Portugal 1 week ago, it was just that chilling on pit wall, joking with his mechanics, speaking with other riders, absolute picture of relaxation. And he thought at the time it was something of an act that he was putting that on, but in reality he was just feeling that kind of relaxed in this advanced stage of the championship. Aside from a few nerves at the start of the race when it was clear that he wasn't riding freely up in front, you could see once he got into second, he was able to get his concentration back and go again. Like you said, Lewis really did not need to overtake Colin Bayer. Considerable risk again in that race. He decided to go for it. And when the pressure's really been on in the second part of the season, Moreira has been the one that's risen to the challenge. And I think after a ride like Portimao, at this point of the season when you're looking for performances which define a champion and define a championship, and that race in Portimao certainly was one of those. Moreira deserves to be the champion.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed at the time when we were calling the qualifying session live, that qualifying lap that Moreira did, he overturned a quarter of a second deficit in the final sector and ended up taking pole position from Jake Dixon.
Yeah, we weren't that excited about this lap
we
when
weren't
it was
paying
ongoing.
attention to it.
Yeah, because we were just seeing great sectors from Joe Moreira, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, he jumped up into first position right at the end and thought, how on earth did that happen?
Yeah, he didn't actually pull out the fastest final sector of the second. That was Colin Bayer, obviously on his way to qualifying himself on the Moto2. But he came from nowhere. He clearly was taking a level of risk and, I guess, pushing through that final sequence of right angles to, I guess, earn that pole position. He was prepared to put it all on the line, whereas others potentially weren't. And of course, he got that lap in moments before Aaron Canet crashed in qualifying 2 and brought the yellow flags out. Just to reiterate, Manny Gonzalez wins this Valencia Grand Prix on a Sunday afternoon. It gets underway at 12:15 local time here in Valencia on Sunday. We're now going to see what happened. These are 2 separate crashes. That's a big high strike there for Adrian Huertas. And is Sasaki going to come into the picture and have his own accident because Sasaki's not there at the moment? I think it's this season comes to now. We're not going to see it, but that was clearly separate independent crashes for Adrian Huertas and for Yumu Sasaki. We saw from Guevara's that it was a front ender, but it was the rear lighting up and firing Huertas to the scene accident, which saw him go down. You can understand why he was in so much pain as a result of that. That's some CCTV footage that Resurrection will have available to the parts to monitor any incidents on track and also track limits through the weekend. Just to remind you of what the championship is going to do this weekend. Manny Gonzalez wins. Diogo Moreira needs to finish 14th or better. He's champion. Any other result title for Manu Gonzalez and Moreira is champion automatically. There is only one scenario where Manu Gonzalez can be crowned champion. That is if he wins the Valencia Grand Prix and Diogo Moreira is outside the top 14. If Moreira is 50 and Gonzalez wins, they will finish this year's World Championship level on points. But by virtue of Gonzalez winning on Sunday, he will take the tiebreaker by virtue of his then 5 wins to Diogo Moreira's 4.
Yeah, on the basis of recent form, that is not looking so likely. From what we've seen in the second part of the year, Huertas' bike has been brought back into the Alpine box. No word on Adrian's condition, but we'll let you know when we have an update. Fingers crossed for Huertas. It did look as though he was conscious on the stretcher, he was moving, but understandably, and some Gonzalez coming back on there back in the day, and a similar kind of high side, which really hurt the Czech rider. Let's hope that Huertas will be okay through the rest of this weekend.
Corner. It's not a fast corner, right? It's a second around 80 kilometres an hour, miles an hour. In good dry conditions with no hazards to be wary of. Of course, if you high side that sort of manner, it can damage both to the motorcycle and to the rider. So which quite fast, all the best. We saw absolutely fine, but we may not see him again in the rest of this session. Now look at the rider who sits second, and a rather distant second now in the World Championship, Manu Gonzalez. Unfortunately for Manu Gans, the run goes on since the Czech Grand Prix pre-summer break. Still only outscored Diogo Moreira on one occasion. And what Diogo Moreira is actually looking to do this weekend, Manu Gonzalez won't enjoy us saying this, but if Diogo Moreira does win the Moto2 World Championship this weekend, it would be the biggest comeback in terms of points to the classic history. He was 61 points behind after the French Grand Prix, and 60 points back after the Czech Grand Prix at the midway point of the season when he went on for our summer holiday. No one has ever won an intermediate class championship from that far back in terms of points.
4 points swing in Moreira's direction past 9 races, which is absolutely staggering. Consistency of Manu Gonzalez in the first part of the season. Unfortunately, his form has tailed off. It must have been so demoralising for Manu back in Portugal. He had such a brilliant pre-season test way back in February, when he was comfortably faster than all of the Moto2 riders and teams that were there. I'm sure he was going into Portugal thinking, this is my chance to get back at Diogo, and it wasn't ever really apparent, was it? He did look okay on Friday, did Manu. It wasn't as though he was head and shoulders above the rest of the riders though. And Martin, Canet, Balbis, but it wasn't like we saw Manu kind of dominant. And then that race on Sunday were just a bit toothless, I think we can maybe say. Unable to affect the riders up ahead. I feel that race was quite symbolic really of the second part of the season. He was there or thereabouts, just not really able to impact on the top places. So it's been a shame for Manu. It's still been a very, very positive season on the whole. No question. Across from World Supersport. Fourth season in Moto2, fighting for the championship and very nearly winning the championship. I mean, it's a pretty good achievement, but the disappointment that won't kind of hang over him going into the off-season, because losing that kind of advantage, I think, would really affect you mentally.
It must have been such a mental hammer blow to lose that second place in Indonesia through the faulty zone at all. Disqualified through, I guess, keeping polite in terms of technicality, but ultimately he was riding a motorcycle that didn't conform with the regulations, didn't gain any material benefit or any lap time advantage from it. Riding a legal motorcycle on the Sunday, Mandalika. Of course, had he given that second place, had he not been disqualified, there would be just 4 points between the top two, and we would typically have a winner-takes-all shootout between Moreira and Gonzalez this weekend. that the World Championship at this point, he wouldn't take the points away from Manny Gonzalez.
Yeah, it's all ifs and buts and hypotheticals at this stage. I'm sure Manny would argue that had he not been disqualified, he wouldn't have attacking so forcefully in Herrera behind him. He thought, you know what, I'll let him through and just follow him home. There'll be no big drama. But as it was, he had to go on the attack from that moment and really could not afford Herrera to get through. Arguably, well, I think Indonesia and Bangladesh were arguably the two biggest swings of the championship.
So then, how far down the road Herrera was, so the 16th, of course, he'd qualified after an extraordinary qualifying session where he and Manny Gonzalez were scrapping like they were on a last lap battle for the World Championship on the first time laps of qualifying 2. It's interesting, isn't it, with Diogo Moreira, because no one really spoke of him as a World Championship contender coming into the season. I think we all expected podiums and plenty of win for him. Of course, second season in the Moto2 World Championship. It's the Rookie of the Year prize at the final round of last season. It was very nip and tuck with Tenor Ages for Rookie of the Year last season. What was the first point this season where you really considered Moreira a genuine title threat? Because even when he won in Asu, I'm not sure at that point I genuinely believe that a title challenge was coming from Brazil.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair question. The absolute nonsense. It was clear from the earliest point in the season when he just missed out on the podium back in Thailand.
Austria maybe would it be when Manny Gonzalez, DNF and Diogo won?
Quite possibly, yeah. But then a couple of races after that, we were in Barcelona and he was 14th. And I have to say, after that, I thought, well, that's it over Diogo. The manner in which he responded to that crucial point in Barcelona really has been so impressive. That was the only Grand Prix in the last 9 in which Diogo has been out of the top 5. I said previously, had we not had that incident in Saxony, which then effectively put him out of Brno, because he served his long lap penalties and then retired. That really good run would have stretched back even further for Diogo. So essentially it has been from, since we got back to Europe, I think Jerez, the Spanish Grand Prix, Diogo has been constant inside the top 4, top 5 positions. And that consistency has ultimately led him to the championship. But to answer your question, Lewis, I would say, honestly, it's probably when I've seriously thought, okay, this is probably win this. Up until then, I really had my doubts on this because we've never seen him this is how Paul win like it's on Portimao, but still we haven't seen Diogo Moreira properly assert himself on the Friday morning and carry that all the way through. Very set amount of experience in the class that is to be expected. We are talking about a rider still in just his second season, as we have confirmation that they will open in just over 5 years' time, which is certainly good news. It sounds as though the marshals have done their job up at turn number 6 and some action back on track very soon indeed. But yeah, it took me some time to become a proper Diogo believer, and I would say that after
back to the start of the season as well, Moreira was sort of the plucky underdog that just refused to quit, wasn't he, in some of those battles with Senna Aegis, on a couple of occasions actually, when they were battling for the podium in Thailand, and then again in Jerez, where it's fair to say that Diogo didn't please Senna with some of his aggression and tenacity in that particular race. But yeah, if you chart Moreira's progress from Silverstone, where he took his first podium of the season when he finished in second place, to maiden winner Senna Aegis. Of course, the British Grand Prix, that was round 7 of the season, so we were already nearly a third of the way into the season when Moreira took his first podium of 2025. Of course, the Sachsenring and Brno non-scores can kind of be lumped in together. There's one directly related to the other. Of course, it's crashed from 25th on the grid to the podium battle, and then the collision with David Alonso as he joined the track from the stadium and over the corner. I think the fifth place line Brno, which of course Rossi then rode through injured, essentially turned up in Renault to serve the penalty, if nothing else. Take those out of the equation. It's Barcelona's really the only Grand Prix, or his only Grand Prix, since Qatar, that he's been outside of the top 5 at the checkered flag for 2 races, pre-summer break, and Catalan Grand Prix. Other than that, he has been a permanent top 5 finisher since the European season, all the way back in April. He kind of snuck up on us in this Moto2 season, but the further back you look, signs are there.
Yeah, exactly. We do this for a living and we didn't pick up in which says quite a lot about our
Summer break, he was third favourite, fourth favourite for the World Championship. Certainly Gonzalez and Canet were considered ahead of him and potentially even
I was still thinking Canet would come through in the flyaway stage of the season. That didn't quite give the pass. And if you speak to Diego Moreira's manager, Diego Silva, he would point out to the fact that in Argentina, I think he had an issue with something that was out of his control, like losing the car. He lost when he was 21st. That was obviously a weather afflicted with sun slicks. He started on slicks and went back. Out of the equation, and you're essentially looking at a rider that had a top 5 potential every single race this year, which again is really quite impressive consistency. We saw that in pre-season as well. Where was he in 2 tests? 4th and 5th. So the writing was on the wall right from the start, but I have to say, I felt that we would see podiums, we would see a winner, we would see far exceeded my expectations here, and yet the performance in Portimao, as I said previously, that was a champion ride. It really was. How he dealt with the nerves, dealt with the pressure, all weekend long. He faced adversity at certain points and just overcame it with different fucks. Speaking to him afterwards, it just comes across so calm. It doesn't super lows, everything's taken with a very measured kind of outlook. You know that that's something that 22 rounds when you will inevitably be faced with really tricky weekends and difficult situations. During Colin Veyer, some of our Dutch colleagues, and Colin was saying, from what he could see, Leo was riding during pre-season, he felt he was ready to step up to MotoGP. At that point, he felt that he had already completely understood how to ride a MotoGP bike at that early stage of the season. And he said, when it comes to handling pressure, you compare him with Manny Gonzalez, who's only one winner this year. And that's coming from another Grand Prix winner, and a Moto2 podium finisher, Diego Moreira.
He's got one more test to try and clear this weekend, one more hurdle to try and jump over to be crowned Moto2. On the basis, of course, that Manuel Gonzalez will do first. Moreira is world champion, whether he finishes first or whether he finishes last. His final round of the season, actually scheduled for MotoGP. Practice 1 session, it's underway at 11, so hot on the heels of this soon-to-be restarted Moto2 FP1 session. It's underway in 3 seconds' time. Behind the scenes here in the commentary box in Moto2. Our thanks to Elliot York, who of course is going to be joining us from pit lane tomorrow for Moto2 and Moto3 qualifying, who was hot-footing it to go and get the pit lane overline kit to give us some help during the red flag, only for them to immediately announce when we're restarting. So Elliot has been stood down in the country for trying to race car assistance. But the session is now underway. We'll now talk about the actual action on the racetrack. Yes, the riders will be approaching turn 6 on this outright with an intimidation.
I would say they certainly will. Exploring laps, I would say, around turn 6 before they really get on to some fast lap times. Danny Munoz is the first of those. You can see in quite easy to come in towards the apex. Once he's past that, lap times, Lewis, one that we're now obviously in our second season with Pirelli. Come here, first season with Pirelli last year, 2024. So next outright something like 133.3. I think it's going to be demolished because we didn't think experiences at previous tracks or this year and last year go by not take long to assert themselves as the fastest tire supplier that we've had in this Moto2 category.
You could see riders from the outside shot there just practically very inside of the circuit. There's space there on the way through turn 6, so they're clearly aware of something that needs to be monitored. And that's unfortunately Yumi Sasaki 71 RW Calex that won't be ridden in with a for the initial restart of this session. Sasaki, of course, having his own accident, which we haven't seen. We've seen Huertas's crash, but Sasaki really crashing into the same zone. And I guess one would immediately think, as it is Sasaki crashing the yellow bikes, but I guess given the circumstances, the stoppage of the session,
give race direction, find Stuart's a bit of an understanding of what happened from his point of view. But let's see what happens if doesn't some water down in turn number 6. That might go some way to explaining what happened with him. So, first of all, it's okay. On Spaniard's condition. Shame if he was unable to end his season with some racing. I've seen some real signs from Huertas in the last part of this year that he started to get the hang of Moto2. I'm really excited to see what he can do next year. That's a name that will be familiar to regular watchers of Moto2. Rider that used to ride this category full time, like the Garzo. Was a couple of years ago riding for Super Monza's Moto2 team. We were over in Moto E as well, champion last year. Real injury from 25. But a bit of luck here at the end of the year on that NTS chassis.
Of course, it's end-to-end all weekends in Moto2, which is, this is his 37th Moto2 starts weekend. He got here back in 2020. You might all recall Hector Garzo qualifying and finishing a very close second behind Jorge Martin in the Valencia Grand Prix 5 years ago. Pick a circuit to make a wildcard appearance once again in Moto2. This would be the one. You saw how dirty off wide it was when Garzo went wide, coming through turn 11. Very long lap penalties situated around this circuit. So, a little bit cleaning up in this early stage of the weekend. Check this.
Screenshot of that timing tower under there. We've got 6 bosses go through. Inside the top 7, but as we said, exploratory laps at this point.
No boxes in the top 7 at the moment. Diogo Moreira, the championship leader, is in 8th with Boscascoro's first to 4th until Munoz just went 2nd, and then we had the forward of Jorge Navarro, of course home favourite in the end of Valencia on the number 9, who's now in 6th place. So MotoGP is down at turn 6. They are, so unlike the warnings we've already had so far this morning, and it's Ivan Guevara for the second time. He's now crawling away on his hands and knees. He's crashed twice in essentially 4 laps at turn 6.
second in a big situation. You can kind of, well, just because of the nature of the big battles that you have in Moto3, sometimes the lap times fluctuate from 1 to sometimes 2 seconds from the fastest that you're able to do. You have to put your mind into that area where you're in a 10th of the fastest lap every single time around. That is really something that's quite difficult to do. That was really very complimentary. Who were just up ahead of him. The fact that they were so consistent. That was understanding what to really be able to do that kind of thing. So another really good lesson for him. And he also said afterwards that back in Argentina when he was really struggling, he said he was behind him on track was the pace car.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. When he was where was he? 20th on the grid, 20th. Way where he's just consistently there. It's not a surprise to see David Alonso up there at the front anymore. And yeah, it does bode well for 2025. I would be absolutely amazed, absolutely shocked if he hasn't already had some very serious conversations with MotoGP factories with 2027. I mean, the likes of Honda or KTM. Stupid, really, if you're not already putting figures on there to say what do you think about our potential plans in 2027. Total sense of this rider's trajectory and how he's developed throughout this year. And big predictions, but if it wasn't 2026,
I just want to say that I'm equally surprised if some point ratings aren't already installing David Alonso as the title favourite for next season. We'll have a chance in this afternoon session. The Moto2 will also have a look ahead to 2026, but there's so much to be excited about in this Moto2 class for next season. So many of the big hitters sticking around. Of course, we are losing to Moto2 some real assets for this Moto2 class. Of course, looking up to MotoGP for next season is Diogo Moreira. Of course, we also lose Jake Dixon to the World Superbike Championship for next season. Alvaro Reynolds moves to World Supersport for next season too. The vast majority of the heavyweights from Moto2 this season are staying where they are. Also into the mix for Moto2 this season. Moto3 World Champion, Antonio Rueda, who's currently on course to finish runner-up to, although that's not confirmed. Angel Piqueras, who joins Ivan Artola at the MSI squad. Moving up to Moto2 next season with the Speed RS team. Taya Rosato coming up to Moto2 as well next year with Honda Team Asia. So often the case, no sooner do we wave goodbye to some experienced Moto2 campaigners, but another exciting crop of rookies are moving up to take their place.
I think it should be another exceptional year next year when you think of the performances of Daniel Ricciardo. Gonzalez is going to be sticking around for another year. Barry Baltas as well should be stronger in 2026. Aaron Canet will be with a different team. We'll have Dennis Onju back as well. Of course, he'll be riding with Mark VPS. Yeah, all of those things that you would imagine be up there. Another year of experience under his belt.
Yeah, potentially the name of Colin Vire to that as well. Having taken his first podium last time out in Portimao, touching on his impressive weekend where he really did explode onto our attention with his front row qualifying, taking third on the grid in Portimao, set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix in the race, finishing a very close second to Diogo Moreira. It's fair to say that through his rookie season, which started in similar fashion to Alonso's, it's fair to say in terms of the results that Vire was achieving at the start of the season, he's just been gradually putting the building blocks in place through this season, of course, managed by the ultra-experienced IO squad, even if this is Nicky's first year at the helm, fully at the helm of that Moto2 squad, and just very maturely gone about his rookie season, even with, as he pointed out after the Grand Prix last Sunday, some off-track turbulence to deal with.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Might have one or two harsh words for me for overlooking him for a potential spot championship fight next year. But yeah, it's been a far from straightforward year, hasn't it? Some personal tragedy, losing his cousins back before the season started. It's an incident which was absolutely devastating for the family. I think he said there was another bereavement as well in the family. That was Portugal as well. Something they had to deal with. It's the situation with Jose Antonio Rueda, that awful crash that we saw with Noah Detweiler back in the Saudi Moto2 race in Asia. Thankfully, both riders decent road to recovery currently, and miraculously so after those horrible images that we saw back in Japan. And you know, Colin is really good friends with in IO. So to see all that, adaptation to Moto2 was very difficult. Then he had a big injury, winning injury. Third way through the season, and speaking to Matthew, basically he said that's one of the best things that could happen to him, to have that injury, because before that he got into such a negative mind space, headspace, and just really was quite glum, quite down, and wasn't anywhere near as quick as he thought he should be. He scored 5 points prior to staying in that injury, and had a good chance to evaluate things over the summer break. Since the summer break, Colin has been Moto2 back in Austria, scored top 10 finish, and from there been a regular inside the top 10, and a couple of front row appearances as well, one in Barcelona, one in Portugal, and the confidence with which he led the race in Portugal is so impressive. I have to say, Lewis, he was sleeping on us throughout the weekend. At no point on Friday when I was looking through the fastest times was I thinking Colin Blair's going to fight for a podium here this weekend.
Yeah, he did, and say that he was the one dictating the pace. We saw him in the race, he was dictating a very fast pace too. You can't say good things about that performance from Fire. And it's also worth pointing out that physically he wasn't exactly operating at 100% in those last stages either.
Yeah, exactly. I caught up with his dad, Jurgen, yesterday. He was saying that he had told Colin, just remember, the only reason you lost that race is because your arm, because he still doesn't have full strength in his arm, and I think he got very tired toward the end of that race in Portugal. And his dad was certainly felt that was the reason why he wasn't able to respond or even Diogo Moreira behind him. So certainly very positive. His dad was also detailing their extensive fitness regimen undergoing throughout the winter months. Really no still left on for the Bayer family. It's their second Moto2 season. And, I mean, we know that these guys are seriously tough, but Colin was telling us that when he made his return, Jello from the army, he said his strength was so low, and he'd obviously taken a bit of a hit to his face because he wasn't able to train with the same intensity while he was recovering. He said he was almost spewing up his helmet during that Jello race. Such was the physical demands on his body. Really wanted to get back in the saddle of a Moto2 bike, and it did take him some rides after Mugello to get back up to speed. And run as he come to terms with that conveyor. 2014, 16, and 16 were his results just before the summer break, but as I previously said, that he was able to recover his fitness, recover his strength, and to understand a few things that he needed to work on the bike. Really did help him out. So great to see Colin up there. We obviously knew from his Moto3 days that he is a massive talent and real animal when it comes to work ethic and the training that he puts in. He is a really intelligent young man. Yeah, as you said, it's not just Alonso and Mulgado.
Here's another who will hope to be in that conversation too. He hasn't had the same limelight his rookie season as Ivan Ortola. Although there have been one or two highlights. He's got points actually in 10 of the last 11 Grand Prix as Ivan on the Posticuro. Unfortunately, here, smashed most of those have been 11, 4 top 10s in that time. Front row qualifier in Asino during the season, Ortola with a couple of top 6 finishes, one in the wet, one in the dry, Austin and Austria respectively. The best we've seen from Ortola so far this season. Looking rather enviously at the other rookies who've on Calix machinery to enjoy this season, whereas Ortola has been trying to fight the good fight on board that MSI box Cascoro, whereas there's been a bit of a revolving door on the other side of the MSI box. So they wouldn't expect that to be the case next season when he's going to have a very talented teammate as MSI look to bounce back. Last year's champions, of course, in this class. I found it going much tougher second time around.
It's been a real tough season, hasn't it, for that team? Not just results, but also a number of changes on the other side of the box. So Fernandez,
Oscar Gutierrez was there briefly in the season.
Unai Orantre.
We've seen Harrison Hunt on that bike very recently as well. So yeah, you're on for 4 or 5 riders who have been on that second Oscar Scuro through the season.
That was the side of the garage that won the championship last year. Quite a crazy reversal of fortunes.
Moto2 career, which comes to an end this weekend. This is his 124th Moto2 outing this weekend, 126th Grand Prix. You might recall he did a couple of Moto2 substitute appearances back in 2021. 7 Grand Prix victories for Nixon. Tomorrow. He does win tomorrow's Moto2 Grand Prix. To the equal top 10 of Moto2 victories, he would equal the likes of Iannone, Frankie Morbidelli, Pecco Bagnaia and Alex Marquez, who of course the latter 3 of those are all champions in this class. Brando, Ralph Fernandez, Fermin Albuquerque and Celestino Vietti, all with 8 career wins in Moto2. Dixon currently on 7. He's also got 22 podiums to his name. One more tomorrow with seeing time Thomas Margaro and Alex Marquez, 2 former champions, and I know from experience that Jake Dixon is aware of those stats and does quite like the idea of being able to equal some former Moto2 champions in this class. You look at his championship results over the course of the last 4 seasons: 6th, 4th, 8th, and currently 5th, with the potential to make that 3rd over the course of the season. A consistent, genuine front runner in this Moto2 class over several seasons. Never quite been able to translate that into a genuine title push into the latter stages of the season, but he's a rider on and particularly off track who will be missed in Moto2.
Yeah, no question. It's good value for on track and off track. So, never quite put a full championship out together, but he's been on the cusp of several title fights back in 2023. The last year at certain points we were thinking season push. Dixon could well come in and steal the championship, and then of course this year as well. He's always been kind of there in the backline, never quite properly in the commanding position. Down into the 33.6s, which is impressive lap times, just 3/10 off the lap record now. And I think the fact that Dixon's career, we know that it is such a massive step coming across from the National Superbike Championship into the Bear Pit. I think what's impressed me most about Dixon is that probably at the end of the first 3 years, his first 3 seasons in this category, the team when he had a really difficult rookie season aboard KTM competitive. Next year, when he had a very serious injury here at this track, he had his wrist, which was weird. He was still lingering throughout 2021, and he didn't really because he's on the road.
Exceptional, where he looked, certainly in pure dry conditions, the class of the field throughout that weekend. To be fair, he didn't look far off in Austin either, and might well have won that race even had it stayed dry. We never get to find out moments before the race. And of course, it is worth saying that we might never see the last of him in his paddock, because he's first in line to take over if any Honda MotoGP riders next season are absent through injury as their lead World Superbike contender for next season. So we may not have seen the last of him in his paddock yet.
So part of his contract is signed for Honda in World Superbike. The deputy substitute rider. And part of the quite have that fire in the belly anymore. So not that you want riders to get in, obviously, but yeah, James could well be here as a substitute in the we have Diogo Moreira, certainly Manuel Talent just behind him, looking for riders lap times go second and third in this section. Diogo Moreira may have just realising that behind him. Number 10, both of yellow numbers on their bikes.
Splashed his new for next season. Might have confirmation. Marcus Moore, but there are reports that he might move forward next season. Here are the two title contenders then together on track, and both going very, very quickly, both threatening Dixon and potentially the lap record at 33.3 for Moreira and 33.189 for Manny Gonzalez. That is a new all-time lap record. Your two title contenders now 1 and 2.
Proper
Well, if that applies to Moreira, we'll want to pick on Sunday.
Feel it is quite unlikely to wish that would be the final race, because we know Diogo is a pretty intelligent guy. He'll know absolutely no one getting caught up something like that at the final race. But it's looking like his old self, isn't it? It is one. It's been some time since we've seen him put proper performance in where everyone else will continue to help in his Moto2 category. To sign off from the Pramac team. Anyway, although has been something of a running theme not really able to make further progress at that point.
Yeah, we haven't seen him higher than Teki now in the last 4 Grand Prix since he's 6th in Teki. 6th, or to be more to that really, more than that had he not had his physical issues late in the race. Gonzalez now leads Moreira around the circuit. It's one of Manny Gonzalez's favourite hobbies in Moto2, showing Diogo Moreira the way around the circuit in practice sessions. I think it has irked Gonzalez at times that Diogo likes to follow at various stages in a weekend. Gonzalez with another low 133. Stamps Authority. Couldn't see Sergio Garcia going up into 2nd place. We know he is a bit of a circuit specialist. Vitol was actually not doing Sergio Garcia justice. Go through his Moto3 career, 5 podiums around the circuit, including that maiden win back in 2019. He is a Valencia boy, and of course will be a regular in his career next season. So perhaps we shouldn't be too surprised based on his pedigree around the circuit, but certainly surprised based on his recent Moto2 history.
Absolutely. It's a very good chart. MotoGP we saw it yesterday during the grand finale in 2025, and he would still be fairly competitive here. He was on. He was always quite front mostly at the circuit. And, yeah, you can see a good reminder of Garcia's talents. Those have been far frequent throughout this year. He was looking for Alex Squidge as well to jump up into 2nd. Number 11.
What a run of the season he's having at the moment. Back-to-back points finishes, 8th in Malaysia, followed by a 12th in Portimao. He's been in Q2 in each of the last 2 Grand Prix, and yeah, he's one of those riders that perhaps doesn't get the press that he ought to within the zone. But what are you noticing Alex Screech's performances in the latter part of the season?
Yeah, in former guys, that forward factory team was MV Augusta backed, and they had a pole position here, didn't they? 1 year was it somebody course?
Not that he started from it in the end, did he?
Exactly, yeah. But that team,
of course, the moment potentially 132 in the session. Take the lap record away from Manu Gonzalez. Here's Danny Holgado, who was officially confirmed in Portimao last weekend as the Rookie of the Year in Moto2. Will finish 6th in the World Championship. Can't be caught by David Alonso behind him, nor can he catch Jay Dixon up ahead of him. 6th place at the end of the season for Holgado represents an outstanding job well done. I would be expecting anything poor from the season. I'm not even expecting the kind of heights that we've seen from him in 2025. There'll be another rider thinking on a genuine title contender for next season, but here comes a Screech, who's about to set a record. It is a 1:33.050, and we haven't said this many times. Right to applaud down there at forward. The forward chassis, the fastest thing around Valencia right now.
Yeah, now it's the fastest Moto2 rider. Really impressive lap time. That record will take an absolute bashing this weekend. Don't be surprised to see him going low 32s in qualifying tomorrow, hitting in the 31s. Screech in this early stage, showing some real pedigree.
Just to underline a good job he's doing. His teammate Jorge Navarro, who also knows the circuit like back of his hand, is standing 25th at the moment, 1.9 seconds off the pace. Now they're all set.
He's known multiple podium in this category. 11 podiums in this category, in fact, so
including here back in 2019 when he started from pole position. The yellow flags come out, turn 8 this time. It's Salat who's responsible for that. He trudges away with a shake of the head. If you often get a chance to just leave that Boston there and fast forward to next season with the reputation, you might want to take it. Lots of water and work through our crash records, because we incorrectly identified Guevara's crashing at 6 earlier on when he crashed at 4, and that is turn 6 for Philip Salat. Although, given how many riders have been through that session, I don't think we can put that one down to turn.
6 running off the line, how dirty the track is on the run up to turn 7 there, so it does seem as though the track it's obviously easy to see that record at the moment, but yeah, you get off the racing line. Looks as though there's still quite a bit of dust and dirt down.
Salat is 16th at the moment in this session, of which there are just under 4 minutes remaining. Reminder, if you're just tuning in, we've had a half-hour or so delay to proceedings this morning due to some diminished grip down at turn 6, which caused the start of this Moto2 FP1 session. Guevara, Adrian Puertas, and Sasaki. Guevara got away from that one, but then crashed again at turn 4 once the session restarted. Puertas was stretched away, although we did see him moving. No further update on his condition yet, but we do wish him well. We've seen a crash forward from Salat. Down there at turn 6, David Alonso to move himself up from 18th, and he climbs up into the top 10. The top 10 at the moment, which is covered by less than half a second.
By the Italian, he is, and that's maybe not the best, but riding from Chelsea who's unaware of the back behind him. He's always a good rider in the test there. He needed to be a lot more aware of just
It's not quite as awake as he ought to be. Just a minute shy of 11 o'clock in the morning here in Valencia. season. Vietti 8th in the World Championship, as mentioned. If Alberto Arenas and Senna Regis score heavily this weekend, he could drop down to 10th in the World Championship. He was one of my I was going on a limb by tipping Chelsea and Vietti to potentially win the World Championship this season. But how strong the Boscoscuro was last year and how good we know Vietti is. But once again, I guess a Moto2 season where at times Vietti is flattened to deceive.
Yeah, for sure. So a couple of laps back at turn number 6.
We're not sure now, are we? We're questioning ourselves here in the commentary box as we see those graphics pop up. It was narrowed down to one of the 9 right-handers around the Valencia circuit. We'll figure out the rest from there, but Kinetic did stay out on track, stayed up through his left knee, and he'll be visiting Simon Crowbar potentially at the end of this session. That incident involving Kinetic, Chelsea and Vietti. It's going to be Vietti who's going to be launching the catering defence in that one. So they will be together at the first turn 11 on the flat. It does look though, with 45 minutes of the session remaining, that Alexis Screech forwards from the top this one. Get the press release written already, they'll be saying down there at Forward Racing. As Forward smashed the lap record this morning in the Ricardo Tormo circuit of Valencia. Real surprise-ish names up at the top. A Screech quickest, Munoz third. Circuit that, maybe not last year of course, but in previous years has held Junior GP and European Championship Moto2 rounds, so the likes of Screech and Munoz, of course Garcia from his Moto3 days will know the circuit very, very well. They're all in the top 4 right now.
The highest finished of 13 this year. It's not exactly like we used to see him toward the sharp end in 2025. That's again to go solidify his 10th position. Some stuff from Screech. Is this going to be the first time that he's ever led Moto2 session? I feel that it probably is.
Can't think of one. Certainly would be the first time in the dry that we've seen a Screech do this. For the forward chassis too. So, further forwards from there at the moment. The only ways backwards for them now, having topped FP1, but it wouldn't be at all surprised if a Screech could keep up this sort of performance through the weekend. We've seen Alexis Screech through this season. Qualified 4th back in Argentina by FP1 and finished 7th. And then finished 8th from a top 10 qualified in Malaysia. Jake Dixon not dying on his final lap of the session as he stays in 7th place. The 2-time contenders, if you're wondering, can't read the left-hand side of your screen. Second and 5th. Gonzalez ahead of Moreira in free practice 1.
Dixon in that final sector. What he gets in second last couple of laps. Really trying to put the bike, get it turned into turn 14. One side of the forward racing box and Banglish on the other. Ended on 20th position when he was up there in first. Unfortunately, it's been a pretty wretched season as many for number 9.
That's it as well, confirmed with certainty that one is turn 6, so we don't rise at the end. Paul Navarro now looks out at turn 6, he'll see his rather exalted and pleased teammate, Alexis Screech, with a new all-time lap record, who's waiting to want to kind of help the crowd already on this Friday morning. And the beauties of this circuit, the old stadium atmosphere we have. It is a sellout on Sunday here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit, as they've been starved of MotoGP action for since 2023. It is Alexis Screech though, who topped free practice 1, an early Friday morning surprise in Moto2. With title chaser Manny Gonzalez second, Daniel Munoz third for the IO squad ahead of Sergio Garcia back on form for pursuit. Diogo Moreira, the champion, the 5th, Danny Holgado, Jake Dixon and Albert Arenas, Alonso Lopez and David Alonso completing the top 10. Barry Baltus 11th, ahead of Tony Arbolino, Aaron Kinnett and Tony Finisher from quarter round qualifier. Senna Regis, chasing the Vietti, Ivan Artola and Philip Salach next up. Salach joined the turn 6 club late on. Marcos Ramirez was 19, ahead of Anchi Fernandez, Van de Goulburn into the Tutor, Jimmy 24 ahead of Navarro, who crashed at the end of the session, back to Garza on the NTS, Ivan Navarro, who crashed twice in the first 5 minutes either side of that red flag stoppage. Hebe Sasaki, another early faller, as was Adrian Huertas. We hope to have him in practice this afternoon. Moto2 lap at Valencia this morning as forwards, showing the way forwards in FP1. MotoGP is on the way. Just a moment.
MotoGP's longest season in history has reached its final chapter as the curtain comes down a record-breaking 325 of the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. One of the most beautiful cities in Mediterranean Spain, Valencia blends old town charm and futuristic architecture and first joined the calendar back in 1999. The final showdown gets underway with FP1 next July. It's time for MotoGP. Circuit in Valencia, just over 4 kilometres in length, just under 2.5 miles, 14 corners, 5 of them right, 9 of them left. The MotoGP bikes briefly in top gear down the 876-metre start-finish straight. It's pretty compact, it's pretty tight and twisty here in Valencia. I'm breaking into the first corner, to get caught out in cold conditions, turn 4 on the right side of the tyre for the first time on the lap. Of course, it's always top of the tyres approaching final corner through turn 13 and 14. 1, 2 and 8 are just braking zones. Final chapter of this record-breaking season about to get underway for the MotoGP camp. Under what are clearing skies, there's finally a bit of blue sky emerging after what's been a rather grey, overcast and gloomy start to this Grand Prix of Valencia. Of course, 2025 concludes here this weekend, and then we're straight into 2026. They're here with one-day test on Tuesday, which we'll all be staying around for to bring you exclusive coverage of. Still a little bit of business though to tie up. Something to cover up in this final Grand Prix. Most notably, the battle for third place in the World Championship, which does look like it is going the way of our most recent winner, the Portugal Grand Prix winner Marco Bezzecchi, winning for the second time this year on the factory front with a dominant start to his win last time out at the Algarve International Circuit. He's 35 points clear. Is Bezzecchi, a fellow Italian Pecco Bagnaia, so it looks like, to all intents and purposes, third place in the World Championship for the second time in 3 years is covered off for Bezzecchi. Of course, it's been a dominant season for both Marquez and Alex Marquez. 3 points separating Pecco Bagnaia and Pedro Acosta, potentially in that battle for 4th place overall. Matt Burton Lewis still in the constructor as always, doing his 4th this season finale. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane, and it's great to see. How many times have we said this season? Another injury comeback beckoning, and for the final time carrying the number 1 place, his factory free rider Jorge Martin back in action since turn 1 of the Japanese Grand Prix sprint, Lewis.
And he said that the motivation to a home crowd in Valencia, a sellout crowd on Sunday, was a large part in him wanting to come back this weekend. There were thoughts of potentially waiting until next season to make the he wanted to be here to experience this Valencia Grand Prix with the number 1. His welcome back in is a double 1-lap penalty. We're about to see the reasons why. It feels an age ago, doesn't it? The 4th injury interruption to Jorge Martin's 2025. If you include what happened before the first Grand Prix of the season, before piling into his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. Jorge Martin said yesterday when I spoke to him, he knew this penalty was coming. Absolutely no arguments from his side, and he does say that actually releases a little bit of the pressure off him this weekend. Not worry about results, just think about laps, 2 of which will be through the long lap penalty on Sunday.
He knew the long lap was coming. He said straight away, look at that, immediately he goes for that right shoulder. Nobody knows his body more than Roy Martin. Straight away, the collarbone was broken. What he didn't realise was how serious that right shoulder injury was. Muscle and ligament damage. Initially, I think Martin said to the media yesterday he was hoping to maybe miss a couple of rounds, but back at the Australian Grand Prix in Phillip Island. Actually, though, it appears to be, given the extent of that right shoulder injury, something of a miracle that Martin is actually lining up on the grid here this weekend. Mission number one, build some confidence, make sure he's not off the factory Aprilia until the track test next February. From Tuesday, a very important day for Roy Martin in that confidence rebuilding process. As well, while he has been away, Martin has enjoyed his playtime for Aprilia. Podiums for fun in sprints and Grand Prix of late their second year, and as mentioned, that has pretty much secured him third place in the World Championship. After a third place in the sprint last weekend from pole position, we thought Pedro Acosta and Alex Marquez might give another run for his money in the Sunday Grand Prix, but never saw which way he went with us.
He ran away and hit in the front of the field. Step forward that we kind of had a little bit of a warning shot of in the warm-up on Sunday morning in the time checking through the field, but we still realised just how dominant he was going to be in the Grand Prix until it began to unfold. Once Alex Marquez was in second place, we all expected him to just gradually chip away and have a real go at Marco Bezzecchi. That never really materialised. It's not Jorge Martin though, just in terms of action. Also welcome back to Maverick Vinales. KTM rider, twice a former pole sitter here at the Valencia Moto3. The last time MotoGP came here back in 2022 when he was on board the Aprilia, he makes his return, of course, after his injury layoff, which really extends all the way back to the Saxony. Of course, didn't make a great return since then, but the shoulder injury he sustained back in July in that wet qualifying session has impacted the entirety of Vinales' season since then.
He has missed 8 Grand Prix so far this year, has included on Spanish in the last 4. Amazing, really, having never missed a single Grand Prix region in his entire career, Maverick Vinales. Good to have him back with us. While we're just covering off a little bit of housekeeping, well, we touched upon the returning Martin and the returning Vinales. There are a bit of an increased grid here this weekend as some of the manufacturers taking advantage of the option for wildcards to get some development mileage on their packages. Augusto Fernandez is back for another play on the Yamaha V4 powered Yzadar M1, and also Alicia Spargaro is also back with us on the official factory Honda with one eye on 2026 as well. Let's go down to and say good morning to Jack for the very first time in this season finale. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Great to be here in Valencia. Can you believe round 22 of 22 and already down pit lane there was a little bit of an eye towards that test coming on Tuesday, which of course is driving exclusive on MotoGP.com. Alex Marquez did say yesterday to keep an eye on his garage because there was going to be something in there for him to try, and it is in fact the 2025 Aero package. Now of course that Aero package was tried and then put away by Pecco Bagnaia, was tried and then put away by Fabio Di Giannantonio. Marc Marquez, however, has continued to use it throughout the season with Nicolo Bulega now using it as well, so it will be interesting. He's not out on it at the moment, he's got out on his standard GP24 machine with the GP24 Aero package, but will be interesting in this session for Alex to get some mileage in his on the 25 Aero, which will be the concept that they used for the GP26 when they rolled it out on Tuesday. It starts that adaptation process, that big jump from 24 to 2026 when he of course becomes an official Ducati rider on Tuesday.
Yeah, good spot. Thanks very much as always, Jack. Alex Marquez does get the big promotion, the big upgrade next year. Staying, of course, with Brazini Racing, one of the 4 riders on the full 26 next season. I'm sure over a prototype Ducati here possibly on Tuesday. Just to finish off our housekeeping, we've done so much housekeeping, haven't we, throughout 2025. Nicolo Bulega, as we knew, he was called upon to replace Marc Marquez in both Portimao last weekend. Actually did pretty well. He picked up a point on his MotoGP debut in his one of the Grand Prix start. Back here this weekend, and of course, I believe he's doing the test on Tuesday as well, so back on track with his former World Superbike top flag player Scaglioli, who will make his very first public debut on the Yamaha ahead of 2026 6, Baz Gatlioglu has been private testing at a rather chilly and cool Motorland Aragon, I believe, over the last couple of days, where Augusto Fernandez was present. Of course, Augusto wildcard this weekend, no great surprise. Lauding brilliant braking performance, the stopping potential of Baz Gatlioglu, having looked to return better during that private Aragon test.
He'll be here this weekend through the Grand Prix weekend ahead of that public MotoGP debut on Tuesday. It will be the first time he's ridden that Yamaha MotoGP machine, and completing the wildcards. Aleix Espargaro is also here this weekend on board the factory Honda. Aleix just got up into the top 7 on a 132.2. Of course, a weekend where Honda could shed some of the concessions that they've been enjoying in 2025. If they score on the leading Honda rider across sprint Grand Prix, scores 9 points this weekend, which is the equivalent of either a sprint second place or potentially 7th in the Grand Prix on Sunday. The Honda will go up a level from D to C in the concessions, which means that they won't be able to test in between Grand Prix with their race riders, only test riders. They'll lose some of the engine development, engine freedom they have available to them, and also the extra aero upgrade through the season. So, place to play for Honda. Dwight Mir, when I spoke to him yesterday, he's quite keen to lose those concessions because it'll give him some extra time off between Grand Prix.
It's clear that Honda have been pushing the bounds a little bit on that RC213 with 2 mechanical DNFs for Duan Mir. When was the last time a Honda rider, a factory Honda rider as well, had 2 mechanical out of the sprint and in the Grand Prix? Both were apparently clutch related, I'm reliably informed. Not the same issue, but clearly Honda are experimenting with some clutch related. Chantra, of course, also had a clutch issue throughout the Portimao weekend. Luca Marini was a retirement with a clutch issue in the Japanese Grand Prix lately, and also we saw 2 spectacular engine blow-ups, mainly for the Hondas, the factory Hondas as well, at the Phillip Island Grand Prix in Australia. And again, little spies inside HRC were saying that was nothing to do with high mileage, high mileage on those motors. It was because Honda clearly seems at the moment they're just starting to maybe drop their conservative approach. They really are something more aggressive in terms of developments. That can sometimes come at the cost of reliability.
Yeah, you have to admire it in a way, don't you? Because so often the ethos and the culture, I guess, has been they don't want public failures, because I guess they feel it reflects badly on them. But you're going to have to take risks, and this is one man who wants his particular camp to take some more risks, technically and mechanically. Fabio Quartararo on what looks set to be the swan song, the farewell for the inline 4 Yamaha. Remember, before the V4 takes over for next season. Meridali yesterday, who was talking their chances down, it's fair to say, in the first part of next season, which they still expect to be spent developing the V4 before they go to big results in the second half of the season. Those are words which will not particularly ring very well in the ears of Fabio Quartararo.
6 last weekend in Portimao, just his 6th top 6 finish of the year for Quartararo. Yamaha this season have just had 7 top 6 finishes. The 26-year-old has scored 6 of them. Throughout that Portuguese Grand Prix was at the tail of 2025 really, as far as the Frenchman is concerned. All season long, with a lack of grip and a lack of power, he just has to revert into defensive mode. What can Fabio Quartararo do in the 2025 Swan Song? Let's go back down to Jack. There's been an update. What's going on, Jack?
Yeah, I'm just outside Brad Binder's box, and quite interestingly, his bike hasn't, the second one that's sat in the box at the moment, hasn't got any rear aero on it, which shows the state that Brad Binder's in at the moment. He's trying to test everything he possibly can to try and find some answers in some direction before Tuesday's test. Of course, it was a positive weekend. Impressively, and an interesting spot in the back of the garage. Danny Pedrosa is in there as usual, but there's also, in orange for the very first time, top black Brad Gatlioglu, former crew chief, of course, helped the Turkish 3 World Superbike Championship. Phil Harron is in the KTM box ahead of his move into Brad Binder's side of the garage on Tuesday for 2026, with Enea Bastianini confirming to me in Portimao that it will be Andre Madrid, the man that's been alongside Brad ever since he moved up to MotoGP, moving across on Tuesday for Enea.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Unfortunately, as you were mentioning Brad Binder, as you can see on your screens live, he's just taken a tumble here, has the South African. This is a real complex accelerating down from here, go to the high-speed left-hander of 7, and as soon as you grab handful of brake return aim. Back 3 years, just under 90 kilometres an hour for that tight left-hander. Binder, so often you can see in these cool early morning conditions, Binder has been caught out. Jack Mason, a real strong line body, 5th place over the line in that Portuguese Grand Prix last time. In the third top 6 of the season, with the man we've seen Binder inside the top 6. And Jack was saying that at the moment he hasn't got a bike without any rear aero. Well, he was relieved of some by Frankie Moore, wasn't he? On lap 1 in Portimao last weekend.
Yeah, despite all that, I didn't slow Brad Binder down too much in the end. So, yeah, the KTM still experimenting with various upgrades. I don't think they've necessarily been inspired by Red aggression. A couple of a week or so ago, Jorge Martin then. This was pre-run. He's now back in the box. Martin did say in the build-up to his return to actually say, take this week, I will stop. One thing he has learned through the season, of course, is to listen to his body. Marquez gave him that advice midway through the season when Martin was out following that entire Grand Prix crash. A season that has been interrupted on so many occasions by so many injuries. And he did say that the injury to his shoulder, as Matt outlined earlier on, way more serious than he thought at the time, but he has continued to put in the hard yards. He's been over at the Red Bull Performance Centre over in Austria to try and help his rehabilitation to what he ideally wants, is to be able to go off for his holidays in one piece.
25 has been a light as far as Martin is concerned. While he has been unfortunately watching on the sofa, he's been able to see an Aprilia that's very competitive when he is back to full health. Getting a welcome weekend off, I think. All the people who are happy to see Matt that's been for this Valencia weekend was the very busy Collis Fargo, who has been standing in at Sector 3 KTM and as always doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Top 10 to Renault in Hungary, Red Bull, 2025 and the last weekend in Portimao, hunting to Poland, and this is our hotel in downtown Valencia last weekend, and he was just saying, guys, I've had enough of the race. I love racing, but I just need a little bit of a weekend off. And apparently Nicky Rosa, that private MotoGP test, putting in some development miles on the 2026 prototype RC16. Positive news for the pole told us that Danny was so happy, KTM was so happy with the updates that he tested that Paul no longer required his participation on Tuesday here in the post-race test. He can head home to Andorra and so yeah, that all bodes well as far as Pedro Acosta and Brad Binder are concerned.
Keeping a close eye on their progress on Tuesday as well. In case you're wondering on Maverick Vinales, if Maverick Vinales at any point does withdraw from this weekend due to the injury that he's recovered from, now that he's been entered and has competed in this Moto2 Grand Prix weekend, there is no obligation for KTM or Apexward to replace him, which is why Paul Spargo can sit there saying, you know, his services won't be required this weekend.
Good to see Ralph Fernandez back in action. Of course, we saw him briefly last weekend in that Portuguese Grand Prix. He had a real nasty crash, well, exactly in this session 1 week ago, damage to his left shoulder and upper arm. He will try and continue throughout the weekend before he was withdrawn on Saturday morning. They decided, well, it's best just to, rather than risk further damage, further aggravation to that left arm injury throughout the Portuguese Grand Prix weekend. Well, Brits getting as fit as he possibly can for this weekend's action place and running that quickly as well. Otherwise, we've got one eye on Tuesday, so San Jose, some experimental 2026 parts. So Ralph Fernandez back in action, carrying a beautiful action tribute to Helmet here this weekend, dedicating it to the Valencia community. Of course, it is wonderful to be back here for the first time since 2023. Wonderful to be back in this fantastic city. Of course, it is just over a year ago since the devastating floods which cost so many lives here in this part of Mediterranean Spain. Of course, the Aspar team was based here. They did so much for the relief effort, raising €200,000. MotoGP himself, of course, this time last year, he raced in the Solidarity Grand Prix. He raced for Valencia, and there was a big effort, of course, to donate so much of the proceeds from that final Grand Prix in Catalan last year. €1.5 million was donated by MotoGP. So, combined the racing community to contribute almost €2 million to the relief effort. And of course, we continue to send all of our thoughts and prayers to Valencians, and it's just great to be back in this city and seeing life seems to be thankfully eventually gets back to something like normality.
Let's head down to pit lane with Jack, who's with Paolo Bonora with him on the back of an extraordinary victory for Marco Bezzecchi in Portimao last weekend. So that includes Paolo now, speaking of Jack.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, pleased to see the return of the number one in the box, Jorge Martin. Although I'm just looking as he finishes that first run, it seems to me, Paolo, that the injury is a little bit more complicated than I think we all thought it was. His dad Angel there having to help him put the gloves on. He's clearly not 100% yet. So what is the plan for the weekend?
Absolutely right, Jack. Yeah, first of all, we are so happy to see him again in our garage. But to be fully honest, we not at the 100% it seems to be that the injury is more so he requires more time. At the end, it is the first time that he joined one motorcycle after the injury that he suffered last time. And yeah, and he didn't try even a production bike years before the standard training bike. So it will be not easy for sure, but we are so happy to have him in the garage, and the goal for this weekend is only to get the rhythm with the MotoGP in order to be not ready, but at least he is quite in comfort.
Marco is about to leave over that right hand shoulder. I'll just wait for him to jump on board so we can hear you a little bit more clearly, Paolo, because right now Marco is arguably in the best form of anybody on the grid. I know that you guys are superstitious, but it looks like being third in the World Championship for the first time for Aprilia. 3 victories in Aprilia, more than any other MotoGP season. It feels like you guys are starting to build a lot of momentum. It's all heading towards you. Like it's the World Championship next year. Do you think that the team are ready for that?
What did you say? We are suspicious, no? Superstitious. Yeah, you are fully right. Despite of the show, we are so happy about the job that we did. All of the team members did a very job, and we would like to thank also the guys in Noale, in the factory, because hard season, long season, but the pressure was so high. But we would like to keep the energy of Marco that never also during the season there was some special moments with great result in the second part of the season. But don't forget that we suffered a bit during we struggled a bit. But it was the normal way to join another bike, and another team. So it was everything under control. It was inside one plan. At the end of the year, in the backward, it seems to be that we did in a great way, and we hope that we create the basis for the next year. I would like to be very polite. I don't want to say everything much more than this, but to be fully honest with you, our goals for the next year will be even better than this year.
Finished third this year, the goals are only second and third, Paolo, so let's hope that you guys win that World Championship fight. Of course, we've got a round this weekend, so let's hope we can finish off with get more success. Thanks, Paolo.
Stay tuned. Thanks, Jack. Great as always to hear from our Aprilia boss Paolo Bonora. What a 2025 the Nuali factory has achieved, as Paolo Bonora mentioned. So many great work behind the scenes that we don't see at the factory in Nuali. Aprilia's most successful season in terms of Grand Prix victories. Two for Bez, one for Ralph Fernandez. The third time this season it looks like an Aprilia rider will finish top 3 in the World Championship. Marco Bezzecchi currently locked and loaded at third place, 35 points clear of Bagnall, which is actually amazing. It just This is Sunday, so round 10, let's say you have one sprint podium and 2 Grand Prix podiums. And here he is now, third in the World Championship. It's been a sensational second half to the countdown. I think it just took a little bit of time. New team, new bike, new pressure, new expectations in that factory. The team certainly not helpless, having to shoulder the burden of all the early season development without Jorge Martin. I mean, the second half of the season, I mentioned with Tornado Paolo Benora, there's no question about this, but certainly looks like if this carries on, he's going to be a right pain in the backside for the Marquez brothers next year.
Yeah, Aprilia might not publicly be saying it, but they've got to be thinking title challenge next season. Of course, you never know ultimately how many of these races Marquez would have won. Ultimately, he wasn't. That's part of the game in MotoGP, as Aprilia know all too well with Jorge Martin's absences throughout the season. A big step that Aprilia made through this season with their qualifying performance and their ability, mark a bit technical, to get a qualifying lap out of that Aprilia. The team bears on the front row of the grid until the Saxon ring, and that was in a wet qualifying session before she went the ball back in Germany. She's had 6 front rows since then, including 4 pole positions, which has then given him the opportunity and the platform to use the race pace, which I think has been there pretty much of the season. He's just been putting it into practice, with way too far back on the grid in the first half. Now qualifying on the road, he's got the pace to stay there.
You can see this new rear tyre graphic being demonstrated to us. First time we're getting a look at this from Pedro Cozzi. You can just see the lean angles, and you can just see the surface temperature. And you can see parts of the Valencia circuit. Interesting, wasn't it? The highest recorded surface temperature on the rear tyre is 160 degrees. It's terrible. Dropping down through turn 2, full gear, about 175 miles an hour. It's the classic Valencia shot, isn't it? When we see the riders power sliding the rear tyre, that's going to generate something. So it'll be down through 13 as you break it in 40 when we're going to get the biggest surface temperature. You'll see that left-hand side of the tyre, some glowing red when it comes to you see that part of the destroyed there. The temperature started to climb as he came through the midfield section. Now he's going to start climbing up towards the turn 13. He'll go through 12, about 125 kilometres here at the curb on the inside, and now it's just about time management. Well, the toughest corners for tyre wear as well. Look, there goes the red glow, and that's where you'll get the highest temperature around this Valencia circuit. 9 left-hand corners in at the Ricardo Tormo track, 5 rights in what is, as mentioned, a pretty compact layout, just over 4 kilometres in length. A real stadium atmosphere here this weekend. It doesn't really matter where you sit in this Valencia circuit, you've got a vantage point the whole track.
Of course, that does also achieve, as you saw there, is the other side of the tyre, the right-hand side of the tyre, begins to cool down, which can also cause some problems when you're on the right-hand side of the tyre next, which is through turn 4. Jack, back down to you.
Yeah, just a quick update on the Yamaha V4, of course. Augusto Fernandez is back this weekend, the third time doing Phoenix in full competition modes. Now, when it was last with us, some of you guys at home might remember the shapes and images of like an adjustable piece of carbon on the chassis, so that you adjust the flex and try and find what feels right and try and find a direction with that chassis to be able to move forward. Now, that has gone on both bikes this weekend. It looks as though that the V4 project has found a direction with the chassis, which of course all of the factory riders will try on Tuesday. But again, quite alarmingly, Jack Miller was saying that even for the test on Tuesday, throughout this weekend, it's still way to dial in that V4. Jack Miller saying that it's going to be between 80 and 90%. Yamaha still not comfortable firing up to 100%. And he says he doesn't think that will be what this V4 is truly capable of until day 1 of round 1 in Thailand. Now, obviously, Fabio Quartararo has spoken at length over the past couple of weeks, the past couple of months, about how he needs the bike, get this bike, the top bike, in every session. Right now, he cannot wait any longer. You get the feeling with Yamaha still trying to piece together the direction of this V4, that we might see some pretty glum faces from the Frenchman side of the box come Tuesday. We, of course, hope not, but all of the indications with Jack Miller trying his very best to play down expectations during the black card run of the weekend. It could well be the case that Quartararo might not be best pleased with the bike that Yamaha put in.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. I mean, when we've seen that new V4 raced in competitive action in the hands of Fernandez, Lozano, and most recently Malaysia, the most starting Fernandez once again through the speed guns. He's getting outgunned in 324.34 kilometres. Is the best from Fernandez so far in this morning session. Now that is 14 Ks, just over 14 Ks though, and the Lunaries factory Honda, relevant to some of the other Yamahas out circuit. Well, the Oliveira's one place ahead of Fernandez in speed traps, about 1.5 Ks faster. So too is Fabio Quartararo. I think they started sort of putting a bit more horsepower in that engine now.
And I understand that they're, it's much like we were talking about Honda earlier on, they're afraid of toxic blowouts. Remember they had one when they ran the V4 Lozano on the Friday. We saw Augusto Fernandez coming over at the side of the racetrack during F1. They don't want that kind of thing. But ultimately, this is a sport where you've got to take risks. Conservatism doesn't often win you Grand Prix or win you World Championships. And Fabio Quartararo is going to want to see something tangible that gives him confidence that he can put his faith on turning Yamaha going into 2027. He's going to have to make that decision at some point next season. And myself and Jack were discussing this on Giro yesterday in terms of what Fabio Quartararo will do next season. If he makes a decision to stay with Yamaha in the first part of next season, he is purely guessing that they're going to get there with the V4 rather than actually knowing that they're going to get there. Yes, any decision to be made regarding why the contract is going to be a guess to a certain extent given the changes in the regulations, but there is not an awful lot from the Yamaha point of view to fill Fabio Quartararo with an awful lot of confidence and hope. He is riding on his skin at the moment on that inline 4, but he seems to be spending every single racing lap in 2025 defending his position and qualifying higher where the bike really belongs, and then gradually slipping back in a Grand Prix with a bike that just isn't quick enough.
Yamaha obviously were aware that this new V4 powered M1 was not going to be any kind of magic one fix. It was going to go with silver bullets. And when if they've got any hopes and prayers of keeping Quartararo beyond 2026, they have to show him something that's a significant step forward in the part of 2026. Otherwise, Fabio has made no bones about it, hasn't he? He said, well, I'll have to for the sake of my career. You know, I've been patient. I've stuck with Yamaha since he made his debut in the MotoGP Championship back in 2019. You almost get the sense maybe now is just the right time for Fabio Quartararo to seek a new challenge, a new adventure. Maybe also just a European team. He knows how the Japanese factory works. He knows how the Japanese projects work. Maybe he's going to try something. There could be a big reach, couldn't there? About, well, he's in the same boat. If KTM don't improve, what will the cost of the side doing 2027? And he's talked about so much. Well, it's a bit of a standard mark. You're taking a bit of a punt wherever you go. 2027 because the capacity gets moved to 850cc engines, and perhaps more significantly, move over from Michelin to Pirelli tyres. I think he's going to come out and get figures on the Pirelli rubber.
I might feel that with what we gather might well be some increased grip with the Pirellis that maybe will bring things back to us. And if they're looking for some positives, and we will do our best to find them, Mr. Fernandez has put in a 131.6 this morning. Mr. Fernandez is in 17th. He's 7/10 of a second off the pace Alex Marquez at the moment, and with no disrespect intended to Augusto Fernandez, here he is on the V4 Yamaha. He's a Moto2 world champion, of course, the title he won here back in 2022. Fabio Quartararo on any motorcycle, and you're generally going to find a 2 to 3 second minimum step forward. So the actual lap time he's setting at the moment is not too shabby. Here he comes out of the final corner. This could be route to the top 10 if he completes this one. It's clearly lacking some top speed, but over the lap it's not too slow because the Fernandez moves up one place with a loss of time in the final sector, but he's now within 6/10 of the pace.
Fabio Quartararo will not care what they call that one next year. He won't care what colour it is. He just wants a fast bike. He keeps talking constantly about more power. Factory. As always, around this tight and twisty Valencia circuit, it means the lap times are very, very tight. Down from Alex Marquez, who leads the session at 1:30.884. There's not even a second covering the top 22 down to Nicolo Budiga. And fair play to Jorge Martin. I mean, this is once again a bit of an exercise in blowing off some cobwebs. As Paolo Denora said, Jorge Martin has not touched anything to wheel related since that classification. The only two good action Martin's had since Japan has been riding around this Valencia paddock on his scooter. And then Maverick Vinales has been riding 600 and 1000cc just over a second off top spots. Just before we head back down to Jack, a little bit of breaking news at Mercia yesterday. It's good news if you're a Thai Grand Prix fans, because it's confirmed that he'll be returning to the Chang International Circuit for around until at least 2031. Once again, Thailand will be our host venue for season opener. Let's go back down to Jack.
Yeah, a bit of a small issue, not exactly the perfect start to life for Pekka Bagnaia, which probably explains why he's outside the top 15 at the moment. The first fight just had a small bit of smoke popping out around the wheel gap. The reason why they parked that one up, and then the second one, when they went to start it seems as though there might have been some kind of issue, because they've had the side bearings off and it looked as though they were working on the gloves there. So those guys at the moment have really done repair work, bang out in the back of the box with helmet and gloves on ready to go, but unfortunately now will need motorcycles are. So not the perfect start for Bagnaia here in Valencia.
Thanks very much, Jack. One rider I don't think you can wait to see the back end of 2025 is going to be Pekka Bagnaia. I just looked to see once again the lap times, and now there was less than a second coming to top 22. Well, there's not even half a second splitting the top 12 down from Alex Marquez to Brad Binder, who saw take that early tumble at turn 8. Alex Marquez and Morbidelli at the moment, the other two riders at back laps in the 130s. On notice once again, I believe he was to the F5 stewards yesterday just for a little chat about his over-aggression on the first lap at turn 5 in Portimao last weekend. Actually on fans didn't see him fit here this weekend, because when you saw that contact with an air bastion, he had a real nasty whack on his left shoulder and a big bump on his head when he actually able to conduct an post-race duties in Portimao. He did have to go to the local hospital for some precautionary symptoms going. He's all given the up into P2.
One thing we do know is Frank Morbidelli knows exactly the best way to ride a Ducati 24. He started last year on 24, stuck with it for this season, having moved across to the VR46 in the sole factory spec bike, current spec bike being given to his teammate Fabio Di Gianantonio. So Morbidelli will have a change of steering for next season. He'll go on to the GP25, which has had mixed reviews this season, depending on which of the riders you speak to. Pekka Bagnaia said we'll be sad to see the back of it. Marc Marquez, of course, has got plenty of winning on it.
Since turn 1 of the sprint in Japan, straight back into the groove. A 131.923 from Martin. As mentioned, just over a second back right now of Alex Marquez. Compare it to his teammate Marquez second, well, it's just half a second to show that quickly he's still back into race mode. Jorge Martin, we did see him though as he was leaving pit lane for one of his stints in this session, just grabbing him, just manoeuvring that right shoulder. This will be a pretty uncomfortable weekend as far as Martin is concerned. I suppose all the places to come back to Valencia, not too bad, only 5 right-handers for him to contend with. Just confirming Alex Marquez is going to play on his 2025 Ducati Aero.
Morbidelli now makes his way towards the line. He's now within 3/10 of the pace. He is the Yamaha Tesla Ducatis 1, 2 and 3, and Hondas 4 and 5, with Shoaib Zarco ahead of our wildcard Malaysia Spargo, showing that he still has plenty to offer. He's been testing all over the world this season. Most recently he's been testing in Japan and of course at Aragon. He now gets to play in Valencia at the moment. He's just 3,000 to a second away from being the top Honda this morning.
Yeah, the entire MotoGP field, unless Marc Marquez unfortunately will be testing on Tuesday. I think over the last few weeks, if you want to join us for the first action of 2026. Yamaha also actually, I guess it shows how desperate they are getting on the V4. They privately rented the Valencia circuit for some Wednesday testing as well. So Yamaha will be here for both Tuesday and Wednesday. We will be here on Tuesday, myself, Lewis, Jack and York. But by the time the Yamahas take the circuit on Wednesday morning, we'll be long gone and ready for our Christmas break.
Yes, yeah, we'll be hibernating until the beginning of February when myself, Jack and Owen heading over to Japan to bring you some coverage of pre-season testing in Malaysia in February. Of course, from Yamaha's point of view, they could be the one remaining manufacturer able to pre-season testing. We have a test in Japan, qualification race riders, well, Top Rank already eligible, onto our winter product, but also be eligible to take part in that shakedown test. And of course, we also test in Buriram the weekend before the first Grand Prix of next season, which is at the very end and very start of February, March next season. Weekend before that, we'll be testing in Buriram exactly before we all get underway again. The 22 more rounds of this MotoGP World Championship.
Guess what? Guess who's top KTM once again in Valencia? It is, of course, Pedro Acosta. Still with a shout of 4th place in the World Championship. Wasn't that long ago, he was almost 80 points. 4 or 5 Grand Prix ago, he was 80 points behind Bagnaia in the title chase. That's the beautiful shots that we always love to see here in Valencia. Power slide in the KTM through turn 13. Top form today, hasn't he? Acosta 4 sprint podiums in the last 5, 3 Grand Prix podiums in the last 4. Now there's no bias in this commentary box, but I would love actually to see Pedro Acosta win this Grand Prix on Sunday, because apparently he's been having a little bit of a chat with Danny Pedrosa, leaning on Pedrosa's experience, knowledge, for a bit of advice, much more, he said, in 2025. And apparently it's emerged that Danny Pedrosa said to Pedro Acosta, if he wins the final Grand Prix here in Valencia, he's going to have to dye his hair orange KTM. So for that reason alone, I really want Pedro Acosta to win here in Valencia.
Well, we don't advocate race fixing, but if we did, that might be a reason to put it in. If there's a Grand Prix to be fair, where Pedro Acosta could pull that off, qualify well. This is the kind of circuit where overtaking is fiercely difficult. It is a tightly twisted circuit. There is only really one long straight to speak of, and we know how good the KTM is when it goes in a straight line. So, yeah, Pedro Acosta can qualify in the front row, which he finally did for the first time of the 2025 season. Portimao and Jack Miller launches himself to the top. Would assume that maybe, just maybe, Pedro Acosta can pull it off. If he does, it will of course be his 7th consecutive different winner at the end of this 2025 season. Incredible.
It is worth noting as well that this is KTM's most successful Grand Prix circuit in terms of podiums. They have 5 previous podium finishes in previous, including their first ever one, thanks to Follow Spargo on 2018 Grand Prix. Let's go back down to Jack for an additional Yamaha update.
Yeah, we've spoken already about one of the high-profile changes when it comes to riding crew chiefs next year with Phil Barron. Well, the other one is the move of Alberto Giuliano to become top rank Razgatlioglu's crew chief in 2026. And quite interestingly and quite comically as well, down in Augusto Fernandez box, obviously Andrea Dovizioso is in there helping out. Of course, as part of his role as Yamaha test rider and trying to move the project forward. Alvin stood right next to him as the pair go side by side to work together again for the first time since the course. That very successful partnership that they had in Ducati when Tommy was the man taking to the fight to Marc Marquez. So good to see the pair of them back working together. This time not in red, but in blue.
Thanks very much, Jack. I'm not sure those sentiments are picked up by Naya Bastianini, of course, who when he became aware of Giuliano was moving on in 2026. I mean, it was a very rough end to their relationship with KTM. Unfortunately, like you were saying, Aeneas had more crew chiefs and podiums in 2025. Yeah, of course, he is a mouth-watering prospect. We so really hope he'll be with us for over 6 hours of live coverage at the test here on Tuesday. A lot of interest in Diogo Moreira's move up to LTR Honda, most likely as the Moto2 World Champion. He's 24 points for Manuel Gonzalez, back to the World Champion. But I think everybody cannot wait to see the public debut of Turk top rank Razgatlioglu, the box office star of World Superbikes for so many years, a 3-time hat-trick successive World Superbike title for Razgatlioglu in our headset series last year. Somebody has gone down the road here later on in Valencia. Just under 5 minutes of this FP1 session already. It's Fermin Aldeguer.
He's at turn 8 again. We've seen the marshals running outside of our Commonwealth window. We've already seen one crash down there, but it's GP and Fermin Aldeguer. That bike made it all the way to the tyre barrier.
Motoring through there, through 7. You're up to 5th gear, about 250 kilometres an hour. It's actually infield sector. This is going to be turn 4. Touch the front then, going through turn 4. Does Aldeguer? That went really late, didn't it? Maybe he just was back on the power there, just a bit of weight off that front end. And Aldeguer then, let's have a listen the front end, and Aldeguer goes down. Of course, it was in that turn 4 here, 2023, and we had the first Mark Marquez, which didn't really emphasise it around the champion, but he certainly made it life a little bit more comfortable for Pecco Bagnaia in that final Grand Prix of 2023.
When we saw that tyre temperature graphic with Pedro Acosta, see that was of course demonstrating the rear tyre, but the same is applying to the front tyre. The temperature in the right hand side does drop a little bit. Of course, when you're on the left hand side of the tyre, you turn 30, 40, 1, 2 and 3 before you're back on the right hand side for turn 4, which is why that corner is so problematic.
Yeah, there's not a Grand Prix rider on planet Earth that has not had a front end crash. Right to turn 4 in Valencia. Cooler morning sessions. After picked up by Valencia Spargo, and picked him up at a good time. He was second as the HRT test rider, 1:30.707. Back once again as this afternoon is with a special helmet design. This is all a tribute to his wife Laura, who was always a constant companion. That falling 36-year-old, this Grand Prix start number 344 for Valencia Spargo. So yeah, just a thank you to his wife for many years of support on Valentia's side, of course. To the twins, Max and Mia. Very popular on Valencia's social media channels. Like if you follow them at home, Max and Mia get as much airtime as what Valencia does on their social media these days.
Yeah, his extensive car collection too on social media. I'm sure that's caught the attention of a few of you. Certainly the envy of many of us in this Grand Prix paddock. As Augusto Fernandez, fellow wild card, is sits in 18th place at the moment. So the Spargo around Fernandez have all made late improvements. So from Miller, he got brand new medium front tyre. Ralph Fernandez, as you can now see on the screen, is on a brand new medium rear tyre, a used soft front tyre, and Valencia Spargo also with some fresh rubber to lift himself up into second place. The fastest rider before those late injections of pace and some fresh rubber was Alex Marquez on a 1:30.884. Now back to fourth.
Coming up after his fourth Maui dramas is for Ralph Fernandez, the moving on course. Third place, he's also in the high 130s. 17 absolutely in the session for Fernandez. He said yesterday he was 95% full strength after the real scary crash he had down the hill into turn 2 in Portimao. He said it was one of the biggest crashes of his Grand Prix career, and he's had a few when you think about some of the big ones he's testing the load but he's up there inside the top 3. Quick check on some other big names. Pecco Bagnaia, who, as Jack reported, was having a bit of a tough old start to a tough 2025 in general. Bagnaia's best work this morning on 1:31.5. Down in 20 positions. Bagnaia, as always, doing a lot of work on warm tyres. His best time on lap 5 of 16.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't take much in 2025 to make Pecco Bagnaia fans panic the way his season has gone, but I don't think I'll be panicking at this stage with Bagnaia down the order. Igor has got himself up the order. He's also putting some fresh rubber, and he now climbs up to third, so it's now third and fourth for the Trackhouse duo.
Good ride last weekend in Portugal from Iagura. Very good ride actually. Top of the service too. 7th place, 8th top 10 this year. So he just spent a little bit too long trying to find a way through on John Zarco, who was very resilient on that LCR Honda. Maybe got through on Zarco 3 or 4 laps earlier. There may have been something for him late on to Honda. Fabio Quartararo couldn't pick up both Frenchmen late on in Portimao, but another very solid performance from Iagura. Martin just negotiating his way to turn 6. He will be finishing most likely this session in last place, but positions immaterial, aren't they right now? Anyway, Martin, this is just about sync time. Just a confidence building mission this weekend, and that the Tuesday test. To be fair, it's in high 131 for a very respectable pace. We haven't seen him since Saturday in Japan.
From the morning, and he might well be his fastest, as you can see on screen. He did show yesterday, given the double long that he got this weekend. He might not even bother doing any time attacks this weekend and just certainly treat this as a proper test session. I'm sure Martin will have a go at a time attack. That's one of the areas on the pretty that he's taken in the longest to truly get on top of. We've often seen him coming from low qualifying positions to pretty good race results in the last couple of seasons. Igor will find another place. Spargo on his last lap of the session, down to a 1:30.705. So it's Pramac, Yamaha, Trackhouse Aprilia, Honda, Test Rider, and Trackhouse Aprilia your top four, which certainly has pleased Alberto Cruz to see a Honda in the top three.
Spargo, Harley and Norris, Como Circuit's 21st Grand Prix start here in Valencia. He's never finished higher than 7th though in the previous 20, not really particularly happy hunting ground as far as the veteran Spaniard is concerned. Just taking to the perimeter road on the outside of turn 8 is Maverick Vinales. Vinales ending that session in 19th place. He did 18 laps, so our return top Spaniards, Vinales and Martin, both did 18 laps across that session. Okay, not exactly confident and happy with the mark to the back of the factory Ducati garage. 21st, ends FP1 in Valencia.
Well, Marco Bentecchi himself, the other rider, who of course is in that battle for third in the World Championship this weekend. Bentecchi got 18 himself in that session. Of course, he had to take fresh rubber on the factory Aprilia at the end of the morning. 1:31.364 for Bez, 1:30.3 for Jack Miller, who's in one half of the 2026 when he's partnered by World Superbike champion top back Lou Miller. Fastest, giving something for Yamaha to smile about on this Friday morning in Valencia.
Last weekend, my memory actually didn't Jack lead the way in FP1 in Portimao? Was it Friday afternoon? I know it's only 7 days ago, folks, but I'm getting old, and it's been the longest season in Grand Prix history. Still a little bit of the old great mate, so I'll take it. No better news that leads 1:30.32, less than a second, eventually ending the covering the top 18. What is always tight sessions here in Valencia. Not a bad job at all by Vinales, just over a second adrift on Miller at the end. Aleix Espargaro then inside the top 3. Of course, we're going to get the customary practice start session coming up next. Aleix is really good in these sectors 1, 2 and 3. Just look how much he struggled in sector 4. It's clearly the area where Honda have got to identify some progress. Long corners, once again, it's still around some of those sweeping long sections, which Ramir was talking about here yesterday, is where the Honda still does suffer. So perfect illustration there in that final sector, which does include that long tyre slide turn 13. Aleix Espargaro was giving up a quarter of a second in that third split.
4th, sorry, split as well. Jack was third in FP1 last weekend. He was awfully close in fairness to him. Jumps over the turn 8 crest. That's weekend. Alex Marquez and Marco Bentecchi with a 1 and 2 in FP1 last weekend.
Damn you, Alex Marquez and Marco Bentecchi. Oh well.
Close enough.
I thought so that the grey matter that I thought was working is not. Hey ho.
Went far wrong.
Yeah, I was close. I was close. Only 2 places out.
He won it on style points in the end with his jump over turn 8. And Jack Miller does end this morning. T1 with the other Yamahas in that morning session. Mr. Fernandez on the 4 versions. Of course, Miguel Oliveira, his farewell full-time MotoGP here this weekend. He was 22nd, Alex 15th, as we see him now leaving pit lane. Of course, so much emotion for Miguel Oliveira last weekend. Before the Grand Prix even got underway, he was already in tears. Of course, the ceremony involving his family, all the national anthem was before, which certainly took at the heartstrings of Miguel Oliveira and those watching from the commentary box. This will be the full-time ride of his 117th and final MotoGP appearance.
Yeah, he said last weekend it was like a 100-kilo weight was lifted off his shoulders when he took the checkered flag. Said after all the stress, all the pressure of the build-up to his final home Grand Prix, and then with all the extra attention that Algarve International Circuit clashed in, this weekend it will be like a walk in the park as we wish Miguel Oliveira and Somkat Chantra well and all the success in their new adventure over the World Superbike Paris next year. Practice start session then about to commence here in Valencia. Good ride that by Ralph Sanders for Frankie Morbidelli 5th. They beat themselves up pretty badly in that Portuguese Grand Prix last weekend. Well, of course, it's going to be an incredibly emotional weekend down in Red Bull KTM Tech 3. dream, because after what, 4 decades of the Madden stepping aside and handing over the reins to Gunther Steiner in 2026, will be the boss at Hervé Watchalong. Only a dry eye here on Sunday. Well, let's get some early weekend thoughts from Tech3 team manager Nico Goyon, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Of course, we're welcoming back Maverick this weekend. First session done. Nico, how was Maverick? How is he feeling?
Because that was a real mess. As you can see, Fermin Aldeguer is looking on an onlooker from pit wall. Aldeguer was on the floor late on in turn 8, destroying his number 1 bike. Number 2 bike's not quite ready, or just, I imagine it's probably the bike's not ready, because otherwise he'd be out in this session more than likely. Aldeguer finished in 11th place, finishing in the gravel as well at turn 8.
Duo there, watching on from the pit wall, expected to be a busy man on Tuesday. Of course, has been a replacement for Mark Marquez until Nicola Brulliger was called upon. Brulliger in that session, he was 23rd, 1.3 off the pace as we have a little look here at the fast start to catch up on Gaia, which isn't great either. Pedro Costa following suit.
That was almost like he didn't have anything fully engaged as the front wheel moved up in the air. Polispargo then, KTM test rider. A real key ally, hasn't he, both on and off the track. As far as Pedro Acosta is concerned, he knows, of course, Polispargo knows better than anybody, just the good performances of Paul Acosta. Spectator at the end of this practice start session, but at least he's going to get an insight into who might be heading him on that long run down the first corner. He looked at Hoy Martin away from the start line.
How he ended up over on that side of the racetrack, we might be about to see it.
Yeah, jointly fringe trimming here. Fermin is there is. Drop back on the ground. Top of smoke there.
Scare at this stage. It's Jorge Martin, the year he's had.
Yeah. The only goal they have this weekend is just to make Aldeguer. Yeah, also a little bit of a nod of approval there. As Chantra has a look at Pedro Acosta. Is it going to be take 2 much better as far as Acosta's concerned? It certainly is. That's more like it. That seems like the full working order. Not quite sure we've got the whole shot device engaged there, as we saw the front wheel pop straight up in the air. Not quite as dramatic and severe as Somcat Chantra's wheelie coming out the final corner over the crest in Portimao last weekend. So what, the same Maverick Vinales has not had much recent seat time on that KTM Tech 3 machine. A brilliant practice start from Vinales.
Fabio Quartararo, who I think is tempting fate here by pulling on to pole position as the Yamaha sinks closer to the ground. Getting the best possible launch away. All over that F1 as well as possible. And moving launch 2 from the number 20. Not only, of course, are you practicing the start there, but you're practicing where you're going to brake for the first corner to turn 1, which has often seen trouble as you scrub on speed down from just over 200 miles an hour down to around 80 miles an hour for turn 1.
Miller back in then after what's been a very successful start to our season in Valencia as far as Kamak Yamaha are concerned. Of course, it was 12 months ago when it was Kamak Ducati when they had the best day weekend of their existence. Over the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, Jorge Martin was crowned our 2024 world champion. Not all the troubles, all the trials and tribulations that are going to come his way in 2025 as he moved over to the factory of Trinity. Spot on, beautiful start that from Alex Marquez, who just keeps racking up the podiums. I think the 29-year-old Spaniard Luis Payne was secure in second place in the World Championship. 12 Grand Prix podiums now this season. Portuguese Grand Prix is his 19th runner-up spot in 2025.
It's also there with his practice start. Every rider has their own way about it. As starting in MotoGP, Alex Marquez stays up very late on and then drops below the bubble of his Ducati when the red lights come on. And then obviously launches immediately and won't jump at the start, I guess, because some riders, they like to come to the grid very early before they make their start. I mean, Moto2, we've often seen in 2025, he likes to run the last two groups, so he doesn't allow his tyre temperature, brake temperature to drop before he eventually goes off the line.
Acosta, steady rather than spectacular in that session. He has been spectacular of late, hasn't he? On the factory. KTM, he was the last of the head riders in the 130. This morning he just crept into that 130 barrier by a couple of thousandths of a second. Acosta ending the session 8th once again as he has been told. On a fresh set of rubber. Gotta make it work, gotta make it pay. Jackson in the business. 130.382. Saw him take the spoils in Valencia and FP1. Delayed FP1. Just over 3/10 of a second clear of Adura in second. While the old fox of a later Spider sees the campaign here in Valencia. Top 3 on the development. RC213V Honda. Two-track House of Pretty is inside the top 4 with Val Fernandez in 4th spot.
It is Jack Miller who ends the final FP1 of the season. Quickest overall. Frank Morbidelli with Alex Marquez, who was the fastest rider not to change tyres late on. Finally a 7th for Honda on a weekend where a 7th place in the Grand Prix would see them lose some of their concessions. Pedro Costa 8th, Gian Antonio and Augusto Fernandez top 10 on the V4 Yamaha. Allowing next up for Marini Zarco, Quattuaro Rint and Binder. And they have Bastianini 17th ahead of Marco Bezzecchi Portimao with another Piaggio returning to actually 19th. Then a Tonka Chantra, Pecco Bagnaia who had some problems in the box, which left him 21st ahead of Miguel Oliveira before the returning world champion Jorge Martin.
Turn that as far as Jorge Martin is got 1.923, his best work over 80 laps in that morning session. Another return as well, Maverick doing well. 19th place. Then starting the session on the soft tyre, and then when you switch straight on the medium combination for 7 lap running down the one.
For Adura, he put a soft front tyre in the end, as well as a second medium rear to take second.
Alex Spargo also on his 3rd and final runners. Then she went on to fresh rubber and made it work at 1.707, Lake's top 3.
And Ralph Fernandez didn't change front tyre, well not the final one, he did on run 2. Frank rear on the run 3 got him down into the 130s to take P4.
What about our sector times? I agree, absolutely nailing that first sector with that fresh rubber and 10%
Yamaha pretty Honda in sector 2 and Miller fastest through there.
sector 3 on that tight infield section. Alexis Spargo just a whisker ahead of Miller and Augusto Fernandez on the Yamaha V4.
Jack Miller fastest in the final sector, the only sector which features a Ducati rider in the top 3.
So we're underway there final showdown of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. Starting in 2026 starts here in Valencia on Tuesday. We're opening the downs here on free practice one on Friday morning. It's Prix Watchalong Yamaha star Jack Miller leading the field away. He tops our final Friday morning stroke afternoon action of 2025.
Riders and machines are always first on the throttle, last on the brakes. The riders, athletes with hunter mentality, at the peak of physical fitness, talent and skill, and always calculating their next move. The manufacturers, creators of the most advanced bikes on the planet, capable of speeds of 360 kilometers per hour. Purpose-built for MotoGP, pioneering engineering, creating blistering acceleration, ultimate precision and absolute performance. Unrivaled to mere mortals, tamed only by our riders. We ride to the edge of your seat with more overtakes. The rear wheel brings the fastest lap, the final corner moves.
Once again, what a showstopper that was. I mean, best out there, Super MotoGP. Alex, I will win a classic sprint here in Portimao. Absolutely sensational. Race action. Morbidelli down. I was going to say Morbidelli getting all out of shape on the place going in turn 5. So Frankie down at 5 on lap 1. in second.
Valencia. But this year, we're back racing in Valencia. After the devastating floods of 2024, we return to the region. The most exciting sport on earth, back to its true end of season. Ever had. We spent 180 hours in the air, travelled over 125,000 kilometres worldwide, found our way through 30 different airports in 5 continents, and seen a total of 1,308 racing laps. But there's still one more to go this weekend. This will be our 28th time racing at this iconic circuit. And whilst MotoGP and Moto3 titles are wrapped up, Moto2 gets a showdown. You're in the company of Peter Charles Nelly, your producer for Moto3 practice. And whilst the title has been decided, there's a whole host of reasons why Moto3 is going to be wild this weekend. Good afternoon, Nelly.
Good afternoon, mates. Good to be back here in Valencia, as you rightly point out. Obviously, influence cost us the chance of being able, also, more importantly, cost lives down in this region. So fantastic to be back racing at the circuit, the season finale, of course. And here's what happened early on this morning, or it's a potential.
Well, I tell you what, we're in number order, so at least we can digest that one. Let's try that again. I can tell you that this morning, Alvaro Carpe was indeed very, very fast and right out the blocks. Nope, that's still Zenmatani, your number 2. Biggest stop, but it doesn't matter. Zenmatani is here this weekend and gets crucial laps in ahead of a full-time season in 2026. We'll be joined by quite a few new riders who are here this weekend. Kato Gorman here as well. So keeping on the likes of Vader Patama, who's also going to be up in the World Championship. But the class of 2025 rookies are looking to end their season on a high as well. Alvaro Carpe so this morning.
Yeah, not sure Zenmatani. Joking, of course. Hopefully Matani can crop that and put it on his social media, and hopefully we'll be seeing that graphic at some point next season, or maybe this afternoon, who knows. But here are then the three practice one standings from this morning. Carpe
38.357, and that was quicker than 2023's fastest race lap, not quite on Darren Binder's 2020 lap record. Joel Kelso there in second, Adrian Fernandez ahead of Max Wheeler and Valentin Moto3 up inside the top 5. We mentioned some riders that are going to be here next year. Adrian Gutierrez is another one, Marco Morelli another, and of course Brian Uriarte, who has wrapped up Junior GP honours in 2025 already. And those guys come racing here next week, so don't go anywhere. Right to the bottom, welcome back to Jacob Wilson. Cormac Buchanan crashed on oil this morning. Denise completed the 26th rider field. So we're going to get ready then for Moto3 practice, and if you have been living under a rock for the entire season, the top 14 of this session are going to be moving directly through to the pole position shootout of Q2. Anybody who's not inside the top 14 are going to find themselves going to Q1, and once the top 4 will graduate to form an 18-rider shootout to see who can grab pole this Sunday's Grand Prix. Great to be back here in Valencia. The fans have already really packed out, not just the paddock, but also the grandstand filling up pretty nicely. We are on a bit of an extended lunch break as well here, so it's going to be right the way through, and Sunday, the world's longest grandstand, continuous grandstand, is going to be absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, as it always is here in Valencia, and pretty early on after obviously the unfortunate cancellation of last year's events. It's always going to be a sellout this weekend. Great to see so many fans in the paddock. Great to see the Friday grandstand filling up nicely. Plenty of people, of course, keen to get their eyes on, first and foremost, the stars of the future in terms of MotoGP. Max Mokiles is certainly one of those, and he was rapidly early in this morning. That's great rhythm with Mokiles. Ultimately got beat by Carpe, Kelso and Fernandez in the latter stage, but he was down to business pretty quickly, was Max Mokiles, and it's going to be a real fight, we feel. The gaps were larger than we anticipated. We spoke in the car this morning, didn't we, Nico, and hard braking zones, some hard acceleration zones, but it's a fairly even circuit in terms of what you can produce on a Moto3 bike. So I'm really interested to see how this one plays out this afternoon, and of course through the weekend. I think, like we normally do in Moto3, we're going to get a really good race, and hopefully we get a battle between the number 36 Keras and the number 28 of Ligas, because 8 points split them in the same split in 2. They're both on top.
Yeah, they do. 8 points to split them in favour of Keras at the moment. Back-to-back podium finish from the last two GPs, Sepang and Portimao. Never had 3 in a row, so we'll be looking to try then if Moto3 take it on a high possibly fast again to graduate up to Moto2. For that as well, the MSI squad did Boston School and moving over to Calais. So Keras want to go up as silver medalist, and if not, then he'll be looking to at least put up a strong fight against Kiles, who I think is already going to be top 3. He'll be looking to be runner-up though. I mean, Kiles has had such a stunning season considering he's not been in for all the Grand Prix, and having won a quarter now, his first back-to-back wins in the class in his rookie season.
Yeah, I mentioned this morning how impressive Keeles has been in terms of the rookie stats. I'll read it out again in case you didn't tune in for this morning's session. Aspar also posted on their social media accounts best ever Moto3 rookie vote in terms of podiums, 9 to Alonso and Acosta's 8, and in terms of points as well. And he's only completed 17 races so far this year, missed 4 Grand Prix for the first 5 at the start of the season. Acosta scored 259 points in 18 races in his title-winning season in 2021. Alonso scored 245 points in the 20 races back in 2023. Keeles already notched at 263 and already missed 4 Grand Prix. We expected Keeles to come into this year and ruffle some feathers, be quick, get a few podiums, maybe fight and clinch victories here and there, but I think he's surprised pretty much everyone. I think he's probably a little bit surprised just how fast Keeles has been. It's been fabulous to watch, and we're seeing a couple of the rookies that are coming up next year. Casey and Gorman, what a ride it was from the Irishman over in Portimao. These rookies that are coming through these days with the GP experience, with those limits as well, they're spending another year or two at least in the GP classes, but as well part of that. They're coming in and they're already up to speed, especially at circuits like those where they race every season.
It's been absolutely remarkable what Casey and Gorman was able to do last time out. Max Keeles last time out, got winner, last rookie back-to-back wins. Now, any idea? Alonso? Would you like to play for the speedboat?
They're gone then.
Alonso was back in bar. Barcelona and Mazzano. Waiting to 3. And he's waiting third in the championship. Of course, a slightly shorter season back then because it's been a shorter season as well for Max Keeles. He had the first lap time then time moves through to Q2, top 14 positions highlighted with the white background there. You can see they are the ones who are going to be provisionally moving to, but expect that all to change. I can tell you it's only the top 14 as well, not the top 15, as is highlighted on the timing tower. That's the first time that's happened all year, and now it's been qualified. So maybe just perhaps too early to say the lap time. Indeed it was, Wilson from the Sargent, that's why that was highlighted. Both of them with the same lap time. So, really jumbled up a couple of, hang on a minute, that's going to end up mixed up as well at the exit turn 5, carry on like that. That was Keras using Adrian Fernandez at turn 5, but really jumbled up all right the way across Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP was an absolute lottery in terms of the position of all the riders, so we are expecting this session to be very much the same, very hard to get to any kind of pattern here in relation to the weekend.
Yeah, tricky conditions this morning, wasn't it? Always is. It's pretty cold at this time of year, even in Valencia. Okay, it's warmed up this afternoon. 21 degrees according to my watch currently. I don't think it's quite that warm, but conditions much more favourable in this afternoon session than they were this morning. Of course, we saw one cannon crash at turn 6 and then, of course, the red flag incident over at turn 6 as well. There was some oil and liquids down at turn 6, so thankfully there was no other skirmishes in Moto3 apart from the cannon crash. Thankfully, he is back out on track. I do believe, yes, he is, lapping just in P24 at this moment in time. Work after that big off this morning, but the sun has come out, the temperatures are a lot warmer than they were this morning. The track temperature has also risen and there's plenty of grip down now as well. So expect these times compared to this morning to be pretty quick, and already we've gone faster than we did this morning. Car pace 138.35, beaten by Adrian Fernandez. And I believe that is an all-time lap record as well.
Indeed, Adrian Fernandez and David Almanza both under that all-time lap record. So Leopard Honda are coming out fighting in the final round of their season. Of course, not a single victory for those guys this year. Podiums have been pretty sparse, it's got to be said, but Fernandez and Almanza have picked it up in the second half of the year, that's for sure. Oh, bit of weight back there coming through up the inside. That was on Denise that time around for Adrian Fernandez, so he's coming through there as well, and trying to get some clear air. Denise bottomed the timing pile this morning, and he's try and improve on that this afternoon as well, and try and keep it on two wheels, which he wasn't able to do earlier on with a crash over at turn 6.
Yeah, I was going to say another crash at turn 6. We didn't see the full extent of it, but it just looked like a simple front-end washout over at turn 6 for the Malaysian, who just runs wide there through into the turn 10 and 11 one much further along that penalty looping you see there on the screen. Also, the score points before that come out in Portimao was an unfortunate DNF in Malaysian home Grand Prix after a really promising weekend. The bike just gave it the ghost, unfortunately, for Denise in front of his home fans a few weeks ago. So, again this weekend.
Down across the line, we've got Valencia Moto3, Adrian Fernandez both on strong laps. Pironi improves this time, Fernandez doesn't. Pironi moves up into third, and Fernandez stays top. Coming down towards turn 1, I think that Stefano Nepa, he was right on there, as NFJ wanders right out to the car park at turn 1. Good stuff from Moto2 this morning. He was 17, he was up inside the top 10 for a little bit of a second, but the young Brit, who's back with that team next year, looking to finish his season on a high, and thankfully he's got Moto2 experience around here from the MotoGP days, and always been pretty competitive up towards the top 5, top 6 there, so expect Moto2 to go well.
Yeah, for sure, and teammate Marco Morelli as well. I think Morelli the last lot, the few changes that have been made to sort of lower management, let's say team management and some personnel inside the box have really helped O'Shea and of course Morelli as well to start finding some points scoring rides and really sort of turn the screw in terms of finding a good rhythm and feeling on that Honda and inside the box. So it's a really promising end to the season for the MLab team going into 2026, of course, when they welcome Joel Kelso to the ranks as well. Very good for O'Shea to have someone like Kelso, a regular podium finisher, a really experienced rider on the other side of the box, and hopefully, not for just for MLab, but on the sake as well, to have someone like Kelso who's been on the KTM all season long and is very fast on the KTM as well, to jump on board the Honda and maybe find some support.
And O'Shea is 5 finishes in a row, as GP finishes 18th, 16th, 15th, 14th and 16th. So keep an eye on O'Shea looking to try and get back in the points. It's a very fast lap time from David Almanza, 37. So Almanza absolutely flying. I think the team had to double check that. 37.8 they say in Spanish down there in the Leopard camp. So very strong lap time. I didn't see Almanza, he's always rapid on a Friday afternoon. But well, that is well under the lap record now. So conditions good, and it's not a total surprise. Conditions are good. The sun is out. It's not freezing cold anymore. And the lap record previously anyway is 5 years old, set by Darren Nichols. So there's a lot of time left in this track.
Yeah, exactly. The debut 137 in Moto3 around the circuit Ricardo Tormo. So, yeah, Leopard 1-2 at this moment in time. A good start to the session. Almanza, of course, a regular factor, unfortunately, so far this season. And triple over in Portimao as well. Him and Cormac Buchanan, the early riders, I think above 20 crashes, and they're into the 30s as well. So, both of those guys just got to clean their act up a little bit in terms of crashing unnecessarily, let's say, heading into 2026. But Almanza's going again here. He's got past Adrian Cruzes, and number 22 is looking pretty good. And we know from this morning that especially Fernandez found regular time at the finals. So if Almanza can do the same as well, he might be extending his advantage at the top.
Indeed, Almanza's led second across 5 of the last 7 GPs. He's had 1 podium to show for it, so the potential is absolutely there. It might be a matter of putting it all together, but first junior GP we came here, so he likes this track. So across the line, 37. trying to make the pace back on the speed, but unfortunately the last two have been rather not just pointless but a bit fruitless as well. He has not looked all at once, Matteo Bertelli, in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, didn't qualify well in Malaysia and then got slightly 20th place first. No point score of the season when he's been here. Fortunate, yeah, that was a fortunate crash over the course. That was a big one. As well, so Bertelli was all okay after that, and this is a trio of riders who can keep an eye on Parker, not fancying Rios and Jacob Wilson moving. In a row for Almanza. Let's get him out of the final corner. Got no slipstream. Bruce says he's doing his best to try and cling onto the coattail for the 22. He's going to find more. Oh, yes, he is. Yeah, so good stuff then from Almanza. 137. I wonder. Are we going to get a 36 in this session?
I reckon we may. On a case, and with this kind of relentless pace that he's got on Fridays, he can't hook it up on a Sunday all the time, but he's always going to the number 22 moving on to replace Leo P, who actually moved in the other direction to replace David. I've got to say, very exciting prospect.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few moves happening next year, which, as you say, we'll talk more about tomorrow morning. We've got a bit more free time than that time to camp towards anything in terms of qualifying inside that top 14. But yeah, there's some good moves coming in terms of the spectacle for us and fans at home. The likes of Coach also moving to Honda, as you say, Almanza moving to KTM, Pete leads the way. More as well. So yeah, we'll delve into that a little bit later on tomorrow morning. Fernando to his teammate, he didn't. He was a little bit more, but closes the gap down to just under 3 tenths of a second. Now the second rider in the 137s.
Yeah, good stuff. Leopard Hondas, as we say, Piqueras, who was on those Leopard Hondas last year. They're in third place. Scott Ogden is coming to the line. 7th this morning for Scott. He comes to the line now, and he crosses it and loses a load of time in the final sector, so he stays there in 15th. Temporary teammate says they're in 14th place at the moment. So that'll be the first scalp that Ogden will sort by the end of this. Oh, gets a little bit squirrely on the next. Moment just over a second off, so the margins aren't tight here. Oh, hello. Time for a Sato, didn't it? Not like he was very happy there with his teammate Matani. So then Matani was number 1 at the top of this session when we showed you the results from earlier. I don't think he's number 1 friend of time for a Sato out there on the racetrack at the moment. The time for a Sato not very happy with the 72, is it? Number 2.
Yeah, definitely not pleased there, is the young Jack. This morning, a slow getaway, let's say, for a start. We're sort of seeing that, but we're not seeing for a start down outside the top 20 in the session, but looking P6 at this moment in time, and for Sato after the race over in Portimao said looking not so calm and collected a couple of minutes ago. But yeah, just back to Furusato in Portimao, he did say that really hard on his mental side, working with several people in terms when it's not going right for him, which a lot of this season it hasn't been for the Honda riders in general. Trying to keep a cool head when you're on the bike. Furusato openly admitted that sort of mindset riders can have sometimes when you expect to win. You sort of like, of course, happy if Furusato was over the moon with victory, but in more difficult circumstances when you get a top three result, that's when the real confidence boosters can come.
Furusato, as I say, is sorting his Fridays out of late, so of less work, less stress, whether or not he feels but Furusato, subconsciously, I think if you are just needing a little bit of performance, even though you might not acknowledge it yourself, that will still hinder you, and that's what has happened at various points. More time for Furusato, and I think when he crashed back in Buru around the first round of the year, he was really upset with himself. He had further crashes over in Germany, Brunei. Tough period for Furusato. A real crunch point. He's turned Fernandez, so it's close in that battle. The top Honda, but time for Furusato. He's got the confidence at the moment.
He certainly has, and especially after the DNF on home soil when he was in.
Napa, even Rulson and Ogden
Not a lot of time to play with that Fernandez does enjoy lapping alone and not. Obviously, they've got good pace. The only two riders in 137. The border has got a good gap, then you don't need to risk.
Keep an eye as well. Further down. Joe Gorman, that phenomenal ride back and forth now. A little bit Brian Ariarte, who was flying. Quite literally in fourth now, down in 22nd.
Of course, for a starter, a decent first sector and a decent second.
Now, under 4 tenths because Almanza's got 3 of them. I'm going to put him in the top 5 if he can hold it. In that final sector by running wide, but he's 6th. Safe at the moment for Hiroshi Oyama. Rider down there in the Honda Team Asia camp.
For Sato, as Dennis Foggia's machine is pretty dismantled there on the right-hand side. So, 24 at this moment in time, 1.7 seconds off. Not used to seeing that from the very experienced.
26. Alvaro Carpe has got back out to the track, so the fast this morning. Now looking to try and replicate what he knows. Able to achieve their chasing Cormac Buchanan, Max Kiles is I think Kiles is definitely pushing on. I'm not sure whether
GP Rebel Rookies Cup champion. Into Q2 as it's and Guido Pini now. Splits the Hondas in the top 3, gets a KTM up there. 137.856, so they're moment in time, or just continue on his way? He's got the lap time in, maybe feels like that could be enough. We're back to the next couple of minutes, whether it will be enough. I believe 37.9 probably puts himself inside that top 40, but you never know. We've seen plenty of times tumble earlier on in this session. Now Man's giving it a good go as well, but that 37.6 is already the fast time, so unsurprised that Amanza isn't going faster straight away out of the box, but I do feel that more time is in the pocket of Amanza, and it certainly is to the third split.
Yeah, 7/3 seconds of that. Number 22, Amanza doesn't really need to be doing it. He's confident, he's happy, he's very, very fast. So but consistent, number 22 now. Enters the last 6 minutes of Moto3 practice, and sure. Ollie Almanza is safely through, I'm fairly sure.
Before Jamal, of course, getting used to the Honda who rides KTM over in the junior GP paddock, so it was baptism of fire for Jesus Rios. To learn new teams surrounding Dan, a new bike over in Portimao, but going much better this weekend. There's the number 45, and we can get into that. Yeah, a fantastic job done from Jesus Rios. Riding, of course, in replacement of Ricardo Rossi, who has been
This guy across the line and probably in the box. So the ball is all ends up upside down. Almanza is absolutely on a charge, and let's see what he's got this time around. Does he find any time in the last sector? He drops a few bounds, straight down to 37. So he's got a 4 tenths, a second advantage. The number 22 is absolutely on the rails today. Rio P's very fast as well, I've got to say, in second, but not quite on Almanza's level. For such a short and
top 14, Ogden, O'Shea, and Netta just miss out. Oh, and this is going to be a fight that goes right down to checkered flag. Only, well, 3 laps. Maybe less than 3 laps to go. Every ride depending on when you cross the line. Fernandez, is he going to improve? Yes, he is. It's now a Leopard 1-2 once again at the top of the standing.
they've got some pace this weekend, Leopard on, because I've got to say, just over 3/10 splitting them. Here comes Pete. He's not on a lap. Almanza is still going red sectors, so the number 22, this is an unbelievable second run from him. I've got to say, Almanza's looked very, very good. Vodjic is out on track, and he's doing what he needs to be doing at the moment. He's old that would move into the top 14. Looks like Pete sets another 38.6, but it's quite a way off what he's doing. Pini looks pretty solid and safe in third. Peroni is also on a charge. Here comes Almanza again, over a 10th and a half up. This is about the 5th lap in a row. And he's going to improve his personal best lap time and does again the 37.3. This is some relentless pace from the 22. Half a second now he's advanced. He is more than safely through now, I'm sure. He's already into Q2. Even if he doesn't improve it further. Dennis Foggia, second off 3 sectors in. Foggia down in 25th. Does he move up? Oh, he moves up into P22. I lost a half a second now. I just wonder if he got picked up behind Valentin Peroni. I doubt it, because Peroni needs to set his own personal best. So Foggia needs to go again. He's only going to get 2 more laps.
tumbling, and we're not seeing as many fast lap times. As fast sectors and personal best sectors as we were anticipating. Maybe there's everyone's getting in each other's way. Potentially there's a big angle riding watching here. Gorman is personal best for the first bit. He's shadowing Jacob Bulls.
This is Gorman, we're looking at 7 tenths off at the moment. That's good enough for him to improve. Can hold it there and say next lane 11th, but that's on the rate of time. Into Q1 as it stands, Uriarte, Nepa, Battalion. Lanetta, O'Shea, Carraro, Foggia, Denise, Tani, Moodley and Buchanan in 26th.
Over at turn 2 as well, to be fair to Austin, he was obviously not on a lap time, but
every single story there, head in hand.
time. They're sitting in P4 team, so if it stays as it is, it's going to be alright, but potentially movements coming on, the telly's back as well.
Keeles has made a mess at turn 12 as well, so he's rolled out. Gets him as well, so there's no improvement for the Australian. Where else are we looking? Kelso is 10th yet. To take the flag, Cruises right by Morelli and Renette. I go as far to say that's the most impressive we've seen of Almanza all year. He was comfortably with time in hand, quicker than anyone else, and he seemed to be able to set red sectors at will out.
Yeah, fantastic. Doing it all on his own as well. The reference in front of him, man. Improvement.
You can see by almost a second Almanza is shaved off of Darren Binder's 5-year-old lap record. Great job from Adrian Fernandez once again. Leopard on the 1-2. Peroni there in third. Sensible as well, doing it all on his own in fourth. So the way to go was to get yourself some track position and just get your head down and time trial yourself.
Yeah. Missing out, I think. You have to performance the line. And yes, fairly Moto3 class is super competitive these days, but of when the time attacks are coming in and having finished outside the top 20 this morning. That's much better for the back podium finisher Tayo Sato. Last round before he moves up to Moto2 in 2026.
David Almanza leading the way, David. Moto3 practice P1 for the number 22. We said that on a Friday, he's yet to convert it on a Saturday. Fernandez makes it a 1-2 for Leopard, Valentin Peroni up there in third, ahead of fellow KTM rookie Guido Pini for Rosato, a podium finisher in the last two. Moto3 Friday is all done and dusted. Moto
Moto2. Danny Holgado, Jake Dixon, Albert Arenas, Alonso Lopez and David Alonso were inside the top 10 earlier on today. There's drama throughout that session with two riders, well, three actually, two riders bringing out the red flag with a crash at turn 6, following Ethan Guevara, who'd also crashed there moments prior. We do have news to bring you on those riders as we go on the air. I don't believe we've had any official confirmation on Yumi Sasaki's progress yet, although the information we're hearing in the paddock suggests that we might not see much more of him in this Grand Prix weekend. What we can confirm to you is that Adrian Huertas will not take any further part in this weekend after his high side at turn 6 this morning. Unfortunately, he's fractured both arms, which means that he is absent. And this man, Diogo Moreira, goes it alone for Italtrans for the rest of the weekend, looking to achieve that to be crowned world champion. Those are the scenarios awaiting both title contenders this weekend. Diogo Moreira, who just saw Manu Gonzalez, who now plays the role of chaser, looking to overhaul a 24-point deficit, something that has never been done before at the final round of a Grand Prix World Championship. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you for our final Moto2 practice of the season. And Manu Gonzalez really does need Diogo Moreira to slip on a banana peel this weekend to open the door for him to win the World Championship. If there are some situations this weekend which could trip Diogo Moreira off, this session potentially one of them.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see one or two. Certainly in the Friday afternoon practice session when we last visited Valencia in 2023 in MotoGP between Pecco Bagnaia and Jorge Martin. With some dark arts on that particular occasion. Pecco Bagnaia not in the top 10 toward the end of play. I'm sure if Gonzalez will We'll see the point of it. We saw both riders on track earlier on. We saw Jake Dixon there getting a quick reminder of what was going on.
It's got sponsored hair.
That's me.
Power, if nothing else. Izzy Nagamara, who we're pleased to see, is leathered up and ready to head back out on circuit this afternoon. He did, we believe, go for a caution retreat early on today just to give himself being walked over after going up and over twice earlier on today. Went down the first rider to crash this morning at turn 6. He certainly was not the last, as the session was interrupted due to a red flag as they tried to mop up any fluids or moisture that was still on the track surface. Session number 2, Navarro quickly crashed again at turn 4, high side on the way out of the second gear right-hander. So he might not be showing it there, but Navarro surely in a little bit of pain as he gears up for this second session, which can't go any worse than the first.
Yeah, exactly. As long as he stays in 2 wheels, it'll be a markedly from this morning. Aaron Kidd, you have to imagine, will be a challenger this weekend, just based on his previous record here. This is his home track. He'll be looking to leave what has largely been a very successful spell with the Fantic Racing Team. On a positive note, he was 13th this morning, although times were exceptionally high, just over half a second off. Alex Screech's quickest time. Not sure Lewis if anyone is really going to be a big guy. Might well prove me wrong. And as ever, I feel the practice session here will give us a much better idea of who is exactly where. Yeti looking to improve on a wretched recent run. 8 points across the last 5 rounds for the Italian, who won his home Grand Prix and then went on to really not do very much during the flyaway rounds. 2 non-scores, 19, 11 and 13 last time out in Portugal after he had been up there fighting for the podium positions early on.
Here's Philip Solach, who was another faller earlier on today. Went down at turn 6 as well. It was a fairly lengthy list of riders who did go down there, either side of the stoppage. Solach only in the session in 18th place. Not so close it was though. Moto2 earlier on today. Top 19, followed by just 3/4 of a second back to Marcos Ramirez. So it's going to be a tight old battle at the end of this session to see who advances through to qualifying 2. And as mentioned, this is perhaps one of these sessions of the weekend where if Diogo Moreira is not going to win the World Championship, this is where he could potentially lose it. It is a weekend of navigating his way through some potential traps this weekend for the Brazilian. He gets himself through this session into the top 14. He guarantees himself a place in the top 18 on the grid tomorrow. Just so much of the hard work done when you're 14th place or higher to win the World Championship. Just to reiterate, as you saw on screen a moment ago, if Diogo Moreira finishes 14th, it's immaterial what Manny Gonzalez does this weekend. But Manny Gonzalez needs to win the Grand Prix or his hopes are gone. Gonzalez wins and Moreira is 14th or higher. Moreira is champion. Gonzalez wins and Moreira is 15th or lower. Gonzalez is champion.
He doesn't know. That is a tall order. Manny Gonzalez come away with the Moto2 Championship run at the end of play here on Sunday. The fact that Manu hasn't been on podium for 7 races, I think, is a testament to how long the results are on him winning the championship. He's also gone 12 races without a victory, so it's by no means a given. Number 18 will be on the top step of the podium on Sunday, which I think is another reason why Diogo Moreira really can come into this weekend with obviously there's going to be pressure there, no question, but not really serious pressure, I don't feel. I might disagree though. When we get to tomorrow, maybe even towards the end of this session, Diogo did of course admit to some nerves in the early laps of the Portuguese Grand Prix when he wasn't quite riding with the usual fluency, found himself up in front and ahead of Colin Veyer, and once the Dutchman got in front of him, he was able to settle down and get into a rhythm. And then most what was ultimately the most impressive performance of his Grand Prix career to date. One of the reasons why is very much in the driving seat here this weekend.
Another rider who impressed us in Portimao was David Alonso. As you saw there, he's currently 7th in the World Championship and likely to stay there. He's 4 points ahead of Celestino Vietti, who is in pretty poor form at the moment. Of course, Alonso comes here on the back of 3 consecutive himself in the Rookie of the Year chase this weekend. He was wrapped up in Portimao by his teammate Danny Holgado. 27 needing 7th place or higher to finish the Rookie of the Year. 7th is exactly where he finished on the Algarve coast 5 days ago.
Really impressive season run for David Alonso. In fact, a really impressive second half of the season. Look at the points scored across the last 9 races. Alonso would actually be 3rd in that particular championship. But the rider that heads that little championship over the last 9 races is this name here, just like he heads the overall championship. There you had confirmation on your screen. A 14th place would suffice for him to become Brazil's first ever motorcycle Grand Prix world champion. It's a massive deal, a massive honour. Pereira has P4 at exactly the right time and to lead the championship for the first time with just 2 races remaining in this year's championship. That shows that he really has timed his late run to perfection.
Of course, MotoGP in his future. He will be testing an LCR Honda for the very first time on Tuesday. Part of what is such an intriguing day of testing as 2026 gets underway. On Tuesday morning, we'll have full coverage from the Ricardo Tormo circuit from for 10 AM. As we now see some confirmation from the team of Saki's absence from the rest of the weekend. Haven't received any official confirmation, but our understanding from some of our Dutch colleagues is that he was damaged his ankle in that crash earlier on today, so he unfortunately joined Adrian Huertas as a spectator for the rest of the weekend.
During the off-season to the last couple of months, but see how bad, how serious that injury is. Well, there was no obvious sign that he was in pain, but he certainly looked very cheesed off. I'm sure he knew from the dull pain in his ankle that something wasn't quite right. He went over to the hospital, and that's what we saw on our screens. It seemed as though there was confirmation that he has the ankle injury confirmed just yet, so for a UMU2 prematurely, unfortunately, here in Valencia.
Real shame for the real shame that Huertas who we remind you, reiterate, it's a fractured bone. It's a bone guy, so left hand right was both fractured in a crash that we only saw sort of grainy trackside CCTV footage of, but it's a pretty nasty high side for the 99. That's not bad enough news for Huertas. One of those fractures is displaced, which means it will require surgery in the coming days too. So Huertas' rookie season does end early, leaving Moreira sole Italtrans rider for the rest of the weekend.
It's just a nightmare scenario, isn't it? At the last race of the season, you're just hoping to go to the off-season with a clean bill of health and able to focus on first some rest and relaxation, which is absolutely deserved after a fairly punishing 22 blind season. Training up once again. Gian Antonio was quite interested talking about this yesterday. Pretty much January as the sole month to really get your fitness down and traveling quite insistently, trying to keep up to a certain level, not to do so much training between races and flying usual in airports. So let's hope that is not in too much pain at the moment and everything goes well with that surgery he'll have on that displaced fracture. So as we said, a fun note to end the season on for the rookie, the hardcore world supersport champion.
Very pleasant temperatures now for this practice session this afternoon. It does feel noticeably hotter than it was this morning, largely because the heavy cloud cover that we were covered by earlier on today has now moved away. Last for 1 or 2 fluffy white clouds overhead, but otherwise it's blue sky. Some conditions for this afternoon's practice session, so one thing that the title chasers don't have to worry about is any rain interfering with the action. And if you're wondering what kind of pace to expect in this session, the fastest lap we saw this morning, which is the fastest lap ever around a Moto2 lap of Ricardo Tormo, 13.3.050 from Alex's footage on board forward. So expect the 32s by the time we're done this afternoon. Here's your wild card for the weekend, the 22, Garzo, who presents NTS in the Moto2 World Championship again for the first time in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's a bit of a name from the past. The Japanese chassis manufacturer was a regular fixture in this championship for a couple of years, but the RW racing team started to step away. I believe the last few years they're quite keen to come back into the Moto2 World Championship, but I'm sure whether that will happen in 2026. I don't think it will. I haven't really heard anything to that effect in the rumour mill. But good to see Garza back here, good to see MTS back here as well. Always good to have a variety of chassis on the Moto2 grid. And as Lewis mentioned, we might use the first half of this section at least to go through some of our much coveted, highly coveted end of season awards, looking back across the previous 21 races and lines.
Third annual, fourth annual, something like that. Moto2 unofficial end of season award. Before we, I guess, look into the individual categories that we've settled upon to decide the great, the good, and the not so good for Moto2 this season. I guess a nice point on which to start is how much of a big spoil Moto2 this season. Of course, Pirelli really did change the game of Moto2 coming into last season. We saw immense unpredictability. Not only have we seen the unpredictability continue into this season, but the quality of the racing at the front of the field, I think, has been as good as we've ever seen in this Moto2 class.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a golden age whenever it first came into existence as a championship, replacing the 250cc category in 2010. Really saying 2010 to 2013, was a regular fixture in this class. It was producing some of the best racing anywhere in the world. And then I would say maybe the later years of Dunlop being in the class, some of the racing wasn't quite top notch, to put it mildly. Did have many situations where riders would just settle into position from the first lap and it became quite follow the leader stuff. But Pirelli, a market change, a lot more dramatic and that means that sometimes it's not always possible for riders to go flat chat from the first lap until the very end. A bit more management and strategy has to come into it. That always makes it a little more interesting, I feel. But you mentioned that riding winners, 10 different winners this year. Absolutely sensational. That's a record in the class. 17 different podium finishers. Not quite a record, but still very impressive. More than half the on the podium this year. And yeah, as you said, the quality of the racing. We're going to come on to best race as one of our categories for this year, but there's plenty to choose from. I remember we did this awards back in 2023. I was really scratching my head with what was the best race that was on, because there wasn't a good deal to choose from.
So we'll work our way from bottom to top then. We'll end with the Rider of the Year. Of course, that's that for the Blue Ribbon Award, if anyone cares about this sort of thing. But we do here at the Coach Club. So let's start with the performance of the year. It's the best one-off ride of the season. Goes into the top 10. Session currently led by David Alonso on 133.112. Which single performance or performances in 2025 stand out to you? Of which there have been several.
Yeah, there have been several. I could make a case for Senna Cage's Silverstone, his first victory. Not only did he do that, but he did so in dramatic circumstances right at the end of the race. He also did it when his bike was really undergeared. His team openly admitted afterwards that they got the gearing completely wrong, which meant that he was well on at top speed. Anytime we were on one of Silverstone's numerous long straights, and despite that, he still managed to come through and fight through from what was quite a visible handicap. He was getting passed on the straight pretty much every lap. He still managed to position himself towards the end, but man, this rider here, some of the performances that he mastered, and one of them, I mean, there'd been quite a few words, if we're being honest. Sachsenring was remarkable for what, 25th on the grid, right through to potential podium place. In fact, potential victory had he not made that mistake of trying to pass two gates just a little bit too soon at the Omega curve. But to do that at the Sachsenring, on more difficult places, the tighter tracks as well, very, very difficult, was remarkable. I think I said at the time it was Marc Marquez-esque how he fought through the field. But I think we're going to have to plug for what he did last weekend. Wow. Not only did he time his kind of form to perfection over that weekend when he went pole position on Saturday,
still very, very early. Tony Arbolino is 33.069, is just under 200 of a second away from the all-time lap record of Alex Bridge earlier on today. I've also got a Diogo Moreira performance, one of two that I'm struggling to choose between. Diogo Moreira in Indonesia is the one that really stood out to me. It was a weekend which really saw the title decisively swing towards Moreira, causing Gonzalez's disqualification. What impressed me so much about that particular Grand Prix is that his title rival, Manu Gonzalez, was a second behind him for almost the entire Grand Prix. Despite that, Diogo Moreira made no mistakes. He also pulled, as he has done in a few Grand Prix lately, a spectacular last gas pole position out of the bag to deny Navarro on that particular occasion. And once he took pole position and he got the whole shot, he made Manu Gonzalez do the chasing. Gonzalez in the end could not chase him down. Chasing a little grip on the outside of the exit of turn 12. The other performance that, as I was looking back through the season trying to work out, impressed me, because I thought it was Moreira's section as well, but I just can't separate how that race ended ultimately for Moreira. Had he completed that comeback, I think we would have had a very short discussion on the performance of the season. But Danny Holgado's victory at the Techie for me was extraordinary. He hasn't shown too many signs through the weekend that he had the pace. Nice good Grand Prix, his teammate goes down in the first sector on his current lap. David Alonso is currently in third place, one spot behind Danny Holgado. Turn 2 Alonso has gone down, which is a fairly slow speed crash around this particular circuit. 7 kilometres an hour in second gear through turn 2. He's already trying to recover back onto the racetrack. Take a look at his crash now. He's first bike up the road, just ahead of one of the MSI Boscoscuros. His front end tuck for David Alonso. But yeah, Holgado at one point was, I think, only 5 seconds up the road, wasn't he? At the front of the field in that Champions World Tour. Also, he's going behind. Ultimately, caught up a little bit too much traffic to chase him down in the latter stages of the Grand Prix. But a spectacular victory from Danny Holgado, who has taken 2 Moto2 victories this season. And they've both been lights to flag cruises, haven't they?
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I'll also just give a quick shout out to what Danny was able to do. Impossible. A rider that's standing in as a substitute rider for Dennis On, who has been doing so for the majority of the second part of this season. To be up there in second position for most of that race, so very late on. But that was a real breakout performance for Danny Munoz and showed that he's very much deserving a seat in this championship next year.
Who's the breakout star of the year in Moto2 this season? There's been a few, in fairness. It's been one of the beauties of such an unpredictable Moto2 season with the 17 podium finishes. A few of those standing on a Moto2 podium for the very first time in their career. Of course, the rookies of David Alonso and Danny Holgado. We've also seen first-time winners this year in Moto2 in the form of Diogo Moreira of Denis Archie, Danny Holgado, Sam Aegis, David Alonso as well. So many riders have, I guess, broken out on the pack this season, which is a very difficult thing to achieve in Moto2. I really struggle to look past Barry Baltus for this one, who could yet end this season third in the World Championship. He's 25 points by Manu Gonzalez, so he's not won yet. He can't take second in the World Championship, even if he wins on Sunday and Gonzalez fails to score. I guess where Barry Baltus's breakout performance this season catches our attention is that he elevated himself this season from a level that maybe, and we're only really respectful of Barry Baltus, but many thought he had within him. Barry Baltus, of course, spent his Moto2 career 2 fixed points on until this season with the RW team, but took a second place in Qatar, the first Grand Prix of the Pirelli era last season, but never really backed that up through the rest of 2025. But he's found a level of speed, a level of consistency, an ability to manage tyres through the latter part of a Grand Prix, which has almost set him apart on occasions. And I feel if Baltus had had a little bit of luck on certain occasions, perhaps not qualified so deep in the pack and found himself so deep in the field after 2 rounds of a Grand Prix, I think we would have been talking about Barry Baltus as a Grand Prix winner. I think that's probably the one thing that's missing from this Moto2 season 2025 is a Barry Baltus victory.
Yeah, I'm going to nominate the same rider. Barry Baltus has been this revelation of Moto2 in 2025, absolutely no question. I remember when he was second fastest at the pre-season test at Jerez, and we thought, okay, surely he got a talk from his teammate Aaron Bennett to to be able to set that time. And then you looked at some of the lap by lap analysis and you thought, oh no, he's actually consistently fast. You thought, okay, maybe it's just the test when there's no pressure. But fairly quickly in the season, we started to understand, no, this is actually real. Went back to the red. Fifth one of the season, he was second. Then the next race, he was in second place in Le Mans, I believe. And yeah, divided it. He was 21st in the championship last year. Okay, he had that podium in the very first race, but then after that, he went on and barely scored any other points. He was inside the top 7 in any other race after that opening night podium in Qatar. We know that Barry obviously had some serious personal issues to deal with last year. That with his mother was obviously a very, very disruptive event. It seemed as though he needed a bit of a change of scenery after a couple of years in part of the racing squad. But yeah, his fifth season has been one more consistency. 12 top 6 finishes. Previously, he had only scored 2 in 5 seasons. So he has been very fast. And also, as you said, Lewis, time management. He used to be, I think, by his own admission, quite poor time management. Back in the off, one of the worst for tire conservation. And there's been several races this year where Valdez is unquestionably the fastest rider at the end of the race, like the race in Misano, where he broke the Colombian else in Oriente, as well. Very strong towards the end of the race. So we know tire conservation is very critical. So yeah, Valdez, David Boy, what a performance this year.
I guess if there was one Grand Prix you might look back on in 2025 and think that was the one that got away, perhaps the Saxon ring. And of course we had the red flag late in that Grand Prix when he was just lining up a move, wasn't he? He was just plotting how he was going to pass Dennis Unchu in the closing stages. And of course we had that crash involving Alvaro Arenas and Marcus Ramirez into turn 1, which punctured the air fence and brought an early end to that Grand Prix. That may be the one that got away for Barry this year.
Yeah. And just a very quick shout out, you mentioned him previously, Danny Holgado. I mean, I always loved Holgado, but not to this level. I didn't think he was going to come into Moto2 and win 2 races in his first year. And what's more impressive, 6th in the championship, ahead of David Alonso. David Alonso really destroyed it last year. Okay, Holgado was 2nd in the championship, but Holgado outscored him by 165 points in last year's Moto2 series. Holgado convincingly beat Alonso in the championship and kind of be there right from the very first race. I mean, he was inside the top 10 in each of his first 4 Moto2 races. Absolutely sensational. And in the second half of the season, since it's only Gil Ferrara scored more points than him.
In the last 5 Grand Prix, 2 Aspar riders are 2nd and 4th in the sort of mini championship from the last 5 Grand Prix. So 69 points, Holgado 60. Have really put their hands up as potential title challenges for next season. Yeah, Holgado's my surprise of the year. That's the next category that we have on our list, and for very much the same reasons. Not that we expect him to struggle in Moto2, but didn't expect him to adapt so quickly in this Moto2 class. And it's very clear through the last 12 months, just speak to it in the paddock. He has matured an awful lot in the last sort of 2 seasons. His English has come on leaps and bounds as well. He is perhaps much more intelligent and considered than perhaps we gave him credit for in his Moto3 campaigns. And there's no question that Holgado is going to be a regular winner and surely title contender next season. The other one, on a more general point, is kind of going back to how we started this discussion. My other surprise this season is how unpredictable Moto2 has continued to be this season. I guess you can understand why it was so predictable, why we saw so many podium finishes last season, because it was the first season of the Pirelli era. I think most of us expected year 2 things to settle down a little bit and some normality to descend on Moto2. And yes, we have had a clear hierarchy, a clear title battle amongst the 5 riders, which of course are now reduced to 2. But I think because the margins are so tight in Moto2, because the field is so competitive, that's what Moto2 is providing us with, is a platform with 1 rider, 1 bike, 1 chassis, 1 tyre combination, just gels with a certain confidence then incredible results are possible, and what made this Moto2 predictability continue.
Yeah, I said it better myself, Lewis, absolutely. My surprise of the year, Aaron Canet. He's my pre-season favourite. I think he was many people's pre-season favourite after his performance in just one win all season long, and really at no point to have shown the speed, the superior speed to his peers, like we saw in the second half last year. I did not foresee that coming. But yeah, I have to say it has been a big surprise for him to be 55 points back off the championship summit at this stage. I really thought this was going to be next year.
One win, and perhaps even more surprisingly, only one pole position in season 2 for Aaron Canet, because one thing we could usually trust Aaron Canet for was his explosive speed. Hasn't really had that in Moto2 this season, because we thought in the first half of the season he was the one doing the consistent, stealthy job of challenging for the World Championship. He kept himself very much in contention until around about the halfway stage of the season, and once it started to go wrong for Canet, it's gone very wrong. No scores in Brunel when he was knocked on the lead first corner, or crashed in the first corner when he was pushed wide. Didn't score in Barcelona either, only scored a solitary point in Japan and in Malaysia. So there were 4 Grand Prix in the second half of the season, and then essentially written off. And ultimately, with some spirited comeback performances, particularly in Indonesia when he came through to the podium from 21st on the grid, just about kept him in contention. But ultimately, too little, too late for Aaron Canet when Manny Gonzalez and Diogo Moreira took 4 wins apiece and 9 podiums apiece. Just a solid win and 6 podiums for Aaron Canet. He's my disappointment of the year, or certainly from a riding point of view, my disappointment of the year. Just a rider who's fallen short of expectations, but I think we're in agreement generally on our disappointment of the year. It's not a rider, but a constructor.
Indeed, yeah, it's a constructor that took the first part of last year's Moto2 Championship by absolute storm, Boston Squirrel. They really have failed to live up to expectations in this year's Moto2 Championship.
Which has been easy to notice when they've doubled their output of constructors and chassis for the season. There was 8 riders on Moto2 Boston Squirrel this season.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to look at the riders that are on the chassis this year and think, well, I mean, we'd say 3 of those riders, in fact, for sure, 3 of those riders should be up there fighting for the Moto2 Championship. Have shown in previous years that they could at least get into the cusp of the fight, but it's been quite remarkable just how far short they have fallen. I mean, Arbolino has had a nightmare year. Alonso Lopez, another name you can put in that list. Terrible. How many top 10s has Lopez had so far this year? I think 6 or 7. A lot of those results were actually 10th places. So aside from a podium in Kota, I mean, wanting quite a great deal, and there's no question that Pirelli got a little bit riskier with their tyre allocation this year. They've been very conservative in their first year of the class, understandably so. They realised everything was okay last year. They could probably go a good deal softer with the tyres that they brought to certain tracks. There's no doubt that shift to softer rear tyre rubber was a real hindrance to the Boston Squirrel chassis. They had problems turning, shattering, almost too much grip, and as a result of that, they found that they couldn't turn quite as quickly and skillfully as they had in previous years.
8 top 10s, but only 1 top 6 for Alonso Lopez, as Danny Munoz almost high-sides himself on the way out of 11. He was on course to eventually set a new all-time out record. It is so close. I don't say it all the time in Moto2, but look at this. Less than half a second covers the top 20 in this session. 3/10 covers the top 14, which means at the moment, World Championship leader Diogo Moreira is not going through to qualifying 2 as of right. Here's the Munoz moment when the rear steps out of it. He caught Sergio Garcia's attention up to the road. He'll have heard what was going on behind him as Munoz left the big black line and left all the lap time on the table. Gonzalez is up in 5th at the moment on a 1:33.244. We've got Arbolino and Holgaio on 33.0s. Alonso Dixon on 33.1s. We then have Gonzalez, Aegis, Lopez, Vaya, Vietti, Salach and Ortola all on 33.2s. The Streets, Arenas, Garcia, Ramirez and Anchi all on 33.3s, with Moreira bringing on 33.5. 4.5 tenths of a second off the pace. Sounds like nothing, but it's currently in 19th position. One place there, Aaron Canet, who's also on course for qualifying 1. We've seen some spectacular battles in Moto2 series, which is certainly victories decide on the last lap, which is spectacular overtakes to secure those victories. Which is your favourite?
My favourite, undoubtedly, was the finale of the Aragon G, when Denis Onju spectacularly managed to reel in Diogo Moreira, went into the final turn ahead, and then proceeded to pass it around the outside to take victory by 3 thousandths of a second, I believe, coming across the line. The closest finish in Moto2 history, not quite the intermediate class, going all the way back to 1949, but since this class came into existence in 2010, and to do it at that turn at Aragon, one of the scariest turns you have in that particular circuit, to do it around the outside as well was quite spectacular, and on the rider who probably is going to go on and become champion. Hats off to Dennis Ondrian. The final little joy. That was a great sound. So strong in that last left-hander all weekend long. What's your secret? And he said, 2 big balls.
With that. Unfortunately, at the moment, though, Dennis Ondrian, what's between his legs isn't a problem. It's elsewhere that he's currently struggling. He's still working his way back to fitness after another big injury, which essentially ended his season back in the summer. We wish Dennis Ondrian all the best. We hope to see him back fully fit once again for the start of 2026, when he'll be partnering Aaron Kinnett in what will be a fascinating pairing in the Oscar-backed Alpine VST for next season. My overtake of the year, well, it's another last lap overtake for a victory. It's David Alonso on Manu Gonzalez to win the Hungarian Grand Prix. I could have picked any one of Alonso's overtakes in that Grand Prix. Remember, he's outside the top 10 at the end of the first lap, or partway through the first lap of a circuit, which we've been saying all weekend. Final overtake around Valencia Park. David Alonso made a complete mockery of that on his way through the field. He produced all sorts of impressive lunges into turn 1, including on Jim Dixon, including on Aaron Kinnett. He also passed Diogo Moreira into there as well. But what I love about that is we were riding on board with Gonzalez, weren't we, on the final lap, looking backwards at Alonso. It didn't look like he was anywhere near close enough to launch an attack from there, but Alonso did. Forced Manu Gonzalez onto the paint, eventually cost Manu Gonzalez second place. And it was the vintage David Alonso last lap tactical approach which so often secured him victories in Moto3, which earned his first Moto2 victory. We followed Danny Munoz across the line. That is a new all-time lap record, and we are now into 132s, 132.868. Yeah, David Alonso, we're looking at a one comeback of the season. Hungary might go be in it once again with the 2 title front runners up ahead of him. In the end, it was David Alonso who stole the limelight in Hungary.
It was indeed. It's nice to go up next racing in the Moto2 class. How much get your numbers?
21 contenders, I think, for this one. It's been so good in Moto. I narrowed this down to 3 in Moto2. Hungary was one of them. Australia was another, although the battles in that race were all behind the runaway leader, Senna Regis. Well, always, when I think of what makes a race of the year, or constant overtaking, you want a lead change on the final lap, and that also helps. Ideally, you would want the high stakes of a world championship, but that's well, but ultimately it's way too early in the season for this one. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say, not only is Silverstone my race of the year, I still stand by. I think it's the best Moto2 race we've ever seen.
Yeah, I'd argue it also gets my vote as well, and I would also make a case for Hungary and for Australia being second Aragon. Dennis Ondrian right that was another vintage race, but Silverstone just had it all. There's no doubt very windy and quite tricky conditions out there, which I think slowed the general pace down overall a little bit. But they had this ridiculous lead group of 5 riders, and most of the running, but he was never able to get clear of the likes of David Alonso, Diogo Moreira, Senna Regis was up there as well, and it was just box office stuff. And you said you obviously want the finale, if you call it a classic race. That had the finale of all finales, I think, in any Grand Prix category this year, with Kinnett basically losing the lead going into Biel, was it? Oh no, it was the corner before Biel. Into Stowe, sorry, just to get back straight.
And then he tries to lunge back through on the way into Vale and cause all sorts of manner of chaos behind him.
Exactly, yeah. He was just so well placed to benefit from that, to come home and take his first victory. We also had a cool situation, which we had an Australian, Brazilian and Colombian podium, and I think it was one of the first single Europeans on the podium for the first time in the age as well. So yeah, so much to love about that Silverstone race.
Which leads us to the rider of the year. I mean, for me, again, this one, I narrowed it down to 3 potential contenders. Breakout stars this season. Do also want to give an honourable mention to Manu Gonzalez, who, of course, started the season things haven't gone wrong. It's been a permanent top 4, top 5 contender. Moreira just about edges for me as the rider of 2025.
Again, I can't argue with you, Lewis. I think you have to be a very brave man to argue against Gio Moreira, against being the rider of the year, 2025. That consistency has been at play. He's been never present on the front in the second part of this season. I mean, he's comfortably outscored anyone in the last 9 races since we came back from the summer break. He's posted some of the most important and impressive performances of the year that we previously mentioned. And the fact that he's able to outscore his main championship competitor in 8 of the last 9 and basically do an 84-point swing in the championship in his favour. I mean, you mentioned earlier today, Lewis, no rider has ever come from that far back in the class championship ever. He's on the cusp of doing that in just his second season in this category. Okay, he's had 2 more in Moto3, but still just in a sophomore year, I think is mighty impressive. So yeah, he gets my vote too.
And to just sneak in one extra bonus stat, because I want to give a shout out to one of our hard-working colleagues back in Barcelona, who's got my social media team. For the stat of the year, he's come up with this one earlier on today for me. Not including the first ever Grand Prix season in 1949. This year in Moto2, the first ever season where we've seen 3 brand new nationalities win the Grand Prix in that class. Of course, the Colombian, Turkish and Brazilian intermediate class victories this season. So I just wanted to give a quick shout out for that, for all this hard work through this season and continuing through this weekend. And I guess as these final time attacks come in, and we'll turn our attention to what's going to be a crucial 8 minutes in this session, I guess a quick word of next season. As we touched upon earlier on, so many of the big hitters in Moto2 are sticking around for next season. Only Diogo Moreira and Jake Dixon of those in the top 8 currently in the World Championship are departing us at the end of this season. Of course, Moreira to MotoGP, Dixon to World Superbike, but Arenas is also moving on to passenger in the World Supersport next season. I don't think there's much evidence to suggest that we're going to have any kind of drop in the Moto2. It's going to be as exciting as it has been in the first 2 years of the Pirelli era next year.
Yeah, absolutely. As Danny Holgado brings it down to a 32.5, and that record again we see in this session. He has actually switched the previous best. Alex Scridge coming into this session, which was half a second slower, and we might not be done there. Philip Salach on a decent run, although Holgado was notably quicker than the Czech rider. Comes up to 17. Still nothing from Moreira in this session so far. On in 20th position, you can see that he's not really so far off, just 1 second off the top. 7/10 of second place. But yeah, next year is going to be blockbuster again in Moto2, Lewis. And if you're asking me who my early favourite is, I'm going to have to point you toward the rider that dominated the Moto3 championship last year in the second season.
The 2 Ascar riders for me at the moment. Next year as the 2 title favourites. Alonso back just edges it from Holgado, because we know he is such a formidable frontrunner in Grand Prix classes. Gonzalez, if he does miss out this weekend, which is the likeliest scenario, as you said, surely he will come again next season and will definitely benefit from the experience of fighting for a Moto2 title this season, as long as the experience of losing the lead doesn't scar him too much. What Aaron Canet can do on Oscar Scuro machinery is going to be of intrigue. Can Barry Baltus back up his breakthrough season and become a Moto2 winner next year? He was the position this weekend. Very exciting rookies moving up as Holgado now improved to a 32.4. He's now a quarter of a second clear of Aegis. Of course, we've got from Moto3 Jose Antonio Rueda, Ancon Keras, Luca Lanetta, Taya Rosato, all moving up into Moto2 as well, which is certainly plenty of cause for excitement. A roll on 2026 in Moto2, but we do still have a 2025 champion to crown as yellow flags come out in the first sector of this lap. That will affect Diogo Moreira's current lap as he enters the final corner. Manny Gonzalez, like Moreira, has now been bumped out of the top 14. So at the moment, we've got the riders first, second, and fourth in the World Championship outside the top right. Holgado, moments after taking top spot, he's crashed. So both Ascar riders have gone down this afternoon. He's down at turn 2, the same corner that Alonso crashed. So for the second Friday in a row, the Ascar riders have gone down into the same gravel track.
Yeah, he was absolutely flying through that records in succession for Danny Holgado. He was most certainly pushing on. Let's see what Manny Gonzalez can do on this particular lap as he comes out of turn 14, final turn, down towards the start-finish straight.
For that, even now this morning when basically wrote off this morning's free practice one session with 2 crashes. He's got second on a 32.6. Here is Holgado's crash. This is deja vu from an asphalt point of view, although a very different kind of crash that one. As he got all sorts of shapes on the way into the corner and then just dropped to the inside in the gravel track. So both in the same corner, but very, very different crashes for Holgado. And for Alonso, Holgado's place in the top 14, though not under any great threat at the moment.
Just looking at the times on the left of the screen, you see that Moreira, a couple of riders behind, are able to improve by 1/10 of a second. Then he will be outside the top 14. So I do feel that he needs to improve yet again. I think he's going to do so on this current lap. He's around second off through split number 3.
The rider we should be watching is Jake Dixon. He's coming out of the final corner now. Here he is, currently in 18th place. This should bump Moreira down a place. Ramirez has just got up into 6th. Best we've seen him for quite some time. Munoz takes second. And now Dixon moves ahead of Munoz into second place. Moreira has now been bumped out of the top 14 with Ortola up into 9th. So we've now got Boscascolos, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 9th, 11th, 13th, all inside the Q2 place at the moment. Gonzalez isn't exactly safe himself. He's now been relegated to 12th spot. He now comes across the line. Fernando Fernandez, and he climbs 4 places into heaven.
A deep breath inside the intact GP box as Gonzalez manages to do that. Moreira, you can see, is already pulled out of this lap, so it will not be improving as it stands. This could just be a little bit of jeopardy here for the MotoGP World Championship going into tomorrow. As Moreira looks so cool now, no matter what happens to him in Portimao, crucial to get inside the top 14 at the end of Friday afternoon. It is a lot less clear cut here than 1 week later in Valencia. He jumps up into 14th place, so another place demoted for Moreira.
So this morning, Alex Escrich, who we're keeping an eye on, he said a 33.0, a new all-time lap record. That lap time now would not even get you through to Q2. Escrich up into 5th place, underlining what a fine job the forward rider is doing right now.
Yeah, impressive day for Alex Escrich. Really impressive stuff. Just after forward announcing WP suspension in 2026, which is a suspension which really helped the likes of Manuel Gonzalez and also Dan Holgado and Dan Watson as well. When jump up inside the top 10 as well, he goes to 9th with that day this time, and Moreira finds himself down in 19th position.
Needing to find a couple of 10s to get himself in. Here he is. He's got 2 laps really remaining with this because he's gone across the line with 2 minutes 50 to go. So he'll miss the 3rd lap by around about 9 or 10 seconds when he comes round in a couple of laps time. So it's a crucial moment here for the World Championship leader. I guess if he wants some consolation, this is that. It's not like Manny Gonzalez is dropping a domination this weekend. He's only just up in 10th at the moment. So Gonzalez has understated himself by 7/100ths of a second. But Diogo Moreira at the moment staring at a surprise qualifying 1. Last time we saw Diogo Moreira in qualifying 1 was back at Brno, of course, when he only turned up to serve the penalty.
Yeah, he was quite considerably injured and battered and bruised on that particular occasion. There's a clear reason why he was so short. You can see he's run away massively in that second split. So Diogo Moreira is not going to have time to come in and fit tyres at the end of this session, Lewis. That you could be looking at a spot in Q1 tomorrow.
Another rider who's really paying the price for his crash early on is Alonso. He's down in 21st now. He's 33.112. He set very early on in the pits. He hasn't improved upon that. Set his best lap time on his 3rd lap of the session, 2nd time lap. And no signs of improvement at the moment from the 80 either. So at the moment, some serious shocks. Aaron Canet heading for Q1. David Alonso heading for Q1. And so too, Diogo Moreira. He now exits or rounds the final corner, turn 14. And just how much jeopardy hangs over this type of battle is going to be decided in the next 92 seconds or so.
Absolutely, and in Q1 tomorrow, Bruce, because if the likes of Canet, Salas, Lopez and Renas are also in Q1 and David Alonso, then by no means a given that Diogo Moreira on the form of today is going to progress through that, which must be really pleasing to hear for the intact GP squad. You can see Manuel Gonzalez is not going to improve on this time, but it doesn't really matter. I think the best of the Pirelli rear tyres is done. Not seeing too many improvements on our time and screens, and that could well be it.
Well, so much of 2025 has been about Diogo Moreira looking a little bit under par, but then just pulling out the bag when he needs it on a Friday afternoon or on a Saturday afternoon in qualifying. If Moreira does it again here, then this really will crush the spirit and the optimism criticism of Intact GP. Jorge Navarro making sure he stays well out of the way, but Moreira has lost so much time. He's already 6/10 of a second down. He needs to pull back another quarter of a second in the second half of the lap to get through. So we'll at least take Moreira to the third sector here before we completely call this, as he now rounds turns 9, 10 and 11. And Morgado not watching as we are to see how the Champions League gets on. Morgado is still quickest despite his crash at turn 2. He's now 7/10 down. And the story of day one here on this title-deciding weekend in Moto2, the world champion leader, Diogo Moreira, in qualifying 1.
Yeah, I don't care how cool you are, how well you deal with pressure, he will be feeling some serious pressure tonight. Q1 tomorrow will not want to miss it as Diogo Moreira tries to get through that inside the top 4 positions, along with the likes of Canet, Salas, Lopez, Arenas and Lopez. This is far from an ideal situation for the champion leader.
19th place at the end of day 1. He has mentioned, first time he's been in qualifying 1 since the Czech Grand Prix back in July, when of course he was far from uncontested. Of course, the time before that was Sachsenring, of course, and famously came from 25th on the grid to nearly finish on the podium. So Moreira has got a seven-star session. There was one banana skin that he might slip over this weekend. Friday practice was it, and Moreira has slipped.
Has indeed improved quite indeed, Lewis. The only saving grace for him is Friday, rarely, when he shows his best, he does not really find himself and his way into the weekend. Do that in Portimao, for example, but a lot more jeopardy on the line this time around. Just a little glimpse of hope for Manu Gonzalez, who, as he's previously said, hasn't quite shown the speed today, which suggests that he's going to be able to break clear of everyone on Sunday. He's exceptionally close to the front of Moto2 so far, but this could just be a little extra bit of motivation and hope as well. And it could still be possible if Saturday does not go to everyone's way.
Confirmation of Moreira's first Q1 appearance since the summer break, since the Czech Grand Prix. So we have the riders first, 4, 7 and 9th in the World Championship. Moreira, Canet, Alonso and Arenas all in qualifying 1 tomorrow. Do not miss that Q1 session tomorrow afternoon. Up at the top, Danny Holgado, despite his crash, was a 10th clear of the field on a 32.4 for Dixon, Munoz and Ethan Guevara. Screech 5th. So trio Spaniards there, all 4 of them, Holgado, who've all really done spectacular jobs this afternoon.
Yeah, a couple of standout performances there. Holgado, unbelievably good. Danny Munoz up in 3rd. Ethan Guevara, after his travails earlier today, 2 crashes, the second of which was a real head leader. Alex is great fastest this morning, backing that up with the 5th fastest time this afternoon. Brilliant performance by the number 11. And possibly the best day that we've seen from him in his Moto2 career so far.
Diogo Moreira might well be, taking some comfort from the fact that Manny Gonzalez was only 10th himself today. We'll remind you, and it is worth reiterating for the World Championship, Diogo Moreira only needs to finish 14th if Manny Gonzalez wins the Valencia Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon. Over 22 laps, 12 local time, Sunday lunchtime for the Moto2 title decider. If Manny Gonzalez does not win the Valencia Grand Prix on Sunday, then it does not matter what Diogo Moreira does. He is champion anyway. So, not all lost by any means for Diogo Moreira today, but just adds perhaps a little layer of nerves that he could have done without. It really does take a lot to get Diogo out of his stride. Manu Gonzalez getting a warm round of applause from the Intact GP squad after a solid performance today. There was a couple of moments when it looked as though he could well be out of the top 14, but instead it's his title rival, Diogo Moreira. A title twist then on this final Friday of the season in Valencia. Holgado, despite his late crash, took practice from Jake Dixon and Danny Munoz. Ethan Guevara, despite going down twice this morning, took 4th ahead of Alex Screech. Top 5 in both sessions for the forward rider. Center age is 6th ahead of Chelsea University Barry Baltus. Tony Arbolino and Manny Gonzalez 10th. These 2 joined by Maya Garcia, Ortola and Ramirez. The big story though is there, P19, Diogo Moreira misses automatic Q2 for the first time since he won out, joining him in that Q1 session. 2 of the other top 7 riders in the World Championship, Aaron Canet and David Alonso, who also paid the price for crashing at turn 2. afternoon tops the session. Big story though is that the World Championship leader, Diogo Moreira, made life difficult for himself. Diogo into Q1 tomorrow, with Gonzalez straight into Q2. His Moto2 title battle is not done yet. MotoGP practice is coming up next.
Top over the season brings the world's best riders back to Valencia for the first time since 2023. Known for its art and science, Valencia is Spain's third largest city where old meets new to make it a popular city break destination. The fight for secure place the final feature of the season is coming up next live. It's time for MotoGP. So our final Grand Prix venue of 2025 is certainly one of our tightest, isn't it? 4.005 kilometres is the Ricardo Tormo circuit here in Valencia. 2.489 miles to be precise. 14 corners, 5 of them right, 9 of them left. A start-finish straight which measures just under 900 metres in length. Heavy braking into turns 1 and 2. Tight through 4, 5 and 6 in front of the stadium section here. Got to be careful through turns 4 and 10, those right-handers which can catch you out on the right-hand side of the tyre. And it's always tricky downhill braking zone into turn 14. 1, 2 and 8 are the most demanding corners for the brakes here in Valencia. Australian who led FP1 for the second time in 4 Grand Prix, Jack leading Friday of course at home in Phillip Island a few weeks ago. Second place is best Friday morning for the rookie Mura. Alexis Spider runs third. Top 3 all ran fresh rubber at the end of FP1 this morning. Ralph Hernandez was an excellent 4th place in the return. Morbidelli, Alex Marquez, Joan Mir, Pedro Acosta, Fabio Gian Antonio and Augusto Fernandez wildcarding on the new Yamaha V4 rounding out your top 10 this morning. That will change definitely this afternoon as riders go into time attack mode, approaching the final feature check of the season. Further down the order, dominant Portuguese Grand Prix winner Marco Bezzecchi, he was at 18th, still doing some very strong lap times though on well-worn tyres. Pekka Bagnaia down in 21st place. Best time we saw this morning was set by Jack Miller, one of 8 riders to find sub 131 laps in those poor conditions this morning. Medium front leader, medium rear tyre for Miller, so he finished 3/10 of a second clear of the chasing pack. Matt Burns in the construction as always through our final Friday afternoon practice of the season. Jack Appleyard, thanks for getting some sunshine now, and down in what is an increasingly warm pit lane. We welcome back Maverick Vinales and Jorge Martin for this farewell Grand Prix of 2025. What about HRC? A bit of a tough Portimao Grand Prix last weekend after a very positive flyaway run for the Japanese manufacturer. Jumping 7 fastest this morning. morning, just outside the top 10 with his teammate. Big test coming up, of course, on Tuesday. Later Spargo third on the experimental 2026 RT213V. The plate to the junction, question the boss, Alberto Dujabat. Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. As you say, obviously, it could be a big weekend for Honda. Those 9 points needed to see them move out to the bottom rank concessions tier. Obviously, that would be a big change throughout 2026. Alberto, obviously, there's some negatives that come with losing the bottom rank concessions, but it comes as a result of a clear, positive direction in results and a clear path forward for Honda that we've seen them way more competitive since the summer break. So I guess you're pleased that you're in this position now with the final round ahead.
Yes, of course. I mean, the normal thinking style is that, of course, it's good to change because it means that you have done something that is positive. So there's no question mark on this. But still we need those points and we need to achieve it. So, I mean, Valencia is always a difficult one because it's the last chance you have to shoot. I mean, it's your last possibility and people is trying hard. And if the weather stays like this and conditions are good, normally it's not easy. I mean, you have to be very precise tomorrow in the qualifier because here the first 3-4 corners are crucial for the race. So yeah, 9 points that will not be easy, but of course this is the only target.
Last time out, just last weekend for Joan, the double DNF, obviously a huge frustration. You understand both related to the clutch. Is that the case? And what have Honda been trying? Because it's clear that there must have been something new you were trying for the to be an issue in both starts.
Well, there were some issues and I think because you asked me this on Sunday morning and I told you that it would happen again. And unfortunately it happened, so I want to say again that now we are pretty sure what was the problem and we think we know how to fix it.
On Tuesday, the first time for a lot of us to see the 2026 package. From what we've been hearing, it sounds like it's another step forward. How optimistic are you that this new bike will again take Honda closer to the front?
As I said, I mean, we have always used the same speech. I mean, we are trying to go by step by step. I mean, don't expect massive changes. It has been like this through the year. Beginning of the year we said after summer we did it. So probably we will have a step Tuesday, but it's going to be step by step.
Well, it's great to see you this weekend, hopefully without those issues, as you say, and excited to see what you bring on Tuesday, Alberto. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to HRC team manager Alberto Puig. Later Spargo on the Honda HRC testing machine was third, fastest this morning with a 1:30.707. As mentioned, that top 3, Melo Ogura and the later Spargo all ran a new front and rear tyre. Ralph Fernandez was on a new medium rear at the end of the session. Frankie Morbidelli in 5th, Alex Marquez in 6th. Edward Costa in 8th, Fabio Manto in 9th, fastest this morning. They would have only 4 rides in the top 10. They did not go out on a fresh rubber this morning.
Fermin Aldeguer went off the racetrack at the end of this morning's session. This was his crash into turn 4. It's fair to say it's a pretty long list of riders who have made that mistake over the years across MotoGP and all Grand Prix classes. Aldeguer's session coming to an early end, which cost him the last 5 or 10 minutes of the session, and also cost him the opportunity for a practice start session at the end too. So certainly put Aldeguer on his back foot to a certain extent, although at least before the crash he was relatively good form early on this morning, just dropping out of the top 10.
Easy to diagnose the cause of that particular spill for Aldeguer. Just picking up the throttle as he tried to get some drive out of that turn forward, a bit of lean angle on the edge of the tyre, and just taking a bit of weight off the front. And down he went, a bit of a repair job for the Grazzini Racing Mechanics, air job. Fence doing its job brilliantly there in the background. Last time we were at the Ricardo Tormo circuit here in Valencia, Fermin Aldeguer was the winner in Moto2. It capped off an absolutely sensational conclusion to 2023. Now 20-year-old second rider in Moto2 history to have 4 successive victories. And happened once before in the first ever Moto2 campaign with Tony Elias all the way back in 2010. And it was that great burst of form at the end of 23, which just a couple of months later, in the early part of 2024, saw Ducati sign off on a factory contract. Already a few murmurings, inevitably, so many top riders out of contract next year, looking for deals in 2027. Phil Aldeguer's name has already been mentioned in dispatches with a possible seat alongside Marc Marquez in the factory Ducati squad beyond 26.
Well, it's clear Ducati saw a lot in Fermin Aldeguer to sign him when they did. Signed him before that 2024 season got underway. Speaking to Davide Tarnozzi yesterday, he did say Ducati have been surprised by Fermin Aldeguer and how quickly he has adapted to MotoGP. Of course, he was already on a sprint podium by the French Grand Prix round 6 of the season. Of course, back on the podium in the wet later that day. So nearly beat Marc Marquez to victory in Austria, and of course took a spectacular maiden success in Indonesia. Running away in the front of the field as Pedro Acosta, the rest of the field in his wake. So Fermin Aldeguer, quite clearly the Rookie of the Year in MotoGP. Certainly a very bright future ahead of him. Could still get himself up another place as high as 7th in the World Championship by the time we're done on Sunday afternoon.
Heck of an accolade as well, that victory in Mandalika, becoming second and youngest ever MotoGP winner in history, second only to a certain Marc Marquez. Great to see him back in action. It was a steady start this morning, as you would expect, having not seen a MotoGP machine since he was on his backside at turn 1 in the Motegi sprint, suffering a broken right collarbone, and rather than the reason why we only see Jorge Martin back in action after that Japanese Grand Prix is there was some rather serious muscle and ligament damage in that right shoulder. He is back though, which is the best news possible for Martin and for, of course, the factory and Pulling team, who are buoyant, aren't they? Good vibes certainly down in the Pulling at the moment. And Marco Ben's second fresh off the back of his second victory in Portimao last weekend.
Certainly good initial signs to see Jorge Martin out there on track this afternoon. He did say earlier on in the weekend, he said, if I'm in a position where I'm in pain or too much pain, I am prepared to stop. But Jorge Martin hasn't done that at this stage, having put in 18 laps in free practice 1 earlier on today. It can only be a positive sign, although with every session comes greater physical exertion and greater fatigue, of course.
Well, it's been a record-breaking 2025 MotoGP World Championship. It began so many months ago with the China International Circuit in Thailand in Buriram. And I recall our first special guest of 2025 was a certain Red Bull KTM Tech 3 boss, going by the name of Monsieur Herbert Poncharal. Well, we started in perfect fashion in 2025, so let's not finish it in terms of our special guests as well, because I would like to say once again on what is going to be a very, very emotional weekend. I'm sure there's probably not going to be a dry eye in the house in the Tech 3 garage on Sunday night, because Hervé is back with us ahead of his final Grand Prix as team owner of Tech 3. He passes the baton to Gunther Steiner in 2026. Hervé, welcome. How are we? How are the emotions with a couple of days remaining?
First, thank you very much for having me. And it looks like, as you mentioned, the opening round in Thailand was yesterday. It seems to be that it was just a few days ago, and that was round 1, and we are now on the final round. So time flies in MotoGP. A lot of things happened there. Because, when I was with you commenting that session in Buriram, I was really not expecting to be leaving the paddock end of that season. I was not expecting to sell my team, and many things has happened since last March, but a lot of emotion. We had a small party last night organized by Lorna that was very emotional, and it's difficult to enjoy the weekend right now in Valencia, because I've got so many things in my head, in my heart, in my a lot of butterflies in my stomach, and to see all the people, how nice they are, all the very special to tell you, and I've never thought I was somebody special, but all these people, make you feel I'm gonna miss them, and what they are telling me makes me sad and a bit proud too.
Well, you're part of the MotoGP family, you're part of the furniture, you've been here for so long. I mean, how did it feel walking back into paddock just this weekend, knowing it was going to be, as a team owner in particular, of course, you're going to be a visitor, you're not going to stop coming to see us, are you? But your last Grand Prix as a team owner, it must have been a little bit of a strange feeling walking out of your stadium for the final time.
Yeah, very strange feeling. The team has been sold, and that, that will be effective 1st of January. So till the end of the year, I'm still running Apexward. But anyway, has been sold to Gunther Steiner. He appointed Richard Coleman to be the team principal. So basically, Richard is gonna do what I'm doing, replace me. And last weekend in Portugal and this weekend here we are together. And it's been it's a strange feeling because you don't really realize that this is the end. But on the other side, you're with somebody that you introduce to everybody he has to meet, to know. And it's always the same, you never really realize when you're on site when this is happening. And I think maybe next week or in 10 days time I will start to digest. The good thing is I'm going to be back at the workshop with the whole crew, and till the end of December I'm going to be there, helping them to prepare, to prepare 27. So the transition will be less difficult and less painful, let's say.
Yellow flags out in sector 2. No obvious signs. It's Augusto Fernandez on the V4 powered new Yamaha YZR M1. Looks like Augusto taking a tumble down at turn 6. A-OK. Can't be sure the bike, quite a lot of damage to the back of his leathers there as Augusto Fernandez, one of course her ex-riders, walks away from this big cloud of dust being kicked up in front of Iagura's Trackhouse Aprilia.
Yeah, he had a decent morning, it's fair to say. Augusto Fernandez was up inside the top 10 earlier on a 31.0 for Yamaha, and the V4 pace, as you would expect, is a lot quicker already this afternoon. Marco Bezzecchi, who we didn't see much from this morning, he's already down to a 1:30.126. That is the fastest lap time of the day so far. Acosta's matched down at 30.1. We've got Ralph Fernandez and Mia close behind too. There's Zarco, Alex Marquez, Quattararo rings. Bagnaya's already blown to the mid-30s, already a second quicker than he was earlier on today.
Before we start doing some real reminiscing, let's kind of stay in the present. I mean, not too distant past. We saw you at the start of 2025, and now seeing you again at the end. How do you think it's gone in between rounds 1 and 22 for Tech 3 and also for KTM in general? What's your assessment?
I would like to start by the fact that the first thing that made me think that was difficult to carry on as owning Tech 3, was the financial difficulty that we went through last winter. I mean, not we, the KTM went through last winter, and that was the start of the scratching my head and what's going to happen if we beat, and then Liberty Media took over. Then we had quite a few investors, calling us, contacting us, and then the IDK, went bigger and bigger. I was thinking, blah 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 blah. So I have to say that having all that in mind, and if you remember in Bolera, we didn't even know if KTM was going to be able to do the full season. I think KTM together with the factory team we did really well. Not only we went, but we've been doing great races. Pedro Acosta is showing that really the KTM RC16 is one of the best bikes of the race. Last weekend in Portugal, what he did was a great race. And if you consider what was the feeling in January, February, March, I think we did extremely well. I would like to really congratulate all the technicians and the team members involved in the two teams for their never give up attitude, for their always believing in the project. And even though financially was certainly not easy for Pete and his team, they managed to improve the bike, to develop the bike a lot. If you look at the RC16, it's really a piece of art. So there is non-stop working, pushing there. It was a great pity for us to be, deleted from the podium in Qatar with Maverick Viñales. We were sure he was going to be able to repeat that. Unfortunately, the nasty, and I would say stupid, crash in Germany put him aside for the whole season. Still, we managed to do a podium in Austria, with the sprint race in Italia. the KTM package is clearly very, very strong. You know, behind Ducati you got two main forces, which are KTM, depends on which track you are. But I'm very proud to have been part of that project, and I think we could end that weekend on a quite positive note.
Just looking actually at Marco Bezzecchi and Pedro Acosta together on circuit. They are actually our top two so far of this afternoon's practice session. Bezzecchi has the Avanti 130.126, 600 exactly clear of Pedro Acosta. Shot that is, look at Acosta. Elbow and knee on the tarmac going through turn one. Have you seen a change in him this year, Hervé? He said himself he was getting very frustrated, very tetchy, angry that the project wasn't there to match his own personal ambitions. Of course, second season, I think everybody expected Pedro to be winning from the get-go, and I think he's sort of been able to calm himself down a little bit, mature, particularly in the second half of the season. And that extra maturity has come with some better results. And clearly at the moment, he's got the talent and just needs the tools of the
Absolutely, you know. Last year, with a rookie, we did 9 podiums with him. So that was really impressive. We could have won races, especially MotoGP Japan, I remember, but he was too impatient. But a mistake, otherwise we would have been top 4, top 5 in the championship. And I think this year he understood that final ranking was very important, and you need to finish the race, not only to score points, but also to understand how the bike works, to give the right feedback to the engineers. And I think, although he's only second year, although he's still very young, he's learned a lot. He's a much more mature rider now. He knows that if he has to go for top 5,
That's Marco Bezzecchi, who's trying to climb back on board that. It's Bezzecchi's second crash of the afternoon. He is your current leader on a 130.126, but Bezzecchi finds himself in this incredible track that Fermin Aldeguer was in this morning.
The old corner, isn't that turn 4? We've said it so many times, second gear, 100 km an hour, but so easy just to get caught out there. Here is Bezzecchi, yeah. Just washing the front out then as he goes into that 4th corner. He's been on circuit here for a good 3 or 4 laps over behind him, of course, with Jack. It's perfectly okay, Bezzecchi. The crash on the MotoGP just does gnaw away at the confidence a little bit.
Discussed Pedro Acosta earlier on. Of course, you touched upon Maverick Vinales' injury, which obviously cut his season short at such a bad time for him. What about Enea's 2025? I guess, would you have expected a little bit more progress from him than we've seen through the season? He's spoken in recent Grand Prix, and still, every time he rides a circuit on a Friday, it feels as if he's riding in KTM for the very first time, and we often see him qualifying deep down the grid, but his race pace is still not going anywhere, but he just can't get himself up the grid.
absolutely, you know, this is the big mystery. I think it was also a bit the same story, even though when he was riding Ducati. But clearly, the Friday is a very important day. The practice, what we are watching now, is a crucial part of the weekend, and he never really managed to be direct Q2. The rare time he managed to be a decent grid position, like in Catalonia where he was P9, he ended up on the podium. Last weekend, unfortunately, he started very far down. He was involved in the and I can't remember who brought in the big incident that bent his fairing, so he had to come back. But when you saw the pace he had when he was back on track, he was fast in the race, Enea Bastianini. So this is impossible. He doesn't understand. Nobody understands how he can be not taking advantage on fresh tires on a 1 lap, and the speed he can have on the Sunday, you know, on the great distance. But we all know that if you don't start, you know, in the top 9 position, which are the 3 top rows, it's almost mission impossible during the race. So every weekend is about the same, you know. We have a long phase on Friday. We have a longer phase on Saturday morning. The sprint is a bit of a trial for the Sunday. We know that we will be able to score points on Sunday, but then on Sunday when you see the pace, the lap time, and unfortunately the position which is so slow, we can only be disappointed, and you think, okay, next race we're going to do better. We are going to find a solution for this flying up, but so far we never did.
Before Maverick's injury, I mean, obviously he was for a long RC16 package. Do you think it's fair to say, had he not had the injury, I mean, it's hindsight's on the brilliant sponsor maybe, but do you think we would have seen Maverick potentially win the Grand Prix had he not suffered injury? Because he was looking so strong at times in that first part of the championship.
Yeah, as you said, he fifth, so I don't want to be and say things that will never happen. But he was so confident in himself. He was feeling so good on the bike, especially from USA, I would say, the race before Qatar. And he was very good at some races. But life has made it different. He couldn't race. Unfortunately, the injury that we thought was a very minor injury lasted for forever. He's still not 100% now, he's going, but still on the left side, he doesn't have the same strength that on the right side, and it's a big disappointment clearly because, as you mentioned earlier in the season, he was the best KTM rider. We never thought that Pedro would catch back, but I think him and Pedro would have pushed each other, and we could have a much better KTM overall result.
At the moment, Maverick is down in 21st place, 130.904 from Top Gun. Marco Bezzecchi, despite that little spill at turn 4 in the factory brilliant, still does lead this session, courtesy of his early 130.126. Closest challenger to him is Acosta, just starting his deep inside the factory KTM garage.
Pedro Acosta skipping the rear tyre into turn 1. So spectacular to watch. You can watch Pedro Acosta around an empty circuit, still being entertained, but he's entertained us in recent Grand Prix with his attack and also his defence. And he was doing his level best to try and keep Alex Marquez at bay in the sprint 6 days ago in Portimao. He's knocked on the door for so much of this season, and he'll be great by the time 2025 is out on Sunday afternoon, that door is finally open for him.
Quite frustrated there, doesn't he, inside the Aprilia garage. Marco Bezzecchi probably saying to himself, silly mistake to be making that early on in the session. Certainly hadn't been able that 4 over hour in Portimao at any stage last weekend where he was on pole position. They sprint podium behind Acosta and Alex Marquez before he rebounded on the Sunday to take a dominant start to finish victory. So it was a bit quiet out on circuit then, and before it all gets hectic late on with time attacks and all the riders pushing like crazy to get themselves in the Q2. Let's just have a little trip down memory lane, shall we? I'm going to put you on the spot here, not very difficult, but top moments in what's been an incredible career. There's so many to pick from.
Top moments, so I would say the first ever victory, and I think that was back in 1986 with Dominic Saron. The second one, I think, is for sure when we won the title in 2000 in great fashion in Phillip Island, and my mate next to me holding my hand was Barry Sheen, so there was a lot to remember about that race. The third moment would be when we won the Moto2 race in Catalonia at Momelo with our own bike that we built in the workshop in between the MotoGP race, won by Takahashi. A very big pride and a very big moment. And of course, the last one, not in order, but there are the 4. But what Miguel did in 2020, this victory in Austria, and maybe even more, the domination and the history Miguel and the victory brought in Portugal and Portimao was really amazing. And on the Sunday night in Portimao in 2020, with the whole management from KTM, Red Bull, with Miguel, we were sure that things were going to move forward, and we were at that time maybe the happiest team in the world. We were so happy, so sure about the future, and sometimes things doesn't go the way you think they were going to, but that were the 4 top moments of my life.
Right, that was a very quick recall. You got so many great moments to achieve. I'm sure you've been asked this question quite a lot over the last few months.
Actually, I've been thinking, because I knew some people would ask me this question, and it's very difficult to picture because altogether I've been almost 45 years, and when you're here for almost half a century, you can imagine how many people you met, how many situations you've been through, how many races you followed, how many riders you work with, and every single person, every single rider, every single ask you this question, you will also have quite a few stories to tell me.
So many people.
And I'm quite glad that Matt Burt was part of my team for one season, and this is something I'm really proud of also. And when I listen to you, when I see how good you are behind the microphone, I'm very proud.
Well, you don't have to give me the €100 now or after.
No, you can hug me afterwards if you want, but I don't need any money.
Oh, great.
I think Touchdown is need to give me enough money, so I don't need anything from you, Matt.
I'll send the invitation and a hug afterwards. No, I'll send the invitation to your new job with all the money you
You don't know me. I'm not a yacht man. I'm more a kayak man than a yacht man.
So the money does not come out of just down his swear jar, which is going to get fuller and fuller with every day that goes by. So many key people, I guess, were part of the Tech3 story, the Hervé Poncharal story, riders, engineers, journalists and commentators who met over the years. One person I wanted to react to, Equalon, who has been there from the very beginning with you at Tech3. Without him, is there no Tech3?
I don't know if without him there won't be Tech3, but without him we wouldn't achieve what we achieved. And the more I age, the more I told all the people who ask me when they are about to open a company, to build a company, I say, never take a partner, do it yourself. Because if you do it with somebody, you're going to end up in a fight. And I think the only guy in the world I could work with, I could live with, and I could, decide without any confrontation. People also, he's been a fantastic partner. He's a fantastic human being. He loves technique, he loves racing like almost nobody else. And he's a super honest man. And without him, we don't have anything. And I owe him a lot. And what makes me really happy is we live at the same place. We're going to be friends forever. And what I love is when we go cycling in the morning together, when we share everything. So he's been a key man in my life, and he's going to remain even after time.
Yeah, an unbreakable bond, I think. It's fair to say between you two. Yeah, a combination of like strawberries and cream.
I was the strawberry.
Here is one of your ex-riders who brought so much success back in the day to Tech3. It is Miguel Oliveira, of course, on the magical weekend for Miguel too. As he says farewell to the MotoGP World Championship, off to the BMW World Superbike project next year. We saw actually a nice shot of you on the grid last weekend in Portimao, just with Miguel. I mean, it was
you made him cry, Hervé.
Yes, a private conversation. But can you tell us a little bit about what you just said to Miguel? Of course, it's such a key component of your history.
You can imagine, I love Miguel, and I just went to see him and to tell him, thank you from the bottom of my heart. These things that, we will never forget. You are a great man, and thank you for what you've done. Good luck for the future. But Miguel is a very special person. Of course, with what he's done as a rider, but also as a person, he's a fantastic person. He's a clever man. He has culture. You can talk about many different topics. And honestly, I'm disappointed because I thought he was going to do a lot better, And I think he was quite unlucky with some injury, with maybe sometimes not the right choice. And that's it. But he's a very special person, and he's one of the riders I have enjoyed most working with, clearly.
Marco Bezzecchi still leads. He's just about to head out on circuit, as you can see on his second factory Aprilia. Maybe now it's better at the moment, that 130.126. Fabio Di Gianantonio starting to make full progress. He's on fresh rubber at the moment, as you can see on that graphic there, is Digit, and that's helped him to a 130.237. Might get even quicker on this current lap as well, the Italian.
We're watching Aleix Espargaro then, who's of course fulfilling his wildcard duties this weekend as part of the Honda test team. As mentioned, and we'll reiterate, mentioned pre-session when Jack caught up with Alberto Pucci. 9 points this weekend. That's 9 points for the first Honda rider across the checkered flag in the Sprint and the Grand Prix. That's not a collective across all 5 of them. 9 points is what they need to move up the concessions level for next season. If they achieve that, then that will impact on the number of wildcards they have available to them. It will see the current lack of restrictions and engine development, of course, put back in place once again. They'll go back in line with the other manufacturers without Yamaha, of course, in terms of their aero development too. So plenty up for grabs on this weekend. Gian Antonio has managed to lap this Valencia circuit in exactly 90 seconds. He now takes top spot away from Marco Bente.
Soft tyres as Sector 2 has caught somebody else out. It's not another turn 4 crash, is it, for one of the riders out on circuit? We'll try and find out exactly why the reason is the Sector 2 yellows. Certainly not Frankie Mordelli at the moment. He's cleared that second sector. Frankie on a good lap as well. He might be getting closer to the 46 Monte Iagura. He's taking a turn to take the 46 and 1-2. Gian Antonio leading Mordelli. Has gone down at turn 3, happy to report. At the end of his rookie season, what's been a bit of a roller coaster up and down campaign as he solved this for rookies. There's been the big crashes, the big results, a few injuries as well. But Agura looks relatively okay after his get off at turn 3.
Yeah, caught up with the bike there, isn't he? You can just see him behind the bike there into turn 3. It's the first crash we've seen there over the course of the day. Agura has had some big ones in his rookie season, but at least we are pleased to report that Agura's back on his feet. This has been a big part of the Tech 3 story, hasn't it? Bringing rookies into MotoGP. There is one of them who you've mentioned. We've seen lots of Bradley Smith, Paul Espargaro, Pedro Acosta very recently brought into MotoGP.
We have to blame him as well for bringing. We have to blame him for bringing Cal Crutchlow into the paddock as well.
Yes, is that something that you're especially proud of? Of course, I guess that part of the Tech 3 identity, I guess, providing opportunities for young riders.
I was very happy, and I would say, yeah, it is part of Tech 3 identity, but also that was a natural organization with our manufacturer, because starting with Yamaha, and clearly the factory team is always having the riders that are capable to fight for the championship, and normally the satellite operation or the independent operation is the way you want to give a chance for your rider to show his level and eventually move to the factory team the following year. So we did that with Yamaha for many years. You cited, you mentioned quite a few names, and it was exactly the same, because when we started with KTM, year 1 we were with Ciarin and Olivera, and having young riders like Raul Fernandez, like Remy Gardner, and last year with Pedro Acosta. And I like it a lot, because when you do seasons like the one we did last year with Pedro, nobody expects a rookie coming from Moto2 to be fast and to beat his teammate, and when you do it, it's an incredible feeling. And also when you have a rookie, he's listening, and you can have a proper way of working together, because as soon as the rider is year 2, year 3, he has so many people around him, he's so sure about himself that you almost have no more interaction. So this is what I like, and this is also what I really like about a Moto3 team, because with the young riders, you have a real communication, you have a real, I would say, relationship where they are asking you to help them, where, when you are with a top rider, and for example this year with Maverick and they don't need my advice. So yes, I like it a lot.
One of your star rookies from the past is the star performer on Friday afternoon here now, just in Pedro Acosta, with a new medium rear tyre fitted to his KTM. Be the first rider to cross the 90-second barrier in Valencia, 129.790. Obviously this year was a bit of a change in strategy with taking the experience of Maverick Vinales and Bastien. Would you advise Richard Coleman and to KTM in general to perhaps go back to that model, that strategy of trying to pick up rookies, or what would your advice be?
Honestly, right now the plan is the 2 years plan. So the 4 riders are signed for 25 and 26, so nothing's going to change. Günther and Richard Coleman are going to run the team as with Elea and Maverick, Red Bull, KTM, Motul, Colors, etc. But for sure, if they ask me my advice, or they want to share things with me, I will tell them very closely and very carefully monitorize. You want to have a word about what Pedro just did, Matt?
Identical laps, consecutive laps there for Pedro Acosta at 29.790, back to back.
And I believe, if you look at the current grid now, for me, end of 26, there will be a lot of riders that will Emma is the boss. There is no race the box. But then you have guys like Pedro, who for me is an incredible rider with an incredible future. Bermin at the air. What about that guy we saw? And then you have a lot of riders that are here for quite a few seasons. That some of them are 30 plus. And clearly, if you think what you want to do, prepare 27, 28, you need to think twice, because in our sport, we all know, remember how many races once you won.
Fluids getting out there of Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha. He's had a good look down. He's got off the racetrack very sensibly to turn one. And one would hope that there hasn't been a Yamaha expiration there on the main straight between turn 14 and turn 1. He had a good look down. You can see it spitting up from the onboard camera. I think Quartararo's saying he might want to get some flags out.
Yeah, he's saying the marshal's going to get some flags out. He's pointing down to the left-hand side back to Yamaha, urging the marshals to make sure that there's no circuit contamination. Now they're trying to push that bike back to pit lane. Let's hope there will be no disruption to this session.
Back to the box like that, because he thinks he can use that bike before the end of the session, so it must be a big thing, I don't know.
6 in the session when he had that drama. Fabio Quartararo at 1:30.301. There is the world champion then.
It's just the right as we look for Quartararo. Water potentially that's been spat out.
Could be.
It's down like just under the left handlebar, isn't it? That sort of area.
But for sure, if he's pushing like that to bring the bike back to the box, it must be a big thing.
Speaking about the future beyond 2026 in terms of the grid.
Look, for example, who are the two outstanding riders in Moto2 right now? Olgado and Alonso. They are rookies. So what I like in this job, in this sport, and what I like in being a team owner, having the possibility to pick up the rider you want, is to bargain, to take risk. You know, when I took Perone last year, he was only doing ETC. Everybody told me, don't take him because he has to go through a proper Moto3 junior championship before moving to the world. I said, no, you're good enough. You can climb, a step. And he's been fighting for pole position. He's been fighting for victories. And the most exciting thing to pick up and to bet on a rider who is not a superstar, but where you have the feeling that a bit of time on the bike, the right human support around you, technical but also human, and this is what I like a lot. You should shake the order and push the established star. And this is for me the most exciting, and this is what I would do.
One established star MotoGP without any question is Quartararo, who has made his way to the back of the track to the Yamaha garage. They'll start the process of understanding exactly what happened to his new rider, and why star M1. Rather frustrated once again is the Fabio Quartararo. I think the general consensus of the current MotoGP grid, Marc Marquez, clearly without any question, is the reference. He's already world champion, been superb on the back of the category, very close, natural talent-wise. Fabio Quartararo, Pedro Acosta. When we look into the 2027 grid, everybody keeps saying, will Fabio Quartararo leave Yamaha, will Pedro Acosta leave KTM? How difficult do those two factories have a job on their hands to keep those two superstar talents, because they're ambitious, they're hungry for success. They'll not hesitate to look around the market, will they?
It's I think Fabio clearly decided to believe in what Yamaha showed him and explained him, and the whole project when he signed 2 years ago, and now he's got another year. Let's give Yamaha a chance. There is a new machine, new bike coming, so it's going to be up to him. But I read a sentence yesterday or the day before. He said, I have a lot of respect for Marc Marquez, who dumped a big money offer for a bike that looks like water coming out. And I'm sure, if there is a clever team Costa, Fermin Aldeguer, Marco Bezzecchi. These guys are really the future because they are young, especially Pedro and Fermin. But also look at what's happening in Moto2. I told you about the two Aspar guys, but also when you see the incredible talent, the Keyless, Oriente, within 2-3 years, they're already knocking at the MotoGP door. So it's going to be a very, very exciting, 3-4 years stint because so many things change. The bike will change, the tires will change, but also regarding the man, the hero, our gladiator, there will be also quite a few new names on top of the world.
Last weekend in Portimao was certainly Marco Bezzecchi. After that early spill at turn 4, now finds himself back in Q4. Somebody last ball, guys. Bezzecchi just makes a mistake going into turn 2. There's Raul Fernandez, who missed last weekend's Portuguese Grand Prix after his heavy Friday morning practice crash. He was 4th fastest this morning, was Raul. He's 5th, right up there. Once again for Trackhouse Aprilia.
Juan Mir's just gone out. Yes, he has. You can now see below your screens on some brand new tyres, so you can see a first genuine attempt at a time attack from the Hondas. From 7th, 8th and 9th. Mir, Marini and Zarco. Top 10 at the moment, as you can see, Acosta, Di Gian Antonio, Morbidelli, Bezzecchi, Raul Fernandez, Quartararo, Mir, Marini, Zarco, Miller. Which leaves Alex Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia just outside that top 10. They've both done mid-130s. Aldeguer also outside the top 10 himself. We haven't really seen it. He is now on brand new soft tyres, but hasn't pushed for a time attack just yet. So perhaps the surprises at the moment are Bagnaia, Alex Marquez and Fernando Fabio Quartararo with a change of levels. And we'll wait to see whether he's got one or two functioning at the heart available to him. He's ready to rejoin the action.
Six. We've seen so many unbelievable single lap produced this year by Quartararo. Nice red riding poles we've seen by 2025. Van Meer then on fresh rubber. He's in early time attack mode here. Bagnaia, very, very little, haven't we? Marine, some spot memories of this Valencia circuit. Twice he's been crowned MotoGP World Champion here in 2022 and in 2023. At 130.450 from the Italian.
As an outsider, how puzzling has it been for you, as it has been for the rest of us, to see the travails of Pecco Bagnaia in 2025 before we put to the very first round of the season? We were all super excited for the head-to-head between Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Never really materialised.
Honestly, I'm going to tell you what everybody says. What a mystery. How to explain, especially when you saw that out of his nightmare, the way that was an incredible victory in Japan. So for me, I'm not Mr. I know everything, and I don't want to sound like Mr. I know everything, but clearly there is a lot which is meant in the head of the front. And I don't know, but for sure, Pecco still knows to ride a bike. The Ducati, for me, is still, even though the margin is less, he's still the best bike on the track, and he knows his team knows him. So for me, there is no reason, no real reason. I don't understand.
How much do you think is the Marquez factor? Having a teammate like Mark who is just so strong in every aspect of the sport.
For sure, this has an impact because when you are having difficulties running the beginning, it's more difficult when you're having a bit of some sort of question mark in your head. You still got next door who is winning, pole position fastest every session, and what you say is not so well. You know what I mean? I remember that before when I was with Yamaha, there were 4 Yamaha. Valentino was winning every race, he was winning every championship, and the other 3 riders were completely lost, and they were on the same machinery, I can tell you. And when we were showing the data of Valentino to the other guy, they said, I just can't do that. And I think the same thing was happening when Mark was with Honda, and for sure to have a teammate like Marc Marquez doing what he was doing with the bike, it's a shock. It's a shock, and to be not the number one anymore, not be the one winning all the time, and the one who has all the hope and the factories on you, change the whole game. We see Fabio back.
11 Grand Prix wins Pecco Bagnaia had last year. down to just the two this season. It's not even a given. They'll hold on to fourth place overall in the World Championship. Only 3 points clear of Pedro Acosta. And Pecco Bagnaia has not actually finished a Grand Prix since that victory over at Batavia. 4 successive DNS for the first time since his rookie season, all the way back in 2019. As I agree, a little bit like Marco Bezzecchi, was had to pick himself up off the floor on a free in this session. He's doing a pretty good job in recovery mode right now, as Aguirre-san. He's up to 9th with a 1:30.313.
3 and 3 is currently up inside the top 10 with Rafa Mendes 6th, Bezzecchi 4th. Jorge Martin, he's 22nd at the moment. He's putting 13 laps, which is not a million miles away from whatever else is done out there. The majority of them between 12 and 18 laps at the moment. Martin at 30.8, he's a second off the pace right now.
Replay shot then from Costa. A couple of high-profile fallers at that turn 4 here today. Further out in the air this morning. Marco Bezzecchi this afternoon. This is always a spectacular turn 13 shot here in Valencia. To show the skill of the very best riders in the world. Acosta then at the moment still leading, the only rider that's still in the 129s. 2 temperatures a little bit more ahead of Fabio Di Antonio and Frankie Morbidelli.
I think almost everyone is in the box now to change tires, so we are going to see in the next few minutes a big change in the order classification. But the good thing also is thanks to the hard work, confession, and everything that has been done by both Yamaha and Honda, you can see that they are coming now. And I'm quite sure 26 is going to see the 5 manufacturers a lot closer to what has been happening in 25. But I wouldn't bet on any brand from 27 because they will almost start from scratch with the new technical rule. And I can tell you that everybody's going to be pretty ready, including Honda Yamaha.
I wanted to ask you that. I'm not going to ask you the difference between when you first arrived in MotoGP to now, because it's a night and day difference. It's a completely different game, a completely different world. But now you are stepping away from the sport full time. I mean, how do you see the sport in its current state and where it's going in the future? And these are exciting times, aren't they, for MotoGP World Championship?
Oh, for sure. I think, when you tell me that, it gives me regret to leave now.
Well, you can stay. You're always welcome.
This is the worst time to leave. No, but I think, with what Liberty Media is going to bring, the expertise with the market championship, the thing they've learned, what to do and what not to do in Formula 1, although we are not exactly the same, but there are things that are in common. And the good way they work together with Dorna, who knows how to run the championship, and exchange with them, are going to give all these things are going to give the manufacturers, the teams, and the sponsors more reason to come to be here. And for me, I see the MotoGP championship growing, and I see it to be more and more exciting because you can dominate the championship at the moment, but less and less and less. And I think from 2027, rider-wise, manufacturer-wise, everything is going to be so close. Clearly, the new tire manufacturer is going to play also some kind of new. This is going to be a new factor. So I think the MotoGP Championship is having a really bright future ahead.
And how is Hervé Poncharal going to spend his weekend? Yes, you're still going to come to a few Grand Prix and come and see all of us, but
listening to you guys.
He's going to be in his kayak.
I'm going to be on my kayak with him. My phone. Honestly, I don't really know. At the moment, this is still a big shock to understand I'm going to be out of here. And I need to end the year, as I told you, to keep everything ready to go for 1st of January to turn Richard. And afterwards, I will have a few, let's say, months to think, settle everything what I want to do. But for sure, MotoGP will remain in my heart forever. And I will be following each single session, even in the middle of the night, once you will be in Australia, Indonesia, or anywhere else.
Before this session reaches its 300, when the time that's actually coming in, we'll be focusing on that, of course. course, I'll just take this opportunity on behalf of MotoGP fans all around the world, and in particular from Dorna's side, all the tireless work, the dedication that you've put in to be such a key, influential figure in the MotoGP World Championship, helping behind the scenes and in front of the cameras. You've always given the Dorna crew down the years your time and your energy, and also personally as well, Hervé. I mean, I've known this for 30 years. I came to this paddock for the first time in 1996. I was a very raw and fresh 22-year-old. I'm not sure how long I would have stayed around. It was the people like you in the paddock, keeping an eye out for me, helping me learn, helping me develop. You mentioned it a few years ago. I've got a father, but I think it was almost like I had another father figure in the paddock with me as well. So all I can say from the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of Dorna, so many other people in the paddock, and in particular fans all around the world who've enjoyed seeing your success with the team at Tech 3. Thank you so much. And whatever is next for Mr. Hervé Fontural, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting adventure, a great chapter, and we wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Matt. You make me cry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
don't cry just yet.
Yeah, my results I haven't known you anywhere near as long, but I first came into this paddock in 2019 as a member of the social media team here at Dorna, and was scared to just go into any pit box, just didn't know anybody here. And I was doing some filming with Michele Quota, who was testing, of course, for the first time with myself, the person that opened their doors and welcomed me into the pit box towards yourself. So you certainly made me feel welcome in this pit box. So in this paddock, so certainly echo Matt's comments, and we thank you for everything you've done for MotoGP. It will not be the same without you. Pedro Acosta, meanwhile, is going about his domination of this Valencia Moto3 weekend. He's now putting some fresh tyres and extended his advantage to 6/10 of a second now. Acosta down to a 29.240. Jack Miller, this morning's pace setter, up to second.
Get the impression that Pedro Acosta really wants to win this final Grand Prix.
He ain't going on without a win.
No, he's so desperate to win. We're desperate to see him because he's got this sort of with Danny Pedrosa about dyeing his hair orange. If he wins the Grand Prix, I'm not sure if he will actually go through on that one, but yeah, Pedro Acosta still leading this session there. Jack Miller up to second. 4 riders now, they're on 29s. Acosta, Miller, Morbidelli and Ralph Fernandez. That's a fair play to Morbidelli and Ralph Fernandez because they both took heavy blows to various parts of their body in Portugal last weekend. Third and fourth fastest as we get into time attack modes here.
The riders who really need to step up in these latter stages. Quartararo, of course, had his issues. He's 14th. Pecco Bagnaia now 19th. He's behind Jorge Martin, who's just put in a 130.4 to go into 18th place. And Alex Marquez down to 17th. Well, I'm sure they will lift themselves up the order when some fresh tyres are being put in. But at the moment, 2 of the top 4 riders in the World Championship are usually one down the order. Second place, Alex Marquez, who of course won the sprint 6 days ago. Mir now into the 129s as he goes into 4th place for Honda.
Another rider who Hervé knows very well indeed. He's just gone up briefly into 5th, now back in 6th place after Mir's run is Johan Zarco, 129.923. Johan gave you so many great moments.
Yeah, I'm amazed by Johan, because he's still got the passion, the fire burning inside him, and he's but the passion is the passion of a teenager, and he's still fast.
Still very fast, and of course, when we look back on some of our fond memories of 2025, the French Grand Prix in Le Mans, which he won with his parents there. I mean, one of the moments of the season for sure.
Oh yeah, Claude Vichy, the French European organizer, is a master. He predicted the rain happened at the right time, and that was a fantastic moment. It was a fantastic moment.
The first French rider to win his home French MotoGP race in over 70 years, I believe.
Something like that, yeah. I think the other one was Monterey,
Yes.
But it's not that magic for us at the moment because Bastianini and Maverick are not really in the top 10 at the moment, which is a big shame, and this is what we need to have a good race on Sunday.
Yeah, Bastianini 13th for the moment on a 130.2. He needs to find a 10th of a second from where he is at the moment to get top into the top 10. Vinales, who of course is riding for the first time competitively for a 4-5 Grand Prix since we saw him withdraw in Indonesia. He's currently 21st on a 13.6. Aldeguer, he's continuing to push on, but still outside the top 10 at present.
Top right, some return once again by Martin. He's been so many comebacks already, has been 2025, a 1:30.404 from Martin a couple of laps ago. Just over a second once again behind Acosta. The likes of Bagnaia, Vinales, Oliveira behind him as well. Rather than impressive turn by now. Former world champion.
It's really impressive because when you imagine how long he has been riding a bike, just on a MotoGP bike like that in Valencia with the morning where the track conditions are perfect, and to do what he's doing already is a champion.
Yeah, I mean, like you said yesterday, he's not really anything. He hasn't been on two wheels since that first corner crash in the sprint overtake. The first time he was back on two wheels was on his shoes when he arrived in the package. But he's going to show him once again the top talent, the top rider, and he will be back at the top surely in 2026 on a competitive factory. So let's go down to Jack and get an update on the Martin to Jack.
Yeah, looks as though it could be taken over for Jorge Martin. Decision taken by the team. That is enough. Smiles on faces, job done, miles under the belt. They're happy to not go out there and push to the limit, although Paolo Bonoro is just coming in my direction. He is going out, Paolo. It's not going out. Okay, session over. There we go. Confirmation from the horse's mouth. Job done for Jorge Martin.
Thanks very much, Jack. An excellent job done as well by Jorge Martin. He's got 1.5 seconds faster this afternoon compared to his best time this morning. So yeah, that's what would have just calmed him, settled some nerves, and more crucially rebuilt some confidence, because this year his confidence must be on the floor after having so many big crashes and big injuries.
No, I think it was a really wise decision, and I think it's going to reset and rest, because also the muscle and the body must be tired, because MotoGP in Valencia is a difficult mission. And good job, because he wouldn't have been able to be in the top 10 anyway. And I'm glad to see Fabio finally, have everything he needs to push, and P4 is not too bad for the moment.
How good Fabio is in time attack mode. Pecco Bagnaia was of course the top 10 there before he sweeps back into pit lane. That lap was an estimated 10th place for Bagnaia, and he needs to find some time, because at the moment he's outside the cut-off point at 1:30.154 as he comes back into pit lane. It still leaves Pecco down in 12th.
That 10th place currently being occupied by Marco Bezzecchi. Bagnaia really won't fuel up for those laps, given the time that is remaining, but just wanting to push on the lap just to see where he can potentially improve. As he looks up at the timing screens, he needs to find, well, he's find minimum a tenth of a second to get on toes with Bezzecchi. Surely he's going to get himself into the 29s in the time that remains. The pace is going to continue to increase. Surely the likes of Albuquerque outside the top 10 is likely to improve. Binder will surely be wanting to get himself near the top 10. Marini's down in 19th place at the moment on his factory Honda, which would be a surprise. So there's plenty to shake out yet in his final 7 minutes.
Martin is going to venture back out on circuit. Okay, he's having another crack at it then. Just out on new side. It's not a time attack this then. Thanks very much, Jack, just for saying he's going back out on a well-worn set of rubber. So this is not any additional time attack coming in from Martin.
Well, I did say yesterday when I spoke to him, maybe I won't bother going for a time attack, because remember, he does have a double long lap penalty to serve as well on Sunday afternoon in the Grand Prix for his party push, which caused the injury when he wiped out his teammate Bezzecchi in the Motegi sprint. So 2 long laps to go on Sunday afternoon, so he knows that his Grand Prix is going to spend probably largely at the back of the field on Sunday, but he is not really in the results business here this weekend.
Yeah, his 2 long laps, a welcome back Jorge from Simon Craven. Of course, after he did plough into Marco Bezzecchi in that first corner incident in the sprint in Japan. So work to do for Bagnaia, work to do for Albuquerque as well. 2022 winning, I should say. 2023 as mentioned. Bezzecchi has a trouble-free session for the Italian. He was on the floor very early on at turn 4. At the moment, that 1:30.066 has got Bezzecchi right in the danger zone. The wrong end of this top 10. At the moment, though, crucially, he is in the top 10.
So let's follow Bezzecchi then into turn 2. It would be an almighty surprise even if he's 10th, let alone if he's out of the top 10. Strong first sector for Marco, who now makes his way to turn 4. He just got over his due care and attention to what happened earlier. Into 5 then. So Ralph Fernandez is also setting impressive sector times up the road. Bezzecchi now approaches turn 6, where he'll find a relatively slow-moving Alex Marquez in the way. Alex is going to be careful to keep himself well out of the way. He is on an out lap at the moment on board the 73. nicely this for Benzecchi. Currently on a 13.0, needs to get himself into the 29s and well into the 29s to get him quite comfortable. Fernandez takes 6th place, so at the moment we've got a Prix in 6th and 10th. Benzecchi now, round turn 11, 1 lap penalty zone on your left. And you now approach the short mini straight into 12, and this at the moment on target to slotted Benzecchi into that 310 gap between Foster and Alex Marquez.
All the talks pre-weekend with Maverick. He was obviously confident he was going to be able to complete the full 3 days, but was there a discussion if he was in too much pain, too much discomfort? I guess there was. But Joy Mann maybe just focus on Tuesday testing at the moment, obviously putting together some pretty competitive lap times, but was a consideration?
No, he was ready to come to Portimao, but at the end of the day we thought it's better to give him another week and for him to be close to 100%, and really the target is to do the full Valencia Grand Prix and of course the very important Tuesday test. So doesn't matter what's the performance is going to be, he wants to do more and more laps because this is such a long time he hasn't been on the MotoGP bike. So no question, he's going to do the whole Grand Prix.
Replacing Marc Marquez, who just found his best time of the opening day, a very respectable 1:30.552 from Buga. That Tuesday test, he hopefully drove the 2026 Velocity top back. Raz Gatlioglu make his public debut on the Pramac Yamaha. Bagnaia then just creep into the top 10. He's found a 1:29.847, which pushed him up to 9th.
That's this one for Valencia Spargo. Just misses out in that final Saturday. He was on course for Q2 and potentially bumping me around on the Honda at 29.9 for Valencia Spargo. Not enough. 30.0 not enough for Ayagura. We've got riders ahead of them in the order also going very quickly. Jack Miller now into the top 3 as he cements his status as top Yamaha so far today.
Second course for P1. We're on board now then with the Italian through the final corner we go. Then he'll pick up the throttle now then. Start winding up through the signature gearbox. Not very often around what's just here on the start finish straight where the riders in top gear. That second just missing out at 1:29.293. Sees the gap cut down to Acosta just under 600ths of a second. Acosta still with the advantage here on practice Friday in Valencia. Mir now to 6th.
Bagnaia precarious again, back down to 10th. Could that now become 11th? It does, as Brad Binder gets himself buried into the 29th. 1:29.729 for Binder. So at the moment, both manufacturer KTM's heading through.
About Enea Mastroianni, one of the 10 riders. He's down in 17th place at the moment. Enea's going.
I don't know what he's doing because since for the last run I was checking and it's all grey helmet. Okay, it's the first yellow helmet, but it's too far.
I detect a sense of frustration in your voice there a little bit.
A lot of frustration. I don't understand.
Vinales has just put in his best time of the section of 1:30.147 has dragged Maverick up into P16. That's just under a second away. Alexis Spargo is just outside of the top of Agura now. Brilliant job by Ayagura. So we've got 2 Aprilias inside the top 3. That's second. And now Agura, well, briefly with the top 3 because Morbidelli now jumps up into 3rd.
Like that from Ayagura. Aldeguer, who's got a rookie, just got his personal best, but only 16th on a 29.9. So at the moment, we've got Fernandez down to 11th, Bagnaia 13th, Zarco 14th, Aldeguer 16th. All Prix winners this season, all missing the top 10 cut-off at the moment.
At the moment, 7 because the inventory doesn't like no, it doesn't. Is that 1:29.593 good enough for the gentleman? 70 seconds of this session remaining. The final Friday of 2025 about to be in the box here. Alex Marquez now 4th. He's got down to 1:29.473. Bagnaia needs to find some time, big time here, doesn't it? Not up at the moment on this current lap for Pecco Bagnaia. 13th place as it stands right now.
Actually, you might have heard you. Bracey is now setting personal best sector times, and only going to put him into the top 10 at the moment. Corley's lifting on from his current P19.
Yeah. Not the yellow. We have a grey again. 4.7 after the
Bagnaia on his last flying lap. He needs a big lap here. 1:29.833 from the Italian outside of the top 10. Down in 13th place. Agura surely isn't safe with his 1:29.555.
Aldeguer is coming. Aldeguer is coming.
Yeah, Aldeguer now negotiating the final call. He might just creep over the line. In fact, he will be running for one more lap here. There's going to be about sort of 7 or 8 seconds remaining for Aldeguer over the line. Yeah, up into 8, a 129.597. Is that going to be good enough? Yeah, the boss likes it. Nadia's needs one. Happy MotoGP team boss that we can see.
Our story is unbelievable. You invite me another time and I will tell you a story.
Played longer than a 1 hour session for that one. Here comes Benteke then. Checkered flag is out. Pedro Acosta's 29.2, which he set a while ago in fairness, has still put him on top. But no, he's been out there doing time attacks at the end. He's comfortably quickest. Quattararo's approaching the checker flag. He's 10th at the moment. This should safeguard his place. It doesn't. He misses out in the final sector, so he will now be looking over his shoulder.
Manu Vinales are going to have bragging rights on Friday inside 10.3 KTM. It's over for Pecco Bagnaia. Pecco Bagnaia once again is in Q1. Good job, some really good jobs in that session. Acosta's going to be fast, flat here later on to Marco Benteke. That's how hard Bez was pushing to try and find the best time of day one. Second place, only despite a crash at turn 4 in that factory section. A good job by Bez. Moto2 third. Crash at turn 5.
Before I leave, Matt, Pedro Acosta first, basically second, 2 ex-Tech 3 riders.
2 ex-Tech 3 riders. Once again, you're sprinting some around the MotoGP paddock. And on that note, now that session's over. Hervé, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you to you, thank you for your kind words, Matt. Really touched me. And say hi and thank you to all the MotoGP fans and everybody who is following MotoGP with you, MotoGP TV.
Enjoy the remainder of this farewell Grand Prix full time.
I will. Thank you very much and see you very soon for another story.
Don't be a stranger. Our door is always open for you in the culture and you are back in the paddock. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hervé Poncharal, a paddock legend. Thank you very much, Hervé. We'll see you soon, I'm sure, in the not too distant future. Fantastic then to get Hervé to join us as a special guest here in the commentary box. I'm sure, as myself and Liz to hear in the booth, all of you watching at home, certainly enjoy. Let's stay with the KTM team. We're almost left departing the commentary box. We're quite literally leaning back. Okay, right. Jack's got take it away, Jack.
Yeah, thank you. I'll let you guys embrace Hervé and I'll chat to Paul after arguably best Friday of the season. I mean, Pedro, it looks fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, it's just a continuation of what we've been building up. And yeah, like you said, for sure, the amount of quality legs we put in today, and he looks really good out there. He looks really calm, and his focus is really good.
Good on race rhythm, fast on the time attack. You must be confident going into the rest of the weekend.
I mean, it's the best way to start. You know, you're sitting there, and it's not only the one lap, it's how we put the whole thing together, which makes me really, really confident. Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of it.
Cheers, buddy.
Superb. Another superb performance by Pedro Acosta. Alex Marquez then, the only rider on the grid to have participated now in all Q2 sessions in 2025. Something for Alex to be proud of. Having a bit of a laugh and a joke, aren't they, down the factory in Pirelli team, because Marco Benteke taking that early spill at turn 4. Great job by him in 4th place. There's some really good rides actually in that session. Acosta will of course grab the headlines, and rightfully so, fastest. Benteke after a 4th, second. Frankie Morbidelli just 5 then after a nasty crash at turn 5 on lap 1 in Portimao. His 3rd fastest. Ayagura picking up some top form late on in this season. He's 5th. Jack Miller's 6th and the fastest Yamaha. Great job by the Australian. The Gian Antonio Aldeguer, Mir and Quattararo then have gone directly into Q2, missing out by a whisker. Binder in 11th, just half a 10th back. 6th Q1 appearance in the last 11 Grand Prix for Pecco Bagnaia. That does not make a pretty read, does it, for the Italian, as he sort of glares at the screen inside the Ducati Lenovo garage. Bagnaia ending that session in 14th place. Wasn't a million miles back of that top 10, to be fair to him. Just over 10th of a second back. We mentioned this morning how tight the competition can be around this compact Ricardo Tormo circuit. Well, poor Alex Ring was standing 17th place. It's just a whisker outside of 3/4 of a second behind Acosta, but nowhere near Q2. That's how close it was. As Pedro Acosta delivers once again a top-notch performance on the factory KTM. No wonder he's getting another great reception. Sebastian Rees there key technical figure behind the scenes before the Matty Hoffman factory. The IO team manager just waiting there in the background. 129.240 then. That's put Pedro Acosta top of our final Friday of 2025.
Has the bit between his teeth this weekend. It's not going to be easy for him to claim that first MotoGP victory because, as Matt mentioned, the field behind him super close, but it did appear as if Acosta had a little bit in hand there at the end of that session. Good return to form in some respects for Frankie Morbidelli, who has missed Q2 3 of the last 4 Grand Prix and has actually been in 4 of the last 5 Q1 sessions. He won't be in it tomorrow though.
Yeah, that's a really good job that by Morbidelli. Once again, got a little bit of scathing criticism. I think Frankie himself said it's now reputation is starting to get him some observers in terms of critics with some of his shenanigans out on circuit. So Frankie Morbidelli, third quickest ever day one in Valencia, belongs to Pedro Acosta.
Pedro Acosta with a 129.240, quickest by half a tenth, but in many respects it felt like he was more dominant than that. Bezzecchi took second ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. Of course, Bez crashed early on. Alex Marquez fourth ahead of Iagora, who recovered his own crash, so he's pretty fit. Miller sixth ahead of Gianantonio Aldeguer, Mir and Quartararo, despite some clear problems with his Yamaha earlier in the session. He recovered to complete the top 10. Q1 then tomorrow will feature Binder, Ralph Fernandez, Aleix Espargaro, Bagnaia 14th ahead of Zarco Marini, Rins, Vinales and Bastianini. Gustav Fernandez on the V4 Yamaha 20th, just a second off the pace, ahead of Oliveira on the inline 4. Martin, who did go out the end of used tyres, 22nd ahead of Sonja Chandra, and Nico Aguilera introduced to the harsh world of MotoGP, just 1.3 seconds off the pace with P24.
Yeah, mega tie, wasn't it? And Bastianini down in 19th place, but not even a second behind fellow KTM rider Pedro Acosta. It's tied to the top, it's top of the top, that's for sure, in MotoGP, as we get set to bid farewell to 2025. Acosta then a 129.240, best time of the opening day here. Ricardo Tormo circuit. A long first run there on that hard front soft rear tyre from Pedro Acosta. A lot of key racing information gathered from the Spaniard when he was out on fresh rubber at the end of the session. He was on that third run, not the last run, where he put in that decisive 129.240 to top the pile.
He did go for a second time attack, but just couldn't beat his first. Marco Bezzecchi, we saw had that crash on turn 4 earlier on in the session. He crucially find the 29.2 himself and a maximum to take second.
Frankie Morbidelli back to Valencia. Third fastest, 129.425. Good strong line end to the session for Frankie. Middle of that fourth run on a brand new soft rear tyre, cruising into Q2.
And Alex Marquez doing the same. He did a lot of his work on the hard front medium rear combination, putting plenty of laps on it, best part of half race distance before switching across to some brand new tyres at the end, and Alex Marquez put in 4th place.
It was pretty Alex Marquez at second to 1 was fastest, just ahead of me and Acosta.
Bezzecchi maintaining his advantage in sector 2 with Morbidelli and Alex Marquez hot on his heels.
In the infield section, it's Pedro Acosta making the KTM work, not by much ahead of Aguilera and Bezzecchi.
Yeah, while the first half of the lap belongs to Bezzecchi and Aprilia, the second half of the lap clearly belongs to Acosta and KTM.
Well, that is day 1 in the books here in our final Grand Prix of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship. We really hope you enjoyed Tech 3 KTM boss Sergei Poncharal joining us ahead of his emotional farewell weekend in the MotoGP World Championship. It's one of his former riders, one of his former stars that takes the star performance on day 1. Pedro Acosta. Is this the weekend where he breaks his winning up in MotoGP? Acosta is fastest on our final Friday of 2025. misses him pushing, full attack, dangles that right leg, and this is going to be a scare for Acosta in that first corner. He tips that RC16, throws it in on its side. Whoa! What to say? Oh, look at that big dark line of that Michelin rear tyre leads pretty much all the way throughout the whole of that first corner. Over the line he comes, and he does. He finds the first 146 lap of the session. 6th lap of 20. Marquez. He tucked the front big time there. He stays upright. Marquez, seconds after potentially seizing his first Ducati pole position with a 146.773. He's almost down.
The way that happened is run up and let go the brake. He's holding it off, and he wouldn't give up.
He's not lacking confidence. Wow, that was another showstopper. Look at this. That front properly tucks underneath Acosta.
Oh, 20 minutes later, he lost all the time. He did lost all the more.
He really did. That's the second massive save we've seen from Acosta. He made the beautiful one yesterday afternoon downhill through turn 6 at La Chapelle. Save from the top gun. Look how he gets twice the rear steps out from underneath it. Now that is a proper scare, a proper high in the mouth moment for Maverick Vinales. Look at the rear tyre just dropped off the edge of the curve there. There's a bit of a moment here. Oh, beautiful. He didn't mean it, but
yeah, it's when it goes like that, you're along for the ride, and just hoping it comes back not too violently.
save that. Well, it's because it's Marc Marquez. Look at that, he somehow picks it up.
That was great.
That's a massive turn 5. Quattro's in a long lap penalty in there.
Yeah, he's lost the front or couldn't stop one or the other.
Good start as well from him. A good start from Patrick KTM, third and fourth.
Tripped over something on his way back to his chair. He's only brought a lap from his crew chief there, Daniele Romagnoli, as Martin nearly stacked it after he got off the bike. He flipped to the box off into a dangerous spot. What a save! Takaoka follows in! That's a familiar sight. It's the black and gold celebrating early for LAFC. Bawanga scores! Vite leaves Berhalter's serve. Flips it towards White. Deflection. White. Welcome back to HBF Park. We are just about to get underway in the second half. Adam Taggart with a couple of big opportunities and his link-up play with this man, Sebastian Despotovski, has been outstanding at the pointy end for Perth Glory. Alfie McAlmont has worked hard in the Central Coast Mariners midfield as his side looks to wrestle things back. Storm Root playing game number 200 for the club. His defensive unit has been particularly busy. Not much to do for Matt Sutton though in the Perth Glory goal this evening. Perth Glory tonight have already had 4 shots on target, which is ahead of their season average of just 3.3. So 45 minutes into this one and they are already further ahead of where they have been this season. And Harry Steele tries the long kick off, goes over the touchline, and
It'll be a throw-in for the Glory, deep in their own half. And Lauder alongside Daniel McBreen for this one in the West as round 4 continues. And Macca, Perth Glory would have been fairly confident in that halftime team talk with Adam Taggart and Adam Griffiths, but they haven't had a goal to show for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think he'll be asking for more of the same. Their press has been pretty good. Their midfield play through the thirds has been relatively good as well. It's just been that final pass, that final strike. Andrew Redmayne, has been forced into a few saves. On the other hand, I think Warren Moon will be asking his team to be a little bit braver in playing out. They relied a lot on the long ball to try and go over the top of the Perth Glory press. Well, I'm sure that he would have asked maybe his midfield players to get a little bit better position to meet with their movement off the ball and be brave and try and play through the press. If they can start playing through the press, it might stop the press coming.
Kaltak very nearly getting caught out there, but he had pretty good control of it. Now Brad Tapp can get in the way, going all the way back to Andrew Redmayne, but making the Mariners goalkeeper come a long way out. And Redmayne is able just to put that one over the touchline for a throw. Tapp's ball possibly could have been a little closer to the goalkeeper there, and now this gives an opportunity for Perth to start the second half. Like they finished the first in control, Timmins loses out. It's a strong battle there as Brown goes to ground. Pizio continues to maintain possession for the Mariners, and he wins a throw to his side. Perth Glory looks